can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. Whenever I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. Keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me. Whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna love her. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all I need. You're all. You're all. You're all I need. You're all. You're When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. Love will save the day. got the best of me.
So you need a little break, huh, boy? Say you need a little space, yeah, boy. Is it cause you can't be faithful, boy? Hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for wanting out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Polaris. It is week 3, it's the start of June and we have some more banger matchups for you too today and I can't wait to get them going. But before that, I'm Twiggy and I'm joined today by a special guest in the name of Mitchman. How you doing, buddy?
Hey Twiggy, good to see you again. Yeah, I'm doing very good. It's feeling good out here. The weather's a little hotter than I'd like, but other than that, I'm feeling like it's going to be a good day with some hot matches too, hopefully.
Yeah, what is it over there currently? It's only like 20 here.
It should be like 26 earlier on today, but
Wow.
my apartment has the sun facing it on both angles as it comes up, so it heats up real quick.
All right then. Hopefully, the hot environment around you and the hot games today don't send you into too much. We don't want you fainting on broadcast. But either way, it'll be Hazard and Cairo taking the brunt of that one, and we should introduce them. Obviously, I already did. Technically, here they are, Hazard and Cairo. They're going to be leading you through the matches today. How are you guys doing?
Doing great, yeah, it's a pleasure to be back. Nice to see that we brought Mitch in for some Polaris community service as well, so Tom's done his time. It was his chance to join us on this one, but yeah, looking forward to the matches.
Yeah, I tried to VO Mitch coming in, but like apparently I just have no power in this league at all, so it is what it is, man.
Well, good to know. Either way, the matches that we have coming up today are going to be Apina Orchestra versus Metasport first, and obviously neither of those teams have won a game, but, you know, we can take a look at the matches that we saw earlier this week, I should say. On this one, technically only one. Some technical issues to sort out. On the other one, we'll talk about that in a little bit, but it's Formulation Gaming versus Sweet and Sour. You guys didn't lead us through these ones, but I'm assuming you were kind of keeping up to date on them anyway.
Yeah, of course. I mean, what is a Polaris Playday if me and Hazard are in chat, right? But we were keeping an eye on this just because, like, I think Sweet and Sour are a real interesting commodity for the league. Coming into it, they had a bit of a weird, like, off form in the middle of last split, so whether that was going to continue into split 2 regular season, but it seems as if they are looking great, like they should be the number 2 seed. They absolutely, well, I don't want to say dominated Formulation Gaming, but they did have a pretty strong performance, and with the addition of Heartbeat, they're looking excellent.
Yeah, I completely agree with what Cairo said. Heartbeat is looking scary, and while it's hard to necessarily say what a difference he's been from Affen in terms of the calling and how that's worked, seeing them in this game in comparison to last week against NXT, where they've had more than 5 days preparation, they're looking really good.
Yeah, for Sweet and Sour, it's obviously a really nice start once again for them. We were surprised by how good they were at the start of last season. Ended up quite nicely for them, obviously making playoffs, making the finals of playoffs as well. Mitch, are you surprised at all by, you know, the success of Sweet and Sour so far? Obviously kind of a new team coming into Polaris last split, and things have gone really well for them.
Can't say I'm surprised at all. You know, I've been saying for a long time that the more Irish players, the better. I thought we proved it with Enzo, but now here we are, flying the flag high, and everything's working out. A bit more sweet than they are sour right now, and I think that'll continue. Z2, Cairo? Get the hell out of here, man. I mean, they're clearly gunning for number 1, and right now, if you look at the standings, that's where they sit, so stay salty, baby.
Somehow I knew that the answer would contain something to do with Ireland there. Well, that's just how it is, I guess. Thinking forward to today's games, obviously, guys, you know, we've got Apina Orchestra versus Metasport first, NXT versus Apex next. Which one are you guys looking forward to the most, and why?
I think it's hard not to just be more excited about the opening game. No disrespect to like Apex whatsoever, but they're just too damn good. I was speaking to Mitch about this last night, and he was like, "Oh, you know, I have a feeling that NXT are going to do something." It's like, oh well, we'll just wait and see until we get to that game. Look, we've got 2 of the younger rosters in the league playing against each other, and again, it's a proving grounds. Apina haven't had a great start to the season, but they've played the top 2 teams. It's a question of, can they start putting results on the board?
Yeah, and I think like that's the key point for me is just how Apina build on the back of that last Apex game, right? They looked excellent. They looked as if they should have had a map off them. Whether like they can build on that, and I think they should, and really dominate Metasport, because right now Metasport haven't even had a win in a best of 3 yet. So it's also like both on the same plate. Who's going to come out on top?
I'm glad to see you guys are excited for the games coming up. I'll say goodbye to you for now, and you can get back on the mic in just a little bit. Goodbye, guys. Back to the green room with you. True. Welcome back, Mitch. Okay, so yeah, for you specifically, what are you looking forward to today? Obviously, you know, I think every time we kind of have an Apex game on the day, we're kind of like, you know, I'm looking forward to it, but I can't imagine anything interesting is going to happen.
Right? I mean, that's the opinion I've been getting from those two bozos. We just like, I'm sorry, I love you guys. I don't want to dunk on you in your house. The reality is, man, like you look back at NXT's game up against Sweet and Sour, they took a map. Split was super close as well. If there's a team to challenge them to, I'm not going to say win the series. I still expect Apex to win the series, and that's kind of why it gets that little bit more boring, I guess, more predictable, like the 2020 G2 games where you're asking who's coming second place. Sweet and Sour, I think, could beat them, could challenge them on a good day, absolutely. But for NXT, I think taking a map off them would be an accolade, because no one's really managed to do that so far. So, you know, one step at a time kind of thing.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the thing with Polaris so far that we've seen is that all of the teams have their days. Sometimes they'll do amazingly, sometimes they won't do so well, and that's why we had a 4-way tie going into the playoffs last split. But either way, we're a little early to get onto that. We'll get onto the games that we're going to have today. Obviously, Metasport versus Apina Orchesteri first. Neither of these teams have won a game, as Hazard and Cairo mentioned. Apina Orchesteri have had a bit of a, you know, they had a tough two opponents to get started with, Sweet and Sour and Apex to get going, the top two seeds. So maybe not representative of their scoreline so far, but for Metasport, a completely new roster and really no success so far.
Yeah, right. Like you look at the game last week, it was a loss at 2-0. They almost took a map off Requiem, but again, when we're talking about teams that need to be able to challenge up against the best of the best, that's not really the result you're looking for. And I guess the look for me of this team is like, Apina Orchestra, Apina Orchestra, it's going to take a while. I'll get there eventually. They've, like you said, they've already got those hard games out of the way. Whereas for Metasport, these were the games that, I'm not going to say they're easy games, right, by any stretch of the imagination, but those were ones you wanted to see them get the wins under the board, because their last games are against Sweet and Sour, are against Apex. When those games really matter, when they feel that pressure, again, recently signed team being Yari before, now coming in as Metasport, this is somewhere that pressure could start to mount up, and a bad start to a season like that could be a bad finish as well.
For sure. You know, they got a map in their first series, and I'm sure that was kind of a way to get going, obviously, against Only Fins. Managing to take one map against them is probably a nice start for a team that is completely new to the league. Everybody else has kind of seen their time in this one, apart from Requiem, obviously. But, you know, making your way up into this one as a roster being signed to an organization that was already part of it, you have some high expectations going in for your roster. And, you know, I think that now that they've got those first two games out of the way and they've got an idea of what they're going to come up against in this kind of level of competition, it's now just about consolidating that, learning from their experiences. And I think, honestly, today is just going to be another learning experience. I don't think they're going to be able to take the win on this one, but we could definitely see some good play from them. Yeah,
I mean, again, Requiem was super close, and I think the reality is every point that you earn, every win that you have under your belt is not only going to be a step closer to play-ins, playoffs if you can make it there, but the reality is it's also going to be a bump up in prize pool, right? Every win could actually have that little cash value as you climb up the ladder. So something to think about for these guys, even when, you know, for some teams, hope can be lost. You see that, oh, they can no longer make playoffs. Like in VCT, we saw it. The teams that were out of the running were actually the ones that came in hitting the hardest, because they knew, like, hey, listen, we've already got the losses. We've worked on this. Let's show some results before we go. So there's always a reason to keep on going, even if they have those harder games at the end of the horizon.
Well, for Metasport, they're coming up against pretty much the mid-runners of Polaris over both seasons so far. They didn't quite make playoffs in the first season. Very, very close, but again, those tiebreakers kind of let them miss out on that just a little bit. By literally, I think it was one map by the end of it. It was if who was it? Somebody, if some team didn't win one of their maps, I think it might have been Only Fins, then they would have been in the playoffs. So I think for this team, there's definitely something to prove, right? You know, you're coming into this one, you lost out on a tiebreaker, and you need to get something done. And I think for them, having those first two games out of the way against two of their most difficult opponents, there's no way to look at this but up. They're going to be looking at this going, okay, now we're just going to get our games underway, get some wins, and as long as you've got 3 by the next, 4 or 5 weeks, you're looking pretty good.
Let me confuse people at home. You saw Autumn on the roster list, and you've got Kalkuna, the player, normally on the starting roster, usually registered as that, is their standing coach, while Autumn is their standing player for their player who's the standing coach. So It's a little bit of a shuffle around in terms of the preparation that these guys are doing behind the scenes. When you think about the position of shifting a player to a coaching role and a sub in, who have they been practicing with? Those practices must have been going well. Look, putting Autumn in, I was surprised to even see him come in last week, the week before, last week I think, as a substitute. This is a guy who's been the substitute for the best team in the league. I thought he would have been snatched up and at least be looking to lock down that role, and I find it hard to believe he wouldn't find success on the starting roster. But he's come into this roster and decided to sub for them at first. Now it appears like he's on the main roster. He's picked this roster for a reason. This isn't just a ragtag bunch of guys who are going to aim to operate around the middle of the scoreboard. That's not really the goal for this squad. This is someone that could challenge at the top, and inverse to what we just talked about for Metasport, they have their harder games out of the way coming into things.
Yeah. We're going to take a look at a head-to-head that I think you might have some stake in here. I wanted to take a look at the Sentinels of these two teams, and one of those happens to be Drog here, and I feel like, you know, do you want to go into other... I mean, these stats are very much... It's not really much to look at, considering the fact that these two are so evenly matched, and I think this is another kind of aspect of Polaris that we see all the time, is that players are generally so evenly matched and have such similar impact in their roles that any team could just have a standout day, right? And for these two, I think they're going to be big playmakers in these games, especially with the map pool changing around. We're seeing more play styles where flanking is a lot more of a play style that you see more often. You know, we saw it with Metasport's old roster when they started playing Bind. They just went, I'm going to flank every single round. So for the Sentinels, you got a big job ahead of you.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, sure. Listen, the Irish spirit in Drog's always going to drag me over. I might be siding with it being an orchestra there, but Shinnok, man, I'm a fan of what this guy can do. I think we're going to see it in this series here. His little two-hand claps, his scepter slams. He's got a lot of tricks up his sleeve. You got to be careful with him, and he's leading on ACS. But as I said, there's a little bit of a charge drawing me to the right side of the screen here. I feel like Drog's going to win the day.
Just a little bit. Okay, sounds good. Going in towards maps, these two teams have very different map pools, and I'm interested to see how that is going to play out in the map veto. Obviously, you know, it looks as if I'm just like glancing over it now. It looks as if Pina Orchestra do like their split nowadays, and Bind is coming through still from Metasport. Despite them having changed their roster, they still like that Bind pick. So I'm interested to see how that's going to manifest. I think Sunset might be the float of these two teams, but it's hard to say what's going to happen because these they haven't played against each other. Obviously, Metasport's still technically a new team in this league, and Pina Orchestra have changed a lot about the way that they play since Season 1. They used to like to play a lot of Bind. They used to like to play a lot of Icebox. It's changed around a little bit now.
Yeah, one of the main things I think is the Icebox that you mentioned at the end. The fact that both teams in the last couple of games have been banning that outright gives you a bit of a weird chip to play with. If you want to risk that maybe your opponent's been practicing their Icebox, if you're the first ban, you're definitely rolling the dice for a panic pick or a surprise play. And it looks like it is going to be Ascent taken out of the pool right off rip. And oddly enough, Ascent, not a bad map for Pina Orchestra, but they decide to ban it.
Yeah, they played it in week 1 this time around in map 3, floated it and lost to Sweet and Sour, so maybe there's something going into that one that they're thinking about. Metasport haven't really played much of it as this roster. They played it once as Yari Esports in Eclipse, but they lost it 9-13 in that game, so it's an interesting one. Obviously, maybe changing things around about their own map vetoes here. We're starting off with Sunset. This is the one map that they won against Sweet and Sour, 14-12. It wasn't their pick, so they will be quite happy to go into that one.
Yeah, obviously they got bodied by Apex, but who doesn't, realistically? The Icebox ban comes out eventually, not risking putting in the last two. Could have been an opportunity, you know, leave it in there in the last two. You almost get to choose your final map. Again, unless Metasport were going for something crazy. And leveling out on a Lotus, again, that was the place they found success against OnlyFins. Yep. Makes sense. I'm very excited, though. A Sunset off-rip means we probably get to see that deadlock comp. And look, as innovative as Pina Orchestra have been, the Sunset comp has not won me over. I'm not certain about what we're going to see.
Yeah, we'll see. I am interested. I would definitely like to get to map 3 on here because Lotus is the one map that Metasport have won this season, and obviously it's where Apino Orchestra really brought the fight to Apex, and we thought for a moment that they might win that game. So I would be interested to see what happens if we do get to map 3. So I do hope that does happen. But we'll see. Look, these two teams have both had kind of good runs of form and bad runs of form so far. We've yet to see much from this Metasport roster, but you know, they played a few good games in Eclipse and in Beacons before that as Yari Esports, so there is definitely a potential for something better out of this team. It's just that they're now playing against a caliber of teams that is a little higher than they used to.
Well, I mean, the one thing I'm going to say is that, you know, the Lotus coming up afterwards, we start out on Sunset. We've seen Deadlock experimented with. We've seen some ideas there. Again, not ideas I've been a massive fan of, but they have been ideas, and who knows, maybe they work today. Lotus, on the other hand, that's where things got a little bit psychotic for me. I feel like seeing a Lotus Deadlock worries me, scares me, panics me. But the reality is, when they played it up against Apex of all teams, this is Apino Orchestra versus Apex with a Lotus Deadlock, 14-12. They lost, but barely. They took him to an OT. That could have been the first time that you saw Apex drop a map so far. To have been up against that comp on that map, that's damn impressive. So as much as I would love to look at that with a sense that Metasport get the advantage, I'm not sure that's strictly true anymore.
Yeah, they're looking scary, Apino Orchestra, but the stakes have been set. Not the stakes, the stakes have been set, and we're ready to head into map 1 very shortly. We're going to head to a quick break before we prepare that one for you, so don't go anywhere.
Got the best on me. 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 Got the best on me.
Welcome back, everybody. Metasport versus Apina Orchestra to come, and it is Sunset up first. We've just got Agent Select left to go, and I'm interested to see what will happen. I remember being very intrigued by Metasport's composition here the first time they played on this one, which was map 3 of week 1, where they played with a breach. They played with a Cypher. It was a very interesting. It felt like I was back, you know, in the olden days of this map. And I think OnlyFins actually happened to play the same comp against them, and it looks like they're going to be sticking to their guns on this one. But Apina Orchestra have changed up their comp this time.
Yeah, this is the thing. This is a roster that the talk about them always revolves around their flexibility, around how this team likes to swap it and change it. Autumn coming in, he's already shown his ability to flex in the past, being Apex's sub, and willing to move out of roles, which is something that he could fit into this roster very well. He's not doing that, but the rest of the squad vastly changing up. Previously, we saw Deadlock, we saw Yoru, and I'm not a massive fan of that composition. The players themselves found it they just looked uncomfortable, to be honest with you. And I think that's why we see this shift more so than any idea of, oh, what does Deadlock bring and what does Yoru bring and what do these other agents bring instead. I genuinely think this is just back to comfort, which is a great decision, especially when you have these recent roster swap ups like we discussed, how difficult it can be to even get that prac in behind the scenes.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I think this, I think forcing a comp that is played in VCT or something like that, usually not a great idea for teams that we see, especially on Polaris this time. I do like comfort picks from them. Either way, we've got some insights and some casting to come for you from Hazza and Cairo, so you guys can take it away now.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I completely agree with what you're saying there about the comps, right? I think Apina is this team with a bundle of ideas, a bundle of potential, and to not see that fully harnessed would be a shame, right? So I think the fact that they've gone back to this standard set of agents might be exactly what we needed.
Yeah, I think that's the thing when you look at Apina Orchestra. They're always trying to innovate and hit the nail on the head. They did look uncomfortable against Apex. Whether that was Apex made them feel uncomfortable with their PRX comp or whatnot. It's nice to see them try and go back to what should be extremely comfortable for them, right? Everybody has played this in one way or another in ranked. This is probably the most vanilla comp you could go for on Sunset, so I'm looking forward to see the improvements that they have brought forward.
Of course, we have to say it as it is. Both teams are winless, with each only having a map to their name. For Apina Orchestra, it was Sunset against Sweet and Sour, and this will be about taking their wins where they can get them, settling their fate sooner in the split. No final days, no drama. If they want that playoff potential, it all starts now.
Yeah, Metasport, they need to get off to a flyer here, Hazza. They need to try and go up against Apina Orchestra, who are already looking to be challengers for those play-ins positions.
Early space taken by the attacking side. No time wasted, already 2 players funneling in towards tiles. Metasport grouping up to maybe re-engage with both initiators here.
4 on the other side, and it has an even trade on either side. The worst thing for Metasport is losing out on your Gecko, right? That's going to provide issues with getting back into the site. No information, but you do have a breach stun and a breach flash.
Yeah, paranoia's on both sides as well, we have to mention it. Looks like Apina going to take some of this space for themselves towards the alleyway. Ozzy's the first line of defense. He goes down. Autumn involved with Vitty by his side. Chinook the last one left in a 1 versus 3, which he has to try and unravel here. Apina in prime position and with time to set up these remaining positions.
Yeah, can't give 1v1s against Chinook. This man can frag out, and with one player being so low, the paranoia is perfect. Otto's just got a bit too cheeky. He's even laughing in the cams, but all in all, very good round for Apina Orchestra.
It was looking almost perfect there with the paranoia timing as well. Well called by Autumn, the man standing in. You have to remember, it's been almost 3 years since his last official in a team with Rix in a consistent environment. Substitute for Apex last year as well, didn't play a game, but now having finished his degree, back into the server. And Apina with the first round on the board, looking at what Metasport maybe want to try and involve here. It's just the Sheriff on Chinook. And Waken with that other purchase, the Shorty. Hang out towards Market. Ultim will be taking that first fight. He bests Melo's pistol.
Yeah, it's a big 1v1 as well after he's beaten the stun. The rest of the team didn't. Isolated. Now Metasport have to reset. You see already Aussie TK's looking to play a trap play alongside Demo, which is, to be honest, actually a big matchup. You've got to think Demo versus Autumn in this matchup, both playing Raze, and Demo's Raze in the past couple of matchups has been absolutely insane.
Oh, Drog could be in for a boatload here. More damage dealt. There is the player you were talking about, Demo. Fight with his teammate, but goes straight through into Drog's crosshair. Should have been a third for him on the round there, but he will go down. It's just a ghost, so no problems. Apina with plenty of time to set up this post plant as well. And yeah, to go back to what we've seen in the last couple of rounds, it's been all A control. And I think as well, you've got to be looking at Mellow and that Gecko, the Dizzy Flash, being really important to take that early space. Something they didn't have in the last round.
Yeah. I mean, the fact that they went down so early, like just that mid duel, like Apina did so well in that last round to trade out. Even in this round, you like watch it. They're at least getting away with one kill before being traded out. It's punishing and making Metasport lose out on the key utility that they need. I guess like for this round, you're always going to be losing that out with the weapons that you have. We're actually seeing Drog reinvest into a rifle.
And Autumn has the showstopper, and that has to be the biggest thing for me here, because if they set him up with satchels once again, Flash already prepared, there's every chance some damage could be dealt here. But I think they're aware. Metasport are trying to fight this back themselves. Paranoia ready. And again, Mellow playing more towards elbow side. It's not too often you see the Gecko in this position.
And it's Chinook, it's not even Demo that would have to post up. I mean, straight in, Autumn goes, and the players in elbow have got out of dodge. There is 4 players towards this side of the map, so Apina Orchesteri, if they do execute into this, need to be wary of the players' positions.
Chinook moving a little further up, other side of the box. Big rotation call by Metasport. Apina still with players elsewhere, but Autumn's now lost to the Storm. Chinook gets the opening pick, looking to maybe refight this, and there's Drog again through middle. Apina can freeze on this and reassess their options.
That's exactly the plan. Waiting to see if Metasport do try and go and look for picks. Can already see Weekend's just hanging about in the smoke.
I think another big thing here for Metasport and the comp that they have with this Gecko is, what's your information looking like mid-round? There's no Dizzy available this time. And then the inverse, Brady has his knife.
Left.
It brought off some of that early utility for Chinook and revealed his position as well. In scaling towards A, they've now got the recon towards Market. The spike is heading top mid, and there's only 15 seconds left, Cairo.
Yeah, it's getting really close when it comes to the time bank. Mellow's up and ready to go. Brady's at least got the trade, but 6 seconds to get the spike down. Demo will deny that, and Drog looking to, I was going to say, save the rifle, but he's not even. Chinook's caught him on the cross. That's a nice round from Metasport, but Apina Orchestra, they just let the sands of time run a little bit too low.
Yeah, they burned the wick right the way to the base. And I think everyone was just sort of hanging on to what the conclusion would be there. And I'm left scratching my head wondering what the idea was when you look at control they had on the map. Drog finding that really important one, top mid, right in the center of the round, losing out. But back into the next, they got the full set of rifles and some big ults coming up on the Metasport side as well. Mellow now 1 away from the Thrash himself.
Waken's being noted as well in elbow. But it's straight back to mid. Pino Orchesteri looking to default through here after the initial pressure in A main.
Something else to say about Autumn in this team would be his first involvements, because we already saw in the last couple, right? Yeah. They were taking A control pretty easy, had to fight for it a bit more aggressively in the last round. He has the 2nd highest first deaths per round in the league so far, and I think keeping advantages for Apina has been the biggest issue that they've had so far.
Wait, when you look towards what that owl drone's just done on A main, it's pulled players across. This is going to look like a weak site. Fair enough, the Cypher utility's here, but Chinook could be in a really tough spot.
The knife comes in, it removes all of that, and Autumn again, first player down, 0 trade potential, locked out from backside, and now they start to push on through. Chinook gets another before he's gone. He's still not even down. 3 kills to his name, and an ace lays in wait. He can't quite claim it at the first chance, but Chuckle will hang around for a little longer to let him lock in the 5th. Brilliant work from Shinnok as he gets up and early in this Sentinel matchup.
Yeah, like you see, the knife takes the Cypher trips online, but what it does is it doesn't allow the flash to come through to support. Autumn hitting backside, completely disconnected, no chance of a second trade. They did so well, Apina Orchestere, in pulling Metasport over to the A side of the map when the hit was coming in on B, but it's just that disconnect, that efficiency and utility for a Pino Orchestere that cost them. And then Shinnok, well, I mean, you put that man in it with a chance to go and frag out and he'll certainly do it.
Oh, Tom, straight in again. This time it pays off for him, and that Stinger certainly has a bite. So does Chuckle. They've managed to combine for an early advantage of Peanut. They've got Drog hanging about late in middle, but the spike is not yet down. There's Otom again.
This is big. Chuckle still trying to duel towards backside. The Stinger not working quite as good as Autumn's, and that's a rifle down. Still though, it's up to Mello invested the Thrash, waiting as if there's going to be another player, but the spike's heading elsewhere. This has been a scrap on the B site, but it's complete ruse.
Drog has circled in on position, but you know, Mello's already heading elsewhere. Thankfully, the cam will do business. A quick exchange which gives him the information, and the neural theft even goes one step further to just confirm they can set up this 2 versus 1 and play it off effectively. Mello's already used the Thrash once, so he does have that going for him back in, but otherwise, no utility to speak of.
Yeah, I think that's why he's got to send it into sight. Not only the fact that he's got money in the back pocket to get a next buy in the next round, but it's the fact that you have already used the Thrash. You may as well get the second usage and give a real go of it. The only issue is, Apina Orchestere, they're playing together. If that Thrash catches the both of them, that's game.
Yeah, you're seeing the pings on the map. It's an open spike plant, which they currently have. Mello first tap, looking for the duel on Jog. He's gone wide, but the shots, they will land. Mello gone, and Apina, they re-establish their lead.
They do. On top of that, like, that was so much better in terms of like supporting. Autumn just catches Shinnok off that guard. Yeah. Maybe that duel there was a little bit, again, you see that those issues in terms of the utility. Other than that though, Apina Orchestere, they realise the position they're in, go towards the other side of the map. And in terms of ultimates, Hazza, Brady's one off of the null command. That could leave the B site a little bit open.
We did see the Thrash come in the previous. It actually looked like Mello was surfing on top of him for a second.
Yeah.
What happened there? A little bit of extra momentum required, perhaps. Apina also their own Hunter's Fury there, like you say. Post-plant could be an effective tool, but I mean, the rounds have been decided early here, I think it's fair to say. They are executing late, they're defaulting. Something which we should see from Metasport on their attack side. It's been a common symptom of how they've played. Last legs for money here, though. This one's got to stick, or the game could very quickly escape them.
The fact you're on your defense side, the economy can be so stricken.
Right here. There's actually 2 6-6 halves, which we saw the last time that Apina played here, so they've not exactly got favourites either way. And shot under the one-way. Waken gone. But at the expense of an owl drone as well. So Apina burning through a little bit of their utility in the process.
Yeah, but you trade an owl drone for a pick like that any day of the week. You go, no, smokes can come back in. Your post split or your retakes to get back on spike, so much more harder.
Yeah.
B site, so much easier to hold a post plant.
Look how early they have an idea of this one though, Kyra. There's already 3 players on site when Apina pushed, but Autumn's found his first.
Yeah, they have. It's traded even. Spike's down on the ground, and that's the issue with time so low. Apina Orchestere need to win these fights. The null command being a real issue for Mello to get back in, and we're back up to 4. Sure, the utility's available, but you know just as soon as that first piece comes in, everybody will be swinging off one another.
He's looking to try and get out here and save the gun, maybe. No, he's just going to run it straight into the ground, and Viti with him. Another round win for Apina, extending their advantage and locking Metasport out of the follow-up, to get them already up to a 5th.
Yeah, that's 2 big ultimates invested as well, the null command and the Hunter's Fury. Going to be an issue for Apina Orchestere now that they're at a back end of what is their ultimate cycle. Sure, you have Autumn's Showstopper, but now that it starts to switch into Metasport's favour, right? You know, a couple of the Rolling Thunder, Showstopper's available for Demo as well. could be pieces to use when you come in towards what is a pretty tough eco.
I mean, look, Otom bringing out the operator here as well almost doesn't surprise me. I think it looked really good on their defender's side, and it was where he was able to get picks and sort of get out scot-free, which he's sort of been struggling to do, how he was flying in, really polar opposites to what we saw in the first few rounds in this matchup. But if you're going to default, it can work. To kick things off here again, Metasport, a good defensive read on how the map is set up, and well, a gamble they're willing to take with Shinnok's utility and a much more defensible position towards backside this time. It's the previous couple where he was caught out in the mouth of the site. That's not going to happen on this occasion.
So the fact that Autumn needs to try and take this site as your entry with the operator, I know he really likes it, but you're up against like Stingers and Sheriffs. You miss the first shot, this could be a disaster. They have an idea that there's at least one player. Now the breach comes in, you're starting to get more idea of the picture. There's a paranoia as well. Drogging, a chuckle, everybody's just chiming in with kills of their own. Aussies at backside and trying to reload. There's even a body spam. It's not worked out in Metasport's favour as much as they were hoping, even though they had a good idea of how it looked. Shinnok will be at the backside trying to get an idea, a 1v1. It's just not going to happen for him, Hazard.
Yeah, Apina, this is a well dealt with round. A clinical execution, good use of utility. My main concern there was if the knife doesn't hit, which it didn't, is there an argument to be made for Demo's showstopper? But they've decided to reel that one in a little bit, keep it for the next round, the subsequent. The more important when you look at it, and it's going to be a first timeout from Metasport here. They used both timeouts in both of the series that we've seen so far, you know, along every map. Apina, actually, there's a coach conversation to be had, Cairo, because it's a little bit different than usual today.
Yeah, Kalkuna's jumped into the coaching slot. Coach Kaisigo. Maybe off on his holidays, bit busy today.
Yeah. I think the thing we were laughing about is it's like Otom is subbing in for Kalkuna, Kalkuna's subbing in for the coach. Like, where actually is the hierarchy here? What does the pyramid look like?
I think the official term is that because Autumn is a late substitution for Apino Orchesteri, he is actually the official player. So, but he will be he will be classified as a sub. But it's nice to see that Kalkuna is still in and evolved.
He's sort of been
involved.
Yeah, involved, getting stuck in. He's been, you know, practicing with them as well, so that's the expectation. And something I highlighted from the last time Metasport played, especially on those defender-sided timeouts that we see, is that they often don't adjust the setup off the back of it. It usually looks pretty similar to what they're running before. This could be a little different, though. I'm already seeing Dema towards mid, both initiators, and you're expecting a fast tiles play. And that's what the showstopper was for.
Yeah, but at the same time, you look at Apino Orchesteri and how withheld they are with their positions. Something that we've been seeing a lot towards NE's side of things. Typically, the tradition is that after a timeout, you play it a lot slower. Teams have just started hitting sites quicker.
Yeah. No, I mean, maybe just waiting for some kind of a cue. There's actually 3 players stacked up towards top mid. The understacker, seeing what they can get. Shinnok, I don't even know, hasn't placed the cam. It's just not available. I don't see it on the map.
Maybe already broken, used for early information.
Yeah, right. Sorry, A play right at the start. True.
Yeah.
Does have the trap, and there's obviously one cage towards Ivy as well.
Shinnok's had that step, by the way.
He has an idea. He will know. And it's Autumn at the front of the pack again. And I don't know how I feel like him being the point man for these pushes. Has a showstopper of his own to remember, though. But it's those 3 players in close proximity for Metasport that could be the real issue here for Apina if they choose to flood.
Yeah. Here we go. The showstopper in. Shinnok's in this corner and well found out. Trips down. Metasport now heading towards Plat and dropping out. But there's just so much in terms of delay. That paranoia does the perfect job. And the players are out scot-free. Showstopper missing. Spike ticking away. And now Metasport need to get their jets on. They need to get moving quick. You've also got a potential backstab from Vitty. And Brady's actually capitalised off the back of the chaos. Now we play in Vitty. way the players are looking. It's Aussie TK who gets the trade. Drog elsewhere. The playing off one another is beautiful. And now it's a 1v1. Drog, who's been so good before, the Irishman, up against Mello. The Gecko has information but doesn't need it. Just plays off his own individual gun skill and Metasport. After all that chaos, will have the third and even an operator to boot.
Yeah, you can't say that the writing wasn't on the wall at points, but that is a huge clutch to be winning. If you're Metasport in this situation, to find value from the timeout, to walk out with the upgrade of the operator as well, and it all circles back to the plan that they created pre-round, to have those 3 players towards mid where they can quickly pivot and activate at a moment's notice. The flood was there, and sure, Viti posed a threat, but I think he slightly made a meal of the situation he found himself in. And look, rinse and repeat, same stuff again, but Apina will challenge mid this time.
Well, one thing I want to note, just to go back to this Julius conversation, I think this is the worst performance we've seen from Demo so far. Usually he's up in the high 20s, proven to be an issue. So far in the first 8 rounds, he's had a real rough start, only on 4 kills.
That had to be one of the main points for Apina coming into this, not letting Demo take over the server.
Yeah.
Top 5 for ACS in the league so far. You'll never guess who's 4th right above him. Affan, IGL, former IGL for Sweet and Sour. I don't know how. But,
I thought you were going to follow it up.
Yeah, that's what happens when you only play 3 maps, right? He's left with a legacy, and Woo, Waken, a duelist legacy of his own last week, didn't go too well, but ants in his pants, goes for the peak. Otom punishes. Another operator invested for them here. He'll find value this time.
This is really nice. You're already scaling up A. The only issue is that the Cypher utility will probably put a stop to it. Metasport try to reset.
Yeah.
Drog playing through mid as a late flank. You've also got Autumn actually holding over that late flank.
He's really late there with the operator, and I think the fact that Metasport lose one of their own means that they can't hold down one of these lanes. You've got Aussie coming in late to the party on A, Viti already throwing out a paranoia to slow things down. Apina want to settle, but they've lost their flank early, and the ult's coming in.
They are. Demo's right in on the back of it, but Hazard, the kills are so good. Just a Pino Orchestere, like, you don't even get a chance for the observers to get all the kills just because they're so quick on capitalising off the back of it. On top of that, the one thing that I wanted to note, and it's a minor thing, Metasport used their Dizzy so early and lost it, couldn't get it back. The retake gets hindered off the back of that. Sure, the Rolling Thunder comes in, but I mean, the players for Pino, they knew where to sit and where to get their kills from.
Yeah, again, I can't help but feel slightly critical of its implementation so far. I want to just see that standard flash, maybe pair it with a fault line or something. One way, stop them taking the early A space. And it's effective enough on a round like this, but they're already down to pistols. And the bigger thing to mention about the previous round, I would say, is just that Apina take deeper post-plant positions.
Yeah.
You have someone towards shore. It's not just elbow. And while the flank goes down, all of the angles were accounted for. This time a slow B creep and not too much on the Metasport side of things to deal with this one.
Oh, Brady's just walked out and still won the fight. A Metasport in the meantime were actually trying to play out of A just in case it was some sort of a fake, but it's certainly not fake now. Shinnock, what? That's ridiculous. Should not have won that. This fight goes down easily enough, and there's the Dizzy coming in early once again. It gets the players onto backside. The players are noted because of the neural theft, and this becomes an issue. There's rifles now in the hands of Metasport, and Apina Orchestere, they don't have any way back in. No flashes, no utility, it's all being used up. It has to be the rifles, it has to be the individual prowess of these players after invested, but it's not going to be to the good. It's just going to be to the detriment of a Metasport. Apina Orchestere come out on top after everything that was thrown at them.
For a moment there, it felt like the chaos maybe got the better of Apina Orchestre, but they're able to stabilize eventually. Again, deeper positions back towards main once they have that spike planted. I think that's the thing as well. We've not really seen them commit to the B side too often without having early information, namely towards the Cypher's position or something along those lines, because you don't have the safety of a Gecko plant. They need to be a little bit more forward in terms of the positions that they take themselves. Back towards middle this time, and Metasport again enjoying life on the A side of the map, but
There.
It's hindered more than helped, really, I would argue.
Autumn calling for the door to be broken to hold a really long cross. This is a hard duel to be taken if you are Demo. Autumn still somehow missed out.
Yeah. And again, I think the big change on this round is that you've just got Waken towards A, watching his own one way. The Owl drone will come in to clear him. It's actually not got enough legs to reach around the core. A Paranoia coming out, a big piece to lose for him to be fighting this one solo.
Not only that, Hazza, if we do see Metasport lose out this round, by the way, the next round is going to be in tatters. And that's the last round of the half, so they're going to have to force rifles, missing pieces of utility and the likes.
Yeah, it's a big swing. There's a crossfire top mid. You can see maybe trying to go for this take, which didn't suit them best on round number 3, and it won't here again either. Both Mellow and Aussie combined, they get the kills that they would have needed, and in this 5 versus 3, Pina have their work cut out for them. Not too many options left, and it is through Market where they will eventually go, and into Shinnok's setup where he capitalizes fully.
Now you're looking for fights back in, but it's 20 seconds. Time starting to tick down. Brady's got note of Aussie TK. Autumn now holding the line, but you've still got Shinnok hiding in the corner. The spy cam does the work. It's got all the information needed. It will have to be a spike plant. They'll have to commit to it, and Brady will be giving up. That's the round, Hazza, for Metasport. They won't have a chance to get this spike down. Metasport do so well in their fights and just committing players to deny the spike plan.
Yeah, the hardest part about that as well is for Apina, there is no way out. They dug themselves the hole and they have to sit in it because you don't really want to be feeding those engagements back to the players that you've got. I think Demo was one off Showstopper. I'm not sure if he ended up getting a fight or not, but Mello finds 3. Yeah, the Showstopper available. Thrash now coming through as well. And with 1 round to close this up at the end of the half, it could be all the difference that they require to keep this one competitive into the second.
It's just Mello holding on towards mid and destroying the camp.
They did see an operator towards B side of the map before. It was Wecken holding on to it. This time it's Dema. Nokaman will come in. It doesn't dissuade him. What a shot from Chuckle. That'll start things off nicely. And as well, Vitty's crossed the gap backside. So they have it under their banner, Apina.
Yeah, Shinnok was playing towards the other side of the map, so the Cypher utility could stay up on the back of the null command, but it's just the rifles that are doing the work. Here comes the Showstopper. Autumn looking to move players out into his sight lines. There you go, an easy trade. Still 4v2. There's also the Hunter's Fury if you want to play post plant from main, and that's why Chuckle's so deep. The players, you're not even getting the idea, man. They're not even getting a chance. Sure, the smoke will provide an issue, but still flashes in the legs. This should be an easy round for a Pina Orchestra, and it is a symphony in the end. And that's exactly how their attack looked all in.
Pina taking those fights well too. I mean, Brady's knife actually hits both players there in the 4 versus 2. No wingman. Mosh pit already came out. That's where things can start to get a little worrying if you can flush players out from the corners, which B main allows the attacking side to take up. 8-4, it's not the end of the world, but Metasport would like to show something here if they're to have half a chance on the map which Apina have centered their success from so far. In this second split, of which there hasn't been very much.
And I think for me, Hazza, when you see the switch, this is Metasport's better side, right? What is Breach so good at? Like supporting the duelist. If you can get Demar into positions for easy kills, that should be massive.
Oh, Vitty TPing up. What is the play here? Oh, someone goes behind him. It's Dema. Still connects a headshot down to 20 HP. Not ideal to lose him out in that first engagement, however. You already see Metasport calling it elsewhere, right? They're heading for B.
Yeah. And they've got the read the Pina Orchestra. They know that there's nothing out on A main, or that's what it sounds like. And they're gambling on this.
Cam is slightly out of range. It's not going to catch wind of the footsteps. And actually, they do get drawn back towards A with this lack of information. It's Brady that will be calling it. He's the one man on site as things stand, trying to run the show. Cam. And they've doubled back.
Yeah, but it's the camp for a Pina Orchestra that allows them to double back here, knowing that it was only a nade, that they didn't commit to the B site, and now they're walking into a trap.
4 players there, and look, if Wecken decides to split the up right here, he wants to go through mid. then they're evenly matched. And there's utility to call upon. Recon, and again, that 0-point knife, which has been so useful for Apina to thwart these pushes.
Yep, and there it is, straight in. Autumn's collected Demar, who was already low. The player's now struggling to get back in on site. It's another late execute, and Melo's just gone huge, bailing out Metasport here, and has won the round from them in the end. A big pistol round to get their attacking half started in the right way.
Yeah, Pina, look, they had bodies in position, but they didn't really have the setup to make life difficult. That knife was ace again, right? It suppresses 3 players, and one of them that it catches is Melo. So no wingman to get the plant down when time is a bit of an issue. But he's able to shoulder the weight by himself and find 3 impactful kills. Autumn with the nade, couple players here. Can we really expect much?
Nice early information on Autumn. They're still going to push the issue. The flash was good. Demo's shots maybe not so much, but he makes good of it in the end. And that's a real big bit. No information. 4 players towards elbow. They're making it now easy pickings. It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
Yeah, it's nice. They're tying up both ends as well, right? Nothing loose left. Aussie with a really nice stun that actually caught the short player from Link, and Shinnok is making the most of the situation. Sure, Chuckle will take one, but it's nothing more than a consolation. Metasport back within 2 after the pistol and anti-eco are said and done.
I think like the big thing since we've actually moved on towards the second half is that we can start to see signs of life in Demo. The entrance in there, I'm sure it wasn't amazing on the first shots, but gets it done. Also on the flip back on towards the first pistol round as well.
Demo just able to take fights on his own terms and conditions, I think, makes the biggest difference. We saw the same uptick of form when they played Bind last time out against Requiem, against OnlyFins as well, right? That's the only time they have a map. This one won't be in the pool, so something to think about when we head to Breeze. But still, the city at the end of the sun at the forefront of our minds as things stand. A huge gun round. Shinnok with this Outlaw, by the way, there are 4 players on light shields, so Mitch is going to be licking his lips watching this one.
The Outlaw Demon, yeah. Same time though, you've got to be looking at Apina Orchesteri's positions. They're actually just trying to hold on towards like the exits from mid, right? Even though there's pressure being put on there, they're not willing to commit bodies to it. Autumn though committing his body to holding on to A main. Wouldn't have seen any of the players there, but knows at least the breach is there, and a couple more bullets will indicate a second or third.
They're just trying to fake solely off the back of this. It's a 2-man mission. The duo of Aussie and Demo have to try and cause an issue here, but that one isn't going to develop any further, and Viti, in a position where he's found 5 players from before, needs to do something to shepherd the rest of the pack, or at least group up with Apina into their retake. Something which they've been very good at, and they have every single player on the docket to do it with.
The thing that I will note though, Hazza, you're going up against a breach who can play through these walls with their utility. There's also Demo looking through mid. There's different issues that Apina will have to try and get through.
Huge as well. Melo calls in the thrash from deep so it doesn't get suppressed. That allows this post plant to set up more effectively, and Autumn with an empty utility belt has nowhere to look, nowhere to hide for Apina. Brady is gone, and with it the round.
Want to go again?
Hazza, the retakes that have looked so good for Apina Orchesteri are not looking good here. Metasport are the ones dictating the pace, dictating the map, and Apina Orchesteri have been biting pretty early on towards these baits, especially in this round. You see them starting to move over towards A.
Like Demo late towards market side as well. Like, just finding value from these positions. Drog with the Guardian in his hands hasn't been the best showing so far when you compare the two. In this first real meeting between the former Yari Core and Apina, you have to remember, these guys never played each other in that run-up through both Beacon and in the closed qualifier. It was another defeat to long-lasting opponents, Requiem, which stopped that one dead in its tracks. But so far, they seem to be getting the better of them in this second half.
Apina have done so well to keep 5 players up, but the issue is they won't be able to keep 5 players up anymore. Metasport take the post plant on the front foot. and not even the Guardian can do any work at all. A flawless round in the end, and now you start to see Metasport just build and build and build on this.
Cairo, something else to mention as well. In these last 3 rounds, we've only seen Apina take 2 kills. And both of those have come far too late in the round to have any real impact. We looked at how proactive they've been before. I don't know if that's just an idea in their minds that they're not opting for, or if maybe they're scared to take these engagements, which feels crazy to say as well, because you look at an IGL like Brady, something we were saying about his game so many times is, this guy's like a headless chicken. He's taking fights that he shouldn't be. But now, you almost want that aspect of their game to come back through and, you know, give Metasport a kick up the arse.
Cam destroyed. That's 40 seconds until that comes back online, so it's only the trip to hold down B main.
Right there.
That's a nice response.
Again, man. I think just the utility usage from Brady has been so good.
Yeah, that was from like all the way over in A. That's some lineup.
Downtown.
All right, Bruno Mars, calm down.
Swish. Isn't that another Bruno Mars one?
Yeah, I think so.
It is, swish, swish. I don't know, man.
Yeah, you can
Too early
already
to be doing karaoke. Saturday night isn't supposed to start off like this.
This is a nice ping across the map. You've got OCTK to actually line up the stun for A main. This op will not get the value that it's looking for yet. Autumn's already having to drop off, and now here's a big engagement. Demo's been actually just being legged, trying to get the boom bot to do decent damage, but it's Shinnok that will collect off the back of it. And now Brady's running for the hills. This is looking terrible for Apina Orchestra. They're getting caught off guard in every part of the map.
Wingman's coming in as well. Choco can't stop it. It's out of his hands. Nice shot. Demo will go down, and with that, still a semblance of an opportunity for them here. But you look at the utility, there's nothing to go back in on.
Yeah.
Viti has to wait a second to even get his smoke back, and he'll keep 2 players behind elbow. In terms of what they got to fight back through, it's a flash and a stun.
Yeah, it's just came back online for Aussie. This is just going to look perfect for Metasport. The perfect conditions. Viti's trying to TP out again, and we know how that went last time. Well, somehow they've got themselves into a decent spot, but it's snatched away at the last moment. The spike's ticking away. Drog should have no chance here. Yeah, cancelled it, pulled away, trying to hunt for the rifle, wake him up.
It's going to catch him as well. We even get to see the player reactions. Smiles on their faces. It's looking a little too easy for Metasport on their opponent's pick here, Cairo. After what looked like a very strong first half. I mean, this round's just a series of unfortunate events. Like, Otom's playing the same angle, which we've seen from him a couple of times. Not expecting that stun to be coming in from Aussie, which, you know, you want to talk about initiator utility here. His has been bang on, and while he'll sit at the bottom of the sheets, the impact has been tangible. And I just don't feel like this operator is really hitting the mark. And then look, he goes one step further. Demo from 20 points of health has dropped a bomb on Brady's head after it looked like he was the one doing the dunking.
And I think as well, like off the back of that, you just have a look at Apina Orchestra's defensive half has so far. They've been playing for these retakes, right? They've been playing extremely passive rather than being proactive and maybe like having a mid clear or fighting towards one of the main spots. They would rather hold on and play for these retakes. Obviously, makes sense, right? You've got the KO and the Sova to go back in on, but every single time Metasport are catching them off guard. There's one player that's lost early on the execute. Or even if it is 5v5, they've got worse weapons, right? There needs to be a change up in how they want to play this. And this time, it's 4 players towards A.
As again, like, we want to talk of this narrative of Apina being a young roster, youngest in all of challengers, the likes of which we've never seen. But you've still got names like Autumn in there, and you somewhat expect a little better for someone who's played subordinate to, you know, Apex Fnatic the like. He may be out of this one on this round. That's a nice flash for Viti to get out of dodge. He'll hang a little longer and call in the rest of his team. Here is Autumn. Only 2 that he will find, and unfortunately enough, I think that's the chances slipping through their fingers. Not unless Jog can fly the flag in this 1 versus 2.
He's done it before.
They'll be at range though, and that wingman will only confirm it.
Yeah, but it lets them get on. They're not holding the angle, right? He can deny it. And now they have to fight back in, off the back of a judge.
Well, they've heard the judge. He needs to get past the thrash, though. And held to right. It's going to be a disappointing and almost disrespectful way that this one closes. Shinnok puts a stake through the heart, and just when it looked like there was a chance, everything goes wrong.
One thing I will note though, right, like they played it more proactive. They actually went and fought for a main. It looked great. But on the back of that, like what they get for like their efforts here, Hazza, is they've eliminated the thrash for the next round when they'll actually have a bye, right?
True.
And they've also got plenty of like extra creds for getting those picks. Autumn's back on the op, which I don't like.
4 ultimates with a royal flush pending. Like, it's exactly what you're saying here. Every advantage you could possibly ask for is there. Autumn's still doing the Kenny S impression while he does have the cam for contact. I don't know if this is what I want to be seeing necessarily.
Yeah. But like as you said, like you've got the ultimates to be used, like, and we've already seen how well it worked by playing proactive and taking the fight to Metasport. They immediately revert back to what hasn't worked.
And this is a pre-fireable angle. Like, look, Otto misses the shot there. You do have cam contact. It's late, and Demo shots all over the wall, still finds it. You can see the spike is not in a committed position at this point in time, and in weighing up their options, you've not broken the trap in B main, and I think that's probably the biggest point here. Because you've either got to go back and deal with it, or Apina have an idea of what's going on.
Putting that trap towards top mid means to us that like this is probably going to be through market. Yeah, that's straight away where they go. This is easily enough for them. There's nobody contesting it at all. And now you've got to be looking at Drog. An important position from Chuckle though. That hires a little bit of Overwatch. This is big for a Pino Orchesteri. Much better on the retake. In fact, it wasn't even a retake because Spike stopped planted.
No, it's just really strong positions. And Autumn there as well. I can't tell whether that was a shout or a massive yawn, but either way, it's nice to know that they're back in this one, because you just saw the way he flies through mid with a showstopper, straight into the op play, having something to take them out with that. I don't know if it's also maybe a slight unforced error on the Metasport side, because, you know, we've not really seen them split sites up until this point, and it did play into where Apina was set up. Back to the default, though.
It's not really... Like, straight away they take mid. They've put the cam up, which they've been doing a few times. The issue is they've not destroyed any of the traps again on B main, so this allows this passive information for Apina Orchesteri. They can probably gamble towards the A side of the map if they really want to.
I think Ozzy was in proximity of Brady using his first flash to just take the A space back. Huge pick from Chuckle. No idea what the cue was there, but he won't care. Mello is gone, and Autumn's followed it up. 5 on 3.
It feels as if after the timeout, Metasport have just fallen apart.
I think Apina are starting to stick it to them a little bit more, though, and it comes back to like that opening exchange I was talking about as well. Brady being close by to support Viti, who, you know, can solo anchor, and with the knife broken, they know there's at least one there. 38 seconds left to do something. One way goes back up.
Look at the amount of utility that's still there. Info darts back up for Chuckle. You've got Autumn with a full belt. Waken still, sorry, not Waken, Viti's still holding on to the paranoia. Waken has one of his own though.
Brady does have as well the fragment. Look, lots of utility here for Apina. What can they do with it? Players starting to come in. Paranoia's good store. Brady, off the shoulder of Viti, is making stuff happen, and with 10 seconds left, Waken's going to turn away. He fancies his chances. There will be just enough for this spike plant to come through. A 4 versus 1.
70 points of HP. Will it just be money in the pocket, or will there actually be a round off the back of it? You're going to have to fight against 3 and market. Make that 4. There's 1. Players are now starting to funnel their way through. Trog works as a walking flash, but in the end, it's easy enough. That's 11. That's your 1-off match point. Map point.
You can also see here as well, Brady moving back towards A to get that operator back as Chuckle is staggering the defuse. So Metasport will understand this and know that it's back in play. Not just that as well, but you know, you've also got to be thinking, even in the 4 versus 1, I think Waken gives the game up just a little bit.
Yeah.
Because the trapwire was still placed in main.
Yeah.
He's got to be aggressive. He's got to try and lend an early advantage, and there's no way to get from position here. And as well, just an extra layer of support on Vitty's initial contact on the A play, I think just makes such a big difference, because Brady has been doing such a brilliant job at filling the gaps, and I think that's where they needed him.
I think as well, like on the side hit, you see Shinnok just walk out and try in towards the short position. Like that's my, like, without being too... Like, ignore that, let's just talk about Autumn here in demo. Chuckles helped him out.
I mean, look, if one of your pet peeves was Autumn losing first fights, he's had his work done from there. And with Demo gone, it's the head of the snake. An early null command will make life a little laborsome in the late round. It may come to post sooner rather than later though, because Metasport are splitting again towards the B side.
Yeah, and Drog's still well aware of what's going on here. He's actually now starting to make his way over to support in case anybody does try to get towards B. The position's a lot more relaxed for Apina Orchestere, holding the exits once again.
They're so split up though, Cairo. That cage was no value added. Shinnok is doing his best to scorch the earth he stands on and play in the rest of his team, but Drog is killing them on sight. It's a massacre.
It's easy enough. The spike will go down, but it's up to Aussie TK to hold it. No utility. It's all up to your rifle here.
Another 4 versus 1. Apina playing together, singing from the same hymn sheet. Aussie has been revealed. Not too many standout performances from him so far, and that would have been a chance to begin to etch his name into the Tier 2 tablet. But Metasport may again fall at the final hurdle to add anything more than their first map here in Challengers. A series which looked to be going their way, but now Apina have turned things up a notch in these late stages of their own map selection.
Yeah, now you're one off map point, sorry. But on top of that, I'd be looking for a timeout for Metasport here to sit and talk about what has been going wrong. We've got a tech pause. I really hope this is not what I think it is.
I don't think it is. The Finnish curse, maybe, and confirmation from production it isn't. There's Chuckle actually looking like the first man to leave his seat.
Yeah. Yeah, I was just going to like talk about a couple rounds previous, just like pet peeves being players swinging dry when you have utility to be used. The paranoia came in late, and that's what Shinnok caused. And I feel as if like Metasport have these tendencies to gamble dry peaks like that. And I think like that there's a learning experience that will happen for them. It's just tough.
Yeah, and again, like for Apina as well, this is just for them getting more comfortable and climatizing to challenges, because I think when you have names like Requiem come in, Metasport as well, it's easy to not see them as rookies anymore. But again, that is the sort of deep feeling that you have about this team. And to even look back at the games that they've played, they had the 2 most difficult opening matches you could possibly have asked for. And the big thing for me is if they come out the other side, you know, they've got 1 map win, they've got 12 rounds against Apex. You can't let those results define their season, that you want to be looking in results now and being a little bit more authoritative against Metasport. And I think we're starting to see it in these last couple rounds. And sure, I'm not saying that they should be W-keying, running it down every time, because Metasport are a well-organized team, to give credit to them. They will punish you if you make those kinds of mistakes. But again, graduation season, can you step it up where you need to? And I think we're starting to see that in the late game here. It's still heart in your mouth stuff, but
I think
better.
You can see that, like you can see the punishment that Metasport were able to do in the first 6 rounds, and that's not Apina actually putting a foot wrong too much, right? Like, it's more the fact that like they were being too passive and stuff, and as you said, as soon as they switched it up, started taking more aggressive positions, but like with support sitting there, whether it's through a Cypher cam to take early contact, or like a flash or a knife to gain extra information, like the positions have been so much better. For Metasport,
Autumn has like a little safety net as well, right? Like we're talking about these first engagements, it doesn't feel as volatile.
Yeah. Temo's still lower on the leaderboard, like comparatively towards Autumn, which I thought this was going to be like a blockbuster duel of duelists. And I don't want to be I'm not picking him out, being like, oh, he's having a bad performance and like pointing the finger or whatever. But it's because like this is uncharacteristic of Demo, right? This is a guy who we have seen consistently at the top for the first 2 games in every map.
Like you hold a player to the standard that they create, and I think as well you sort of see that with some of the other names of like emerging duelists we have coming through in the region, like Demiurge on FMG, for example. We didn't really get a chance to speak about them too much in the match we had earlier. The narrative was more towards Sweet and Sour and what we expect of them further on in the season. But I think right now he has to be like the one highlight that you take from that team, because they are ultimately struggling. And with him being the guy coming in that you want to see make that change, he's doing it. Yeah.
I think arguably, right, if you're FMG, and FMG like are a team with like a lot of support and like I'm not saying they've got a lot of money, but there's money there, right, that they're using to support the players. Like that's the guy you want to build your roster around. That's the guy that you want to like be able to kind of put forward as like, look, this is our crown jewel, and you just have to find the players to support them.
Signing of the summer, honestly.
Yes.
I was expecting a Fabrizio Romano tweet about it, but instead we didn't even get an official announcement from Formulation. It was like we got Good of Pogs reading out team sheets instead. That's how we find out.
I mean, arguably, I would say that Heartbeat is the signing of the summer so far.
Yeah. I mean, look, that's like a massive spoiler, though, right? You know, you find out from the team sheets, not from the announcement.
True,
that's like you not using TikTok because you don't want to find out what happens in the next chapter of Jujutsu Kaisen.
That's not why I use TikTok. Don't do me dirty like that. Or you don't use TikTok because I want to get to bed early. I'd doom scroll if it was not that.
Yeah, no, that's a fair assessment. That's a fair assessment. Signing of the summer aside, sound of the summer, Cairo.
Oh, do you know what?
Because you've been relentless on your tunes recently, and I think for anyone in chat right now, you know, who's maybe enjoying a little bit of house music we got in the background, maybe they could get a recommendation off you, because I know that half the production team was hearing your music tastes earlier today.
Yes, I would actually recommend the current Fred Again song that just came out, Places to Be. Fred Again, yeah. I think like his new song literally came out yesterday. Could arguably be the sound of the summer, but if not, Daft Punk,
Get Lucky, sound of the summer. You know, I actually met Daft Punk at a charity do once. Yeah.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, surprisingly down to earth and very funny. For anyone in chat who has any idea what I'm talking about, God bless you. And, you know, God bless the poor souls that are waiting for this one to start. I think Mello should be back in a minute, not to throw him under the bus on his second restart. My PC's worse. I'll hold my hands up.
Oh, mate, don't.
We would be waiting a lot longer if it was me on the waiting screen right now.
Mitch has just stood up from his desk and it's like ranting. Oh,
my. Yeah. I don't know. Can we get like a picture-in-picture of the analyst desk?
I wouldn't do them dirty. You don't know what they're up to, the analysts.
No, you don't. I think the thing I'm happiest about is that we're not up on screen in these moments. I can just sort of like walk around my room, honestly.
Yeah. So, how many steps do you get in during a cast? That's a question.
Not too many, right? I feel like I'm worried always that you're gonna hear the noise of like my mic moving around. Do you know what I mean? If I'm pacing back and forwards, like, oh, the monkey didn't get rounds against the Viking ship, or you know. I actually just the teams, right? Funny point to make here. I was having dinner with my family and my sister the other day, and she was actually talking about the commentary.
Aww.
We'll get to the happy birthday Bodork in a minute. And she was like, oh, I always hear you shouting in your room, and I always hear you say one thing. Do you have any idea what that one thing is?
I don't have any idea.
Sweet and sour. She's like, why are you always saying sweet and sour? Like, what has that got to do with anything? She's like, what's going on?
That's kind of class though, like, because it shows you how good sweet and sour are. But I think we go to the highlight here that is on the screen.
Sure.
Happy birthday, Mr. Bodok. It is our
social media manager, product manager. I don't actually know what the Twitter bio says.
Is it not esports manager?
Yeah, I'll get to that. My question to you while I'm looking this up is, Are we allowed to sing happy birthday, or are we going to DMCA the whole stream? Like, is it
Well, I
curtains?
know we're good singers, Hazza, but I don't think we'll truly replicate it.
Social media and esports strategy manager for Missed Games.
Oh, there we go. Happy birthday, Mr. Polaris.
Do we serenade him?
Yeah, let's do it.
Can we get a thumbs up from production? Can I sing happy birthday to Bodor? Okay.
Ready. 3, 2, 1.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Boris. Happy birthday to you. How old is he? Hooray!
Like 17. Hip hip.
Hooray!
Hip hip.
Does that mean we have to do this 17 times?
Yeah, it does.
Hooray!
Right, well, let's talk about the real stuff. We have come out of a technical pause strips, and we are going straight in towards the Metasport timeout, which I think is probably a good idea because while it prolongs the pause right now, it will let the coach to just calm Metasport down, right? Because I've had a couple of rounds where things are going wrong. The technical pause will just, they can't talk about the game, they can't talk to the coach, so that now it allows their coach to come in and be like, look guys, let's have a reset and talk about what's going on.
That's the thing as well. I feel like if we were just free-flowing in the rounds, Apina have just won 3 in a row, you're coming into your like mixed investment.
Yeah.
This would be a good time to call the timeout, but you've just had the tech. So I guess it's still as good a time as any because you do just want to refocus what those ideas are in the server. It's noticeable, though, I think, that the effect that this kind of break in play that can be had on a team, and these moments that Metasport need to find a way to dust themselves down from. No better option for them than to go directly for the aggressive A play to kick things off. We've seen them with a few tempo shifts in the past, not really carving out their attack side identity. Could this be exactly what they need to draw things even once more?
Rolling Thunder as well. I think you can already see Apina Orchesteri have an idea as both players scarp it. The only issue is if you allow the site to go clean here, Hazza, that means you've got a Rolling Thunder to play on the front foot in the post plan.
It's a second trip as well. They're playing from deep. Demo knows about it and will deal accordingly. Rolling Thunder available to deal with this fast flood. It's not going to catch anyone, Cairo. He's split the upright. Demo's still taking fights off the back of it, and Mello dips in for another as well. It's a 3-on-3, or 4-on-3 when all is said and done. Metasport with the advantage, and the cage can't quite bring Drog back into play.
Oh,
the
that's
flash
big.
will.
That's massive, and you're straight on the spike with the cage. That means you can't get actually onto it, allowing players to take fights. It's Drog that has to bail Apina Orchesteri out, and it's the players that will lose out. Metasport get a big round and Mello celebrate. No wonder.
That's unbelievable. Felt like the ult had slightly missed the mark, that they were feeling a bit antsy there. Actually seeing a vote called on screen right now. I'm not sure exactly what that one is, but yeah, I mean, the cage, Lothar is kicking and screaming, saying, well, actually, guys, if you bound with my keybind the cage to the defuse, then Drog could full stick before it goes down. But I don't think anyone in the world actually has that bind, unfortunately, for you, Lothar. The big thing is, though, that they lose out early, and they may just do here as well. Demolition on the site, ready, gone.
Yeah, Vitty's got one back though. And while the breach utility's still there, Autumn is as well. And that's lovely stuff. Finally the AWP gets the value that you were looking for, Hazza. That puts Apina Orchesteri in a great position to win out.
It's a reveal from Chuckle there as well, which gets Autumn the next.
Oh, he's going to swing out straight into Chuckle's arms. It looked good, it looked great, but all in, it's Autumn's AWP that's the deciding factor. It is map point for Apina Orchesteri on their map pick, but Metasport, they still have a bye, they still looked great. It's about how they bounce back.
Yeah, I mean, you're saying that they've got a buy here, but I'm looking at Waken and Aussie's money. It's just over 2K. It's a Guardian that the IGL will be taking. Aussie left relegated to a Sheriff. And I think the big thing here is that they had time to catch their breath, Apina, that they're not scrambling to take that next fight immediately, that Autumn can set up off the back of Chuckle's utility and reap the value from it. An opportunity for them to close at a 2-round margin, exactly as they did against Sweet and Sour last time.
And Demo's just been paranoia flashes at counter, and again it's Chuckles Hunter's Fury, and he's actually done damage to Demo, being forced all the way out. It's just great stuff, but it's Weekend that will take Autumn off guard, so it's a trade either side. The health pool's healthier on the Apina.
Op lost, Shinnok with one of his own here. Trying to get the hat off his head and help out. Oh. 3 players flashing back through mid. How do they choose to take these fights? It's a shot through the wall, which is going to make Brady turn his head elsewhere. And actually, Apina guessed wrong. They're moving towards A. And finally, as they catch wind of the B play, it's already too late and the wingman has the spike planted.
It's all about how they deal with the op on the retake, right? Because all the players are going to be playing from main. Perfect prime position. The only issue for them is Vitty's still up. There's smoke still to come online, and I think that's exactly what Apina are playing for, so they can block the lines of sight on main.
Shinnok has such a good line here as well to just stop the cross towards the spike. He won't be caught, but Jork finally trades it out. A 3-on-3 and the defuse starting to come through. Chuckle working on it. Nobody able to take him off. And Apina, they will close 13-11. Again, a close map result which they take, but they won't care how they come. They will get there in the end.
Hazza, the question now is that we're getting to these positions, is Apina or Kisteri struggling on Sunset, or are Metasport just struggling to close out maps? And Metasport have proven time and time again that they can take teams towards the latter stages, that they can push them. They just can't finish these maps out, they're struggling. It feels as if we've got Who Cars Part 2 in the league.
Yeah, and that's the most worrying part as well, because I remember when you and I were having our debrief coming into the league and we were speaking about both of these teams and like, you know, what is the state of affairs? We both said, Metasport, we expect them to be towards the lower end of the table, but not that they would be playing like Hookahs, and the fact that, you know, maybe they would close, that they would take a map here and there, and sure, they've already got their first on the board well before we saw Hookahs do. It took them 4 match weeks, but it's about building on that. Again, it's a 3rd map in as many that we have seen them lose out by a matter of 2 rounds, again when they were leading, and just not being clinical when we want to see it from them.
Yeah, and I think as well, like when you look at Metasport, like they've already played, I'm not saying some of the worst teams in the league, but some of the teams who are favourites to be towards the lower half, right? Then you're going to start to come up towards like the Apex or Sweet and Sours, NXT perhaps. Like we still don't know what the lay of the land looks like, but the game weeks are getting harder, and they really need to start showing us that they can win out these series, that they can win out these maps when they're in position to do it.
Yeah, as well, you know, it's just sort of making those adaptations and being set up before you know that you have to, if that makes much sense, right? They let Apina get back into the game before I think they could really adjust themselves. But look, we'll leave the rest of the analysis to the experts. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we return, we have all of that for you. Don't go anywhere.
Look what you done. Took a living woman and turned her into stone. I guess I should be thankful. You gone cause you chew with your mouth full. I should've run once I figured out that you can't work your tongue. I guess guess I should be grateful. You're gone, I mean that shit was painful. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers, all I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah. Who you think you are? Literally no one if we're being honest. I guess you should be thankful. You got to spend time with an angel. You think about me, dream about me when you're asleep. Then you wake up so empty, so cold, just like me. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers, all I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Like I said, I'm really glad you're gone, but I'm sad to see what I've become. I was burning like a girl on fire, then you came around and put it out. You really made me think we were lovers. I let you in and underneath my covers, all I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer. You really played my heart like a drummer, mentally drained me kinda like a plumber. All I wanted was a hot girl summer, but I'm a cold bitch now, what a bummer, bummer, yeah. Ooh, yeah, yeah.
Welcome back to Polaris, everybody. The first map of Metasport versus Apina Orchesteri is done, and it was another close affair for Metasport, but not quite able to get it over the line. Apina Orchesteri staged a comeback towards the end of this one, and it was back and forth the whole game. I don't think either team really felt in control on this one. I think that's probably going to affect the mental of Apina Orchesteri more than it's going to affect the mental of Metasport, but it's a fresh start for map 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in some ways, we're going onto a territory where both teams have struggled if you look at wins and losses, I suppose. But I think it seems to me to be a pretty clear favor on the next map, moving into a Lotus, somewhere that Apina have looked so good up against Apex. Like, what it took Kayak dropping 40 kills for them to win that in overtime. Yep. That's against the team that everybody says is the best, is undisputed, can't even take a map off these guys. And Apina very nearly did it. That's a composition when we're talking about the next map that I believe they could run again, that I could see that stability to, that I'd like to, because we talk about them innovating. Here, there was a little bit of innovation again, moving away from that composition we saw last time. The Yoru, the Deadlock, not really working for them. They moved back to personal comforts. And I think we certainly saw them hitting their stride individually a lot more than previously. Drog had some really good rounds, lurking it out, winning out some clutches for them as well. I think the Cypher on the other side, you know, we had that head-to-head to start it off. And Shinnok, well, I talked about his scepter slams, and he managed to get one in there with the knife kill in the 2v1 to end or towards the end of the game. So I like healthy signs for both teams. If the next map wasn't, in my mind, so heavily favored to Apina, I really think that was a map that we needed to see Metasport winning.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you look at it this way, with Metasport, you know, getting 11 rounds against Apina Orchesteri and Apina Orchesteri getting 11 rounds against Apex, basically Metasport are as good as Apex, and we've got the most, you know, we've got the most kind of equal league in the whole tier 2 system. So, guys, look, Polaris is the best league out there. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what's going on in VCT right now, or the Masters, whatever. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. This is the most interesting gameplay you're going to get. But yeah, no, look, as we move to our next map here, I think there were teething issues for Apina Orchesteri with a new composition going on. Usually teams lose when they, in Polaris at least, when they change their composition with only 1 week's notice. We've seen a lot of teams do that and just not have a good time, no matter what map they're on. But yeah, that was good from them, and I think it's just kind of, they went back to creature comforts. They went, okay, we're just going to play kind of what we know. It was basically an Ascent comp there on Sunset, and they just made it work. And yeah, I think that's a good way to do things. If you're not feeling comfortable on something, and you know you're consistently kind of not quite getting the results you want, sometimes it is just best to go back to what you know.
Yeah, back to basics.
Works out for them. Yeah,
I think it is definitely for a lot of teams. They can take a leaf out of that book. Sometimes, you know, you can have the idea of the perfect way to play the game, but you also have to look at the players that you have and maybe the experience as well. We've discussed a lot about those backstage changes, the roster, and look, when you're not, when your roster is a little bit desynergized like that just due to time, of course there's going to be issues like, hey, look at these first couple rounds. Bottom goes down over an elbow on A, then we move over to this side, and the same sort of thing is happening on B with the entrance through, the very quick and aggressive take that Autumn was going for. Swap, so I think he had some success with a stinger as well on one of their lower buy rounds. But the first couple rounds, it seemed like we were going to get a ferocious face out of this squad. Very quick out the gate to take these fights and be proactive. And it was a lot of what Ascent and Cairo were praising them for. And then Autumn switched it up, took the operator, played much slower. And I do think that that's somewhere that, look, you're going to find a lot of reward in your scrims. You're going to find a lot of rewards against lower level teams who are constantly giving you those peaks. But looking at the composition that Metasport had to work with, it's not like they have any shortage of ability to clear those angles. And a lot of the time they were just avoiding going down to those early picks from Autumn. I think the success not necessarily found in the same way on the operator, but when it came down to no punches pulled, they were able to get the leg up. But both with very slow starts to their defensive halves that they end up recovering on. It's a shame for Metasport, like they said. They've gotten close in a lot of these series, but still yet to get that map win.
Yeah, and I do think as we move to our next map, even though it is Metasport's pick here, we go to Breeze. I don't know. Apino Orchestra have looked good on this map. I mean, to be fair to them, Metasport have also looked good on this map. They played it their first map against Requiem, and they lost once again 11-13, but it was a close map. They did play that one very well. I'm expecting to see something good out of them here, but Apino Orchestra seem to be warming up into things, and look, they're slightly off their game again today because they've got a sub going in, they've got different players going on the team, so they're probably not, feeling fully confident on this one. And even then, there are so many, like, they've just come off the back of an Apex series, so they can't be feeling completely confident as they play in this series, and yet they're still managing to take a 13-11 against Metasport, which is a very good sign in my eyes. So I'm interested to see what they will come up with for this map. If there is going to be a change towards comfort, maybe whether that's because of a sub or whether they're just making a change once again on this map just to change things up. But either way, for them, I think this doesn't really... If they do go to map 3, I think they're still winning this one. So I don't think there's a lot of weight on Breeze for them. But they'd still probably like to get this one done 2-0, considering how tiebreakers worked out for them last season.
Yeah, look, the reality is Breeze as well, when we looked at the map veto coming through, the fact that you get... the results for Apina kind of lean to me, as I said, that Lotus is their map under their belt, but the fact is, just because it was so close against Apex, when you look back through Metasport and how they've been able to find their wins, have their close games, I kind of had the veto marked down as being towards them purely because the leg up would have been something like Split, something like Ascent for Apina. They got their sunset out, they've got their win there, but Lotus and Breeze, both ones that I had a little tilted towards Metasport in terms of maps they'll be happy to see in the veto. So they're to have some groundwork to build on. I think these are not bad locations for them, and a good first map as well. Can't take it away from them. I thought that first map would be a little bit more dominant, but again, the fact that Apina got destroyed by Apex when they played Sunset, it shows us that was maybe a map that isn't towards the top of their pool in terms of what they're able to deliver on a match day.
For sure, and Apino Orchestra, will remind ourselves here, haven't even played Breeze since the closed qualifier for Split 1 against Requiem a long while ago. So I am interested as to why they left this one out. Usually they'll ban that one out second, but they've gone ahead and let it float against a team that looked like they were likely to pick it here. They did win the only time they played it, 13-8 against Requiem, but this is a different caliber of team. Requiem have improved since then, and they're going to be up against a team that also have improved in this one, have played it a lot more often. So for Apino Orchestra, there's really not much that we can kind of go, okay, this is how they're going to play this map. We don't know. We have no idea. This is a map that they're probably not super comfortable on, since they don't ban it first, but they do usually ban it. So yeah, I mean, there's only so many ways we can spin this one and be like, yeah, this is what's going to happen. They like to play a default comp on this, so there's really nothing special that we're expecting unless they change something up.
Yeah, look, the other thing I'll say, though, is that for Apina, even if we had 3 games on record for them, I'd still be thinking, I don't know what they're going to play coming in today. These guys seem to switch their comps up quite a lot. And like I said, for me, maybe this is a team that's still in that formation period. They're still trying to figure out exactly how they look, not just down to the roster, but down to how the agents on the server are going to look at any specific day. Whereas for Metasport, I think their issues seem a little more glaring and they're just slower to start. Like we've said, they did pick up a map obviously against OnlyFins, but other than that, it's been a lot of really, really close games that they're not able to push across the line. And you look back on them, a few slow starts that hold them back. The composition for Metasport sticking the same. And well, I don't mind what I'm seeing out of Apina. I love seeing the combination of a Viper, especially nowadays, alongside an Astra global utility, global stopping power. Something that they're going to need to use if they're slowing down those two duelists on the side of Metasport.
Yeah, precisely. Well, the last time Apina Orchestra played this one, it was Kalkuna who was on the duelist playing Jet. They've gone ahead, and since Otom is playing on the duelist this time around, it seems like Yoru is going to be the comfort, but they have not got a second duelist going into this one. They're going to stick with just the Yoru there, which does leave, obviously, the double controller open. They've got Brady playing on the Astra alongside the Viper, so we're going to see a lot of default from this team. They're going to want to hold on to sites. They're not going to want to allow plants to happen on defense, but they're going to want to get post plants happening as often as possible on the attack. So I'm interested. This is going to be slightly different from both teams. Obviously, you've got two very different compositions, double duelist versus double controller, and on Breeze, those are differences that are going to just exponentially change the course of the game. It's one of those maps where it's just like the way you play it is going to absolutely make a big difference because there's so little to work with in terms of the actual map dynamics itself. You really do have to make something work with your composition, but we'll see. There's so many question marks going into this one. We're just going to have to see how it plays out in the server. So Hazra and Cairo, go ahead and take it away.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, I think while composition can lead the conversation here, both teams playing with something different to what we're used to seeing from them. Waken, this is second game as IGL on the Jet as well, which is a bit strange. Something else to think about is that, look, Metasport lost this map last time, even against Requiem, when we had seen them be able to take it away from them before. They looked second best. It came down to a lot of those individual gunfights. Are we going to get more of the same, or can they bring us a cohesive performance which takes us to a decider?
I mean, for me, Metasport are going to get punished if they played the way they did last time. Maybe that's just the way it turned out in terms of the map specifically. But the one thing for me is Autumn's back on the Yoru, right? When he played it on Sunset against Apex, he went 6 and 15. We need to see a much better performance from him, because if not, we're going to see Demar run wild.
A taxing performance, to say the least. I think that's the thing. You get one good map against Apex, you very rarely get a second. Not something we have to think about here for Apina. Clear skies ahead for them on Breeze. They will be starting out on the defense, and in terms of an early read, it's 4 players towards an A site where Metasport look to be setting up early.
And they're leaving mid completely open, which Metasport look to split A site. Need to be very wary about this, as they're mostly set up for A main. And then there we go, Julius straight in. Waken's the first to get the kill, but Chuck will trade that out evenly. Still plenty of damage going either way. And they will trade out even. Finally, the players through mid are activated and they're getting value from this. Will leave Drog in a 1v2.
Early clutch situation for the young gun.
Spike planted.
Up against Shinnok, who runs away and has sailed Mellow down the river here a little bit because he's going to be the only one on spot. Jog had his head turned. He's not quite caught this opportunity just yet. The lack of information is settling in. Jog is without a chance in this situation, you would feel, not unless Shinnok can offer him some kind of a peek. Position revealed, knows about one through the box and the other one pyramid, able to isolate the duel, but bested out by his counterpart on this occasion, with it Metasport getting an early lead.
Yeah, I mean, straight away it's called early. Like, you see Apina Orchestra so set up for main, leave mid completely open, caught off guard, the players are just left in no man's land almost. And it's just from there, Metasport capitalise off that. More of the same here, except this time Apina Orchestra have put some of their forces towards mid. The only issue is you're going up against the better buy.
Yeah, I'm not sure if I was expecting Chuckle to be fighting tooth and nail in A main. I mean, it kind of worked out for him. Bit of combo utility here. And you look, with the Astra coming in the comp, something you've got to be thinking about. Global basis. Waken was actually the one who was playing the Astra in Metasport's old comp. Of course, a lot has changed since then. This Jet has been looking good so far, but already down to 46 points of health, and Dema's gone as well.
Yeah, Chinook's already scaling up through tube though. Autumn has somewhat of an idea where the players are scrapping on site, and this is a big 1v1 to be won and out. Brady's won the one out on site, and there goes Waken. Players are starting to drop like flies, and well, we're back to a 1v1. Yeah, spike down and Bulldog collected. This is doable for Trickle.
I can't help but feel this is solo fights again, and with 3 Sheriffs in play, there's every chance it happens. Chinook on the hot seat, can he do it again? It's Chuckle up against him, but the quad kill is resounding, and the youngest player in the server beating out Jog by 33 days, only 16 years of age, proving to be well worth his weight in this roster right now.
Metasport, the buy won't be great on the next round, and oh god. I'm just, like every time I see the technical pause come up now, I have a little bit of dread creep in, just thinking like, is it going to be the finish issue once again?
The issue? That doesn't really work.
Poor.
It doesn't really work. Look, I tried it, man.
Yeah. Do you know what? And I respect you for it.
Yeah.
And again, like, you're already starting to see that Apino or Kisteria are adapting to what we're seeing Metasport do. That's 2 rounds with an A split. First round they get caught off guard. Second round there's more forces again put towards that middle part. Even having an idea about the scale up tube, it's not too much to go off of, right? But like at the same time, you can see the thinking process from Apino or Kisteria already.
And I think the big thing for them here as well is like, yeah, we lost the pistol, where really they had bodies on the A site. They did again in the follow-up. They've done damage. I mean, look at the money here for Metasport. You don't get that nice healthy bonus that you would have wanted. It's just going to be Chinook's rifle. And look, if he wants to go light and maybe drop another one to someone else here, then he can. A strong start means that we do get this neural theft into round 3, or at least the first gun round, depending on what this purchase ends up looking like. Honestly, wouldn't mind him with a bit of extra cash here, like dropping an outlaw or something. Do you know what I mean? Like something to actually punish the fact that Apina are all on like shields.
Yeah, but like it's like they won't actually know that, right? I guess you can maybe guess with like 3 of the players, which is enough to buy an outlaw.
Yeah.
But you don't want to believe.
You also did see the sheriffs in like rounds in round 2 though, right? So there is an idea.
Yeah, it's more the fact that you probably don't want to leave yourself in the same position in towards like the rifle round that you have, because if you buy an outlaw, you're also going to be on light shields, and Breeze defender side, like those sniper rifles, they're so much better when you're on the defense and you're dictating the angles that you take.
100%. I mean, like, I think this is why a lot of people all over the scene don't like this map. And to be fair, myself included, it's a little bit like that at times, right? That's the sentiment.
And on top of that,
you do have to sometimes rely on your own laws.
And on top of that, like, that's why you can see people like try the chamber comp and stuff like that, the double op setup.
Into the next one here. The purchase is very light from Metasport. It's a set of their own sheriffs, which they'll look to keep the ball rolling. Drone out from Chuckle in mid. It forces the TP from Dema, but he rejoins the rest of his B teammates, and I'm not sure how much information Apina will take in tow.
They're willing to leave themselves pretty open on the B site. Brady with only 1 star towards tunnel, so you're easily going to be able to burst out of main. Still very slow from Metasport.
I think the thing is as well, they have a couple of different outlets with both Waken and Dema. Between them, they went for a combined 13 and 5 on opening duels, but it's Aussie who sinks the first blow this time. That's Autumn gone. Aggressive play as he was trying to navigate middle. They may even just reposture towards the A hit here.
Yeah, you can already see the idea from Brady that he wants to rotate towards A, or at least get out of sight. The neural theft will indicate that B is probably the better of the two, and they've actually escaped the trap wire. And now, yep, there it is. Drog has no idea. The players are on site. They've got 2 rifles. In fact, make that 3 because there's a Bulldog on Chinook. That's a spike planted, and you're essentially locked out of your own site with no key.
I mean, you knew players were mid, they had cam, but Jorg, absolutely no idea a lapse in comms perhaps as they go up towards tunnel. It's a 5-on-3, but with a weapon advantage, one which Apina are considering themselves to take, and well, they take all of the lead instead. Aussie pummels them to find a third for Metasport.
Yeah, that's really tough because now your defender side gets even harder. You can't, like, already they were on a poor buy, so the economy state, like, you're looking at light shields again, probably, depending on how the rounds go. We're even seeing a couple of forces here. Chuckle getting the outlaw in. Drog actually just forcing a hero guardian with no shields at all.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
It's a big gamble from Apina.
It is. The database is light. We don't really know how they set up on this map because we've just not seen it.
Oh, that's a big cam.
Last time they played was right at the start of its inclusion to the pool, and they've not touched it since. Like you say, information traded down tube early on. Chuckle, big tag. A -140. Classic in his hand, poking away to find Shinnok, and he'll be able to get him eventually. Demo makes himself known on the site. It was a 5-on-3, now it's a 5-on-2, and this time it favours Metasport. Or
Yeah,
Apina, sorry, they're dying.
Yeah, I can't believe it. They've put all their chips on towards green, and the roulette wheels just came up on top. A thrifty round, and that should have been a gamble. That they should not have had a chance. And Metasport gifting them a round.
Yeah, I mean, we really need to stick a pencil in the tape and rewind that one a little bit. I'm not too sure what was going on the Metasport side of things. I mean, look, this map, execute heavy, and at times if Pina are able to, you know, guess correctly and have numbers there, look, you've got some really strong utility through Viti on the Viper, an anchor role which we're not too often expecting from him, and Drog as well, just doing his job at offsetting it on the other side of the map. And here, really early information as the elbow plays coming through.
Concealment.
Drone out through B main as well. This is more and more looking like it's going to be the B play. And still, Apina Orchesteri are moving their way up. The trap's finally destroyed, but it's Dema that's won the duel out and elbow. That's big stuff.
That's a really strong way to start proceedings if you're Metasport. Again, look, it's just the scrappy nature of this game so far. It has honestly been coming down to how things kick off, and they will continue to get worse for Apina. They lose out on Drog. Another 5-on-2. Metasport restoring order, and I think you probably want to hold on to these rifles if possible.
Yeah. Unless there's some sort of idea. Viti's first up. He's already seen Dema. He's still got a late luck through Shinnok at the bottom. And Chuckle's now introducing himself through mid. The post plant looks so good, man.
Exposed position for Viti to remain in combination with his own snake bite, and I'll take Waken down. A casualty which Metasport can't really afford to give away too many of because they've got a few players on triple-digit money here. They will make good use of their remaining forces though to pick up a 4th round from 5 so far. The only one that we saw from Apina, just a blip on the radar.
Yeah, and on top of that, it's just like the fact that like you look towards what Apina Orchesteri doing, like the elbow fight is great. You see Drog try to get, I guess, interested in B main, and it's easy pickings at the end.
I think
again, it's those dry fights.
Exactly, right, it is coming down to fights, but I think the big thing this time is that Metasport are finding ways to convert those advantages rather than struggling in the way that they did. They're manipulating the map a lot better at times. Again, I mean, you look at their attack side against Requiem. It picked up only 5 rounds when they played each other. A little bit careful here, Brady.
Yeah. Still, while there's engagements or pressure being put on the B side of the map, like it's still fairly slow from Metasport. They're trying to scale up tube, which will be found out by the owl drone. That's the op now noted, and where its position is. It was there last round.
Just making it known. All bark, no bite so far. No damage dealt. Still at a stalemate. 50 seconds left. The wick continuing to burn, Cairo. as is the utility. Snakebite coming out from Viti trying to stop the A play, but I don't know if this is one which is going to scale up because Shinnok is still hanging around in B main, and that Spike is on the move.
As they know exactly where they want to go, and with the trap already destroyed on B main, should be easy enough, but the players have to come through the Astro Wall. Every player noted by Damer and all the players, sorry, on Metasport are just wiping them clean. This was meant to be the rifle round for Apino Orchestere, and they're bleeding rounds at this point. They're going to put a stop to the proceedings right now and save out all their rifles, but all in, like Apino Orchestere has her, they just have no answer.
Yeah, Metasport so surgical on that round. I love the fact that we get Demer's ult out as well. I mean, since the pistol round, really, Apina haven't actually been challenging too much aggressive space other than, you know, a couple of failed forays towards middle, which means that Metasport are building up these early orbs, which was always part of their attack side. I mean, we saw them do it on Bind quite often. They were building up towards the orbital strike, but you look at your win conditions here, it's always going to be the Yoru ult, the dimensional drift. And to just clear out Brady's cheap positioning on the other side of the cosmic divide, diligent work.
And I think that's the greatest word to use in this. It was cheap, right? They're trying like cheap tactics. The Astro Wall was a nice idea, but 9 times out of 10 is going to get cleared. And Metasport, again, it's the diligence to go and do that. And no wonder we're getting a timeout. It's Coach Calcuna. They will be calling this for Apino Orchestere to sit down, talk to them, and just discuss like everything that's going wrong. Finally, Autumn's Op will be introduced for this round. I don't think we've seen that on the defensive half just yet.
It is funny with Calcuna in coach. I don't get a cam for him, unfortunately, but yeah, he is 3 years younger than the man who's subbing in for him, leading this team. One of the oldest players actually on this roster, generally speaking, without the substitute of Autumn, right? You got to look at it.
Yeah. 19
years of age, everyone else 18, Drog 16. Viti,
makes me feel
now would
so
be the
old,
time to start praying. You would hope that it's not gotten that far away from them so far yet.
Yeah. I know Drog his birthday's probably before mine, but there's a chance that like I'm nearly 10 years older than Drog come October, which scares me.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is a little bit scary. How much better than you he is as well. I'm joking. But no, jokes aside, I think, look, biggest takeaway from me, late round there, we saw Apina down to 4 players, and they played 2 and 2 either side. If Drog is up and you've got his utility, I think they need to be making some big game calls in terms of where they're putting bodies on the line.
I think as well, like Drog's utility has been so easily destroyed. I know you have to put that trip on B main, but it's been made easy. These fights though are great. Thing is though, you've still got to come in with Autumn's Operator. They're even going to invest the Hunter's Fury as well, which gets another pick without even having to invest bodies into the situation. Shinnok at least gets one back with the Operator, but with Autumn so low, this becomes a really tough duel to try and get back from.
Chuckle's been so good with his ult, but that loss of Viti is huge because now you're missing out the toxic screen to dice up some of these angles. Autumn still retaking with the op of his own, like you say. Does close that gap just a little bit closer to where Chuckle is away from him. Everyone fighting on their Losum, left to their own devices. Can Apina best Metasport because the time is running low and Waken happy to take that fight this time. The backstab's already prepared, Cairo. You can tell how this one will be concluding.
And there you have it. And has it not only that though, right? That is a tough loss for Apina Orchestere to lose out that round. But the second stab in the back for them is that was a round that they invested in. And fair enough, there was a couple of sheriffs that did the work. But on top of that, you invested in Autumn's Op. They don't have another round where they could get that back.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, with how good Apina have looked in some of these retakes before, I would love to see them, again, like I said, just almost completely give up one side of the map and play to flood back in. You know, work with the rifles, forget about the Operator. And if you are going to invest it, have that be the one that holds down a line instead. Into another gun round. No scoped weaponry supplied to them this time. big ults available for both. Hits on either side, but Autumn has the antidote. The dimensional drift is his. Will we see it used? Will he get a chance?
That's the questions that we're going to be asking. And with Autumn on the A site, he's patiently holding down the angle, and you can see them just comment to each other about that information that's happening. Like, for instance, that info dart at top mid.
And I think Metasport have been so good on these pops when they need to just fly out the site, taking as much map material away from Apina as possible. They're already very close to executing. And the bigger part for me is like, yeah, you have these tools. You had an op, you have, you know, maybe Drog set up. Is it Vitti's pit? I would like to see them, you know, invest something early. Make Metasport have to fight for these sites, make life a little more difficult, and they might have to this time.
Autumn setting himself up, but Demer's just there for the trade. At least Vitti's come and introduced themselves. 30 points of HP, and he's slowly being forced out. Doesn't want to give himself up with the advantage that they have. Just note there's one more player still in mid. Finally, Shinnok is getting drawn across as that Viper wall allows the players to cross the site. Weekends up still unavailable. Spike being able to go down easily. And it will be a 3v3 until Draw can get there.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing, right? Apina have the advantage for the second round in a row here. Autumn is lost, so again, there's no tools to try and unpack the pit. Wecken finding that one onto Brady has made life a real difficulty for them now. While the even standing is there, the post plant already well set up, and as Chuckle peers into the pit, his health starts to peel away. The Recon won't be finding anyone this time. Wecken already circling his prey with a shorty in his hand. Ozzy gets his one and peeks out to see Wecken murder another in plain sight. 7-1. Metasport are here to play on map number 2.
Haza, this is just a slaughter, right? This is like lambs to a slaughter. Apina Orchestere, they've been trying different things so far on the defensive side. But like the retakes and stuff, they just haven't worked out. Every time it seems as if Metasport know exactly what they want to do. And every time it just counters Apina Orchestere. Like, they just don't have a chance. And it feels almost desperate when you see things like Drog buying up a rifle with no shields. One thing I want to talk about compositionally between the two is like, you look at Autumn, who's been dying early first so many times, and like how that's hindering Apina Orchestre's retakes and losing out those flashes.
I'm happy to talk about the inverse here as well, because Dema's the first to go this time. And in terms of work that he's done to gut some of these sites and play in the rest of his team, well, he's been invaluable. Melo's going to tag out the cam. Again, look at Drog's utility. It's all been stripped away from him, and sure, he won't have had much coming in here. This is the light investment, but that Vandal's already found use. It's going to be getting dirty pretty quick, because you can see Metasport are prepared to push once more.
Blocking vision.
They put Metasport into an execute where they have to win out on gunfights. That's what they're expected to do. You think about beacons and them being probably having to do these positions so many times, and Ozzy's found Chuckle on the rotate in transition. The players are now on site. 30 seconds.
30 seconds left.
They're already thinking about this. Look, Kaza, they've got an idea. After getting that kill on the rotate, straight towards A. There's only one player sitting.
Gonna flip the map. It has to be the Vitti show right here, right now. Autumn catches Shinnok trailing away through middle. Spike plant already coming in. He's ready to take this fight, Vitti, and he'll win it. Waken gets one through mid. Spike is dropped out in the open. Players circling in. Ozzy the next to be shown the door. Apina walk across the threshold themselves. Finally, we see them show something in this second map.
Yeah, but I feel as if Haza, that perhaps was just Metasport not being aware of the positions they were in. Comes from Shinnok getting lost in mid, not realising there's a player still on site. They allow the opportunities and the fights to be taken. And then on top of that, that's just where it comes out, or what it comes down to is the gunfights once again.
Yeah. And the position of Vitti here really is what wins the round for them. Not committing to any kind of over-rotation. It's been their Achilles heel when you actually look at how they've been to stop these executes preparation-wise, and Metasport are not going to give them a single moment of respite. They're straight into the execute, but Vitti has it covered with the pit. It's the pity.
The pity has been invested, but it's the game or the other players on the site that we have to be aware of. And Apino Orchestra this time round are not making any mistakes when it comes to these duels. Metasport's still well aware and still well able to fight their way in. It's just Shinnok and Mello. Spike's still in Mello's pocket and he's slowly walking away. But leaves Shinnok to do it all. Finally, that dimensional drift is invested.
Autumn is a madman. He's just come out of the ult and TP'd away right in front of the side of Shinnok's head. Mello making space, walking back up, waiting for the time to be right for his reprisal. Apina, absolutely no idea, and from within Ready Smoke, the backstab is prepared. They're lining up for Shinnok, and it's all going wrong for Apina again. Unless Autumn has something to say, but his mouth is zipped shut. Shinnok with another quad kill, bringing Metasport up to an 8th.
Like that is a disaster, Hazard. That is a disaster. Like, you only see one player, right? You see Autumn, he sees one player out on tiles. One. There's still 2 in the server. Where's the other one went? Has he went to B? Has he locked up mid? Has he went through tube? These are the things that is always going to be in the back of your head. But he just walks up and then they forget about the player that was out on main. Like,
Goldfish memory. I know that these players are young, but yeah, that's it. It's just painful to watch because it's so close to being exactly where you want it. And there are a few teams in this league which have similar issues. First that comes to mind is OnlyFins. That cam has got a shock dart.
oh man.
But it's tough to take. And look,
Listen, mate, it's TikTok brain, I'm telling you.
yeah. I was literally getting ready to say, you know, I pity the fool that pushes the vitty pity. It wasn't going to happen. We need more from them than just hero plays here. We need a team effort, of which it's been a little lacking so far. And there are bodies on the site this time. Brady with players to his back. He swivels around to take nearly 2. It's Mello instead that will get the double kill, and Autumn still lingering out in the open. Does get put down, and Metasport steady the numbers once again.
0-30, you know where the last 2 players are. Vitty is just going to collect himself with Chuckle. That's a great shock dart.
30 seconds
A
left.
pause. It's time still ticking away. Don't want to use the toxins up just yet because you don't want to go back in. Creating a cross. Shinnok just hiding himself on half wall. This is a real issue if you don't clear this out.
Oh, what?
Oh, what are you doing?
Spike down B.
Yeah, clutching at straws there, swinging at the air. The dart nearly lands right on Shinnok. He's gone now. Chuckle with 3 kills on the site defense between both him and Vitty. We do start to see a little bit of that team game that we were talking about. There's no room to be making these individual plays against Metasport, I don't think, because honestly, with all the firepower that each of these guys have, I would almost say that Metasport have, you know, a little bit more on a map like this, especially. It sort of tailors to their style of play. Huge round though, because, you know, Apina lose out on this one. I know we had a lot of 9-3s last week. I think it might be a little too big of a hill to climb.
I mean, knowing us too, man, like, and what happened last week, we jinxed it so many times. This is going to be big, though. Demo's out on his own on A main. Nobody's holding it entirely. I mean, you've got Autumn's op. They have noted it. The Hunter's Fury is the one that's going to fire off. Nobody hitting mid, though.
Yeah, it's a long way to go to get that second tag once the TP is involved, but it's done a good job to clear out that position. Chuckle this time, oh, the drones just crossed the corner. Wekin's not taking the timing, but he's right in front of him. Actually on the ledge of bridge, so wouldn't have been spotted, but I think this is where the gaps have ultimately popped up.
Yeah.
Through the middle of the map, and last time Chuckle was caught on a timing, and I think Wekin might have this one down to the second again.
But it's the A side of the map that's under siege, has it? They don't know it yet, but it's the Trojan horse.
Last 30 seconds, this is where I said before, you want Apina to be a little more decisive. They've got Autumn at the forefront. Shot goes straight in towards the snakebite setup as well. Chuckle is here. and take a step back instead of forward this time. Dema comes right into his arms. Viti needs to be a strong showing from him. Cut to the corner. Shorty comes out. Shinnok goes down, and still there's one bullet left in the canister. He sends it out with no return. A 3-on-3. Viti back to the wall. Cleared out by Metasport. Now they have the advantage once again.
It's this wall, the Astro Wall, the Cosmic Divide is posing such an issue. The Shorty up close, doing extra damage to Aussie. Is it enough? It certainly is. And Drog will push them to a 4th. A real lifeline for this next half. Hazard, like, it just feels so disconnected, so scrappy in the end. The wall's proven to be an issue, but Apina just pushing that boat out a little further to get closer to Metasport.
Yeah. Look like Metasport, the Green Vikings, the one that had pushed the boat out themselves. But Apina staging a bit of a comeback here, which is nice to see, because I've got to say, Cairo, look, I love Challengers North, Polaris, it's my safe space, but watching Metasport play Breeze makes me upset. Every time I have seen it so far, it's just been the most outlandish fight all across the map all the time. And look, on this occasion, and as I said it a little bit on Sunset as well, when things get chaotic, they're getting the better of Apina. It feels like they're second-guessing themselves a lot of the time, but they look to be the architects of chaos this time. It's 5 players at the B barrier.
This is the one thing I will say though, I'm expecting so much better of Apina on the attacking side than on the defence. Just purely it should be easier than that. They have a better macro read majority of the time. There's a trip towards backside already noted. There's players a little bit low because of the Viper wall, but all in, the fights that Metasport offer are ones that are in favour of Apina Orchesteri. Plenty of information from that info dart, and the 3 remaining players from Metasport are completely disconnected.
Yeah, 4-player reveal with Waken closing the gap. Clipping away at their heels. Spike not yet planted. That could take someone out of the situation, but it won't be Viti. A 3rd for him now. And a 3-on-2 sets the scene. Apina with the advantage. They can't really get anyone out on site to get that spike down though. We've got less than a minute left. It was just the Toxins coming back online, which they needed, and a recon to support that and make sure no one peeks from half wall.
That's so nice. Just nice patience, knowing what they need to get the spike down and prioritise that. The info dart to back it up. Here's a second one with 3 reveals. But the thing is though, does it actually have any capitalisation? An ace for Viti potentially, and that's 4 ultimate orbs in the back pocket. Shinnok up close towards elbow, but it's like ships in the night. They've missed each other. Round and round to go, the carousel, and one player getting caught out. It's just not valuable. They didn't get the picks. It's just damage at the end of the day, and it will be an ace in the end for Viti. 5 orbs, Hazza, towards that Viper's pit is going to be huge for the later stages of this half.
Yeah, 5 for Viti, 5 for Apina. And hey, look, I pity Metasport this time, because he's going to be pretty close to that in the gun round. I want to see, look, where's the bias here? Are they going to try and take an early orb, something of the sort? You've got Brady hanging around outside B nice and early here. Something I've neglected to mention, by the way, Shinnok 17 and 5. Individually, this has been fantastic from him, but we need to see the rest of Metasport making sure that they're chiming in on this defender's side as well.
Well, they've gambled towards B. They've invested this utility, hoping that it's enough to push Apina towards the B side of the map, but it's not. Or is it?
Well, they're non-committal here, Cairo. That's the biggest thing that I can say early on. They're just trying to suss out if Metasport want to get aggressive. I think, you know, defender's side last time, sure, it was Waken's first official on the duel list, but he was quite happy to just push up and take fights. And this is something they're thinking about now. I don't think it'll happen, and the drone should confirm their suspicions that A is in fact clear and this is the place to go.
Nah, it's nice from Drog. He's just holding it down, but that's not enough to give away like any sort of information. It'll be the spike plant that gives it away, and not only that, right? If you're if you're Mellow and you were still in tube, you would have heard all the audibles. So that's a big loss for Metasport early in this round.
Yeah. I mean, look, this is the thing, right? You bring in the Yorucom, you're going to have set pieces. I want to know how deep the playbook goes for Apina, because as the desk was saying, they've had time to set this one up. A microcosm of the post plant, because again, Time to set up for post here. You shouldn't be losing too many guns. That was a big issue with Metasport early on. A lot of the guns went missing for them, and ooh, that's going to be one of them.
I think they're chucking Vitty pistols so that he can go and duel the 4 players in mid. I mean,
He's
he's
gone
close to the Viper's pit.
Yeah. Classic technique, right? Send him to battle with just a pistol.
Classic technique into battle? Don't think there's any historical evidence of that, has there?
You know more than me, mate. I got a history degree, but not much use of that one now, let's just say.
I'm just taking the mic. But at the same time, though, again, decent enough. But I think that round was essentially made by Metasport gambling on the B side and Apina going towards A.
Ooh.
Oh no.
Technical pause called. Aussie head in his hands. As it cuts back to him, it looks a little better. And again, you can only think that this is an issue on the Metasport side of the server, and we'll have that confirmation come through in due course. Doesn't look too happy, honestly. I hope he's doing all right. And yeah, in fact, another player missing on the Metasport side. And you can see they are in disbelief here, Cairo, because not only have Apina found those first couple of rounds, they've kept 2 rifles into the next, or well, 4 I should say, with the Outlaw Guardian as well. It's 2 rifles that Metasport have already bought when the crash came in.
I'm gonna say something, Hazel, right?
Go on.
I'm not a guy who likes to point fingers. Fair enough, I pointed a finger last week. Meg sounds like egg. With the
I already see
9-3s.
where this is going.
Yep. We had a conversation with Mitchman. We were talking about the upcoming week, and he was like, "Cairo Haza, like, I'm gonna ask you, like, what's it like? Is there many technical issues? Like, do we have any technical pauses?" And we said, "No, to be honest, a lot of the time, like the setup that we have, the production is really good. So very rarely do we have technical pauses." And he was like, "Great, that's what I love to hear." And as we come into this one, what do we have, Mitchman? Hang your head in shame.
Yeah, I mean, he did sort of will it to happen a little bit.
Yeah.
I won't lie. He did actually, I'm being serious with you all here. He did ask, have you guys had tech issues?
Yeah.
It's like, let me introduce you to something from VCT NBA. Jokes aside.
To be fair, the other aspect to this, Tom Biz, when he was on the desk, that was the other time that we had extensive tech pauses. So I'm just saying,
That is true.
the VCT bug is a real thing.
It was also on Breeze as well.
That's true.
We even lost the HUD. I ended up,
yeah.
I nearly fell asleep on my bed. It was terrible. Terrible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Breeze is a great map.
This, honestly, we actually had one on Breeze the other day as well. This map is cursed. It is cursed. I mean, look.
At least it's going.
I'll give you my hot take actually here.
Okay.
And this is one that I think a lot of people didn't agree with. I'm going to get smitten for this. I actually preferred this map when Tube was closed. And maybe that's me as like a lazy A-hold player who doesn't like getting stabbed in the back round after round.
No, I agree, because like you still have the importance of Switch, but you can also play for it,
I think it did feel a bit non-functional at times, like, like an ISO ultimate almost, but just part of the map. Like, if you guys want to 1v1 each other, you can through the railing, like the option is there. And it did introduce some interesting workarounds as well. I can remember, I think it was Team Casse had like a lineup to bounce a shock, which opened the vent to like get a guy through or something.
I just think, like, see, honestly, right, half the issue is made by, like, how big the map is. I think, like, if you remove some of the space towards either the back of A or the front of B and just kind of, like, almost, like, smoosh it together, like, you know what I mean? Just eliminate some of that space, but still keeping it big, right, because that's the characteristic of the map. Because there's some of that space there that isn't needed, in my opinion. Like, you don't need that big, massive gap from, like in B main, right? That could be smaller. Mid can be smaller. A main can be smaller, and still keeping it big, open sites, but just with like less distance.
All right. question. What do we think Chuckle's got up on the phone there? I don't know if we can cut over to him quickly. Do you think it's like... I got a couple of guesses.
Okay.
He's gone portrait mode. I was thinking maybe like Clash of Clans, checking the base, making sure no one's raided him like halfway through the game.
He's playing Marvel Snap, mate.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
He's playing Marvel Snap. I've not played it. Ooh.
Oh, he's vibing.
I don't know what that is. Maybe he's recording a TikTok.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah.
What is your favourite TikTok to like dance? Because you've been known to do a couple.
I have. For those who watched the second split of Polaris last year, they will know that I said if a certain team, when, you know, if they managed to pick up a win, I'd do a TikTok dance. An E-Masters team, they won twice. I did 2 dances. I did the Cupid dance.
Yeah.
That was all right. I know that some of the Apex boys on boot camp were actually doing TikTok dances. I think Avova has one in his locker. Maybe I'm misspeaking here.
I would love to see Avova doing like the Cupid dance. I think that would be an interesting one.
Show us what's on your phone, Chuckle man. Come on. He's keeping us guessing. I wonder sometimes if the players forget that they're on camera, because I know we have a couple of showmen. I know Soren absolutely loves it.
Mate, he can tell he loves it, man. That guy lives for the cams.
He does.
And
he's like, I love the mentality as well that he's like, you know, giving it a little round of applause after every round, like putting his hands together, like nice boys, nice, like another round on the board.
The one I love is when he like against Apex when he like got the sheriff face, and then it was just like, I know, like I hate people using the word aura, but that guy had aura after that clutch, man. I was actually sitting there stunned.
He knew there's no one else that camera's going to be looking at when I've just 1v5'd the team which hasn't lost a map in God knows how long.
Oh man.
He just instantly swivels over.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I don't know, man. I don't get the whole aura thing. This guy has frozen aura, maybe. I don't know.
Frozen?
Stone cold.
What's the song? What's the give us a Frozen song.
No, I actually won't.
Okay.
I can't really remember, to be honest. I just remember watching the second one, and I'm pretty sure the plot of the second Frozen film, not to go too far off script here, is literally just there are other people with ice powers, and they're just shouting at you the whole time. Like
I've not watched it.
I just remember it just hit, like the whole plot was Elsa is trying to find someone, and they are just shouting.
Okay.
Which is what we can get back to now. That's what we do best, shouting, of course.
Yeah.
And it's 15 seconds until we get that chance to do it again. The map is frozen no longer. We've broken the ice, and we're ready to go.
Yeah, I guess we're now in more of a Moana state as we stand by the edge of the water. But the big thing for me is the Apina buy here.
Yeah.
Plenty of guns to work with. Plenty of firepower, and for this tech round, Metasport have actually scaled in towards mid. Brady needs to be careful, and if they don't clear this corner...
Oh, there's 2 players here. Waken, they're circling in. They know all about Brady, and he'll be calling to the rest of his team. Get on A and get the spike planted now. Autumn taking it one step further. The room is his to walk into. What can he say except, you're welcome?
It's the rifle upgrade for Autumn that's probably the biggest here. And he's even got Shinlock and Mello. Drogs in the back lines just holding on towards mid here. They have no idea. Metasport, everything's been flipped on their head. And that's how it's done.
I mean, look at Metasport, no cash in pocket. They just completely flipped the map on them. Brady's right at the center of things, pulling the strings. He's under the cosh, and he just said, guys, get out on A, take all the room that you can. Autumn walks up, Drog dealing with the flank. It is brilliant work.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is exactly what Metasport did to Apino Orchesteri. And the thing that worries me the most about that round was that you actually saw Drog get the pick earlier on A main, right? And then on top of that, he just builds on top of it. Metasport not having the heads up to check behind him. Not even a call.
Here we go. Oh, nice shot, Ozzy. He's found quite a few of these, Cairo, I'll be honest, and they usually come in rounds where Metasport need them. Look at the flank coming in as well. You've got Waken queuing up behind this trap wire. Does have the updraft to send himself over it. It's going to wait for Demo to do it first.
There you go. 4th round, Viper's Pit. Was waiting for when it was going to be introduced. And Brady finding Demo. The player's trying to get up. It's looking easy enough. Autumn's woken up. The rifle now working. And it's working well, man.
Autumn just getting the entries again, and the plan is foiled. Metasport unable to convert that one. We're at 8 apiece. They've equalized the score. They found 4 rounds in a row. Cairo, this one is concerning. I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Look, we put our stock in Pina closing. We said, look, even if it gets to Lotus, the track record is good there as well. But from this kind of position now, you've got no momentum at all. And honestly, I back the use of the timeout here at all. Completely.
Yeah, you've got to stop it, because if you don't stop it, Pina Orchestra are going to keep building. And not only that, you've got the ultimates that are really starting to come online. By the way, that's a couple of rounds that Demo's been searching down the left-hand side of his desk. What do you think he's looking for?
I don't know.
Wait a second. Let's cycle through the cams and see if Demo... Yeah, he's still looking.
He's looking for a Metasport round on the defense, I think. Yet to find it. Maybe they'll find one soon. You would hope so, right? The tactical timeout's coming.
He's still looking, man.
Yeah,
but yeah,
better luck next time.
What do you change?
Oh my God, okay.
Jump scare.
He's looking a little closer to home. I'll be honest, mate, I'm putting my hands above my head. I have nothing for you.
Yeah, but like, what does Metasport change here, right? They've tried to be aggressive. They've tried to take things on the front foot.
Yeah, look, Cairo, he has his eyes on you. He's asking you. On a serious note, what do Metasport do here? They've got the operator in play from Waken, and well, this might just be what they're looking for.
Could be, but Chuckle's taking that. Oh, but the thing is, though, about it, is they've left Brady posted up. And I think this is a mid-split. If you look towards where the players are going, you leave Brady to hold on towards main, then you head back to A. Hearing all the steps, Demo.
Yeah. Oh, what can he do from this position, though? You don't want to be the guy that takes the duel and loses it. But at the same time, right, Metasport need to keep that confidence about them, because it's what got them such a strong scoreline in the first half. Viti on the other side of this nebula, thinking about walking up. Demo is up close. Viti catches him first. An opening pick, and now it's all on the shoulders of Waken to make sure that this site holds.
And he's been, it's a dimensional drift that's noted him. At the same time, the Hunter's Fury isn't hitting, and all the ultimates being sent forward. That's at least 3 on this round. The Metasport hip fire of the op. That's all it's good for, just 1. And meanwhile, they're still down a player. The spike is down. You get Drog coming up through top mid. It's going to happen again, Hazard. They're going to fall to Drog.
Drog walking up so casually. It should be a regal reintroduction, and it will be. Mello is gone. Next up is Ozzy. His fellow countryman on the opposite side. 8-8, but this will be 9 for Apina. No way that this one goes now. Shinnok falls, Drog winning out again, and will continue to linger on the back of their minds until the round is done. Apina back in the lead.
But it's not only that, right? It's the fact that, like, this is what Shinnok was doing, and it proved to be a real issue for Apina Orchestra on the other side. But at the same time, like, one thing I want to say is, like, Drog is creating this phantom pressure, right, that will always be on the back of the mind of the Pina Orchestra or the Metasport players. Because, like, whenever you go for a take, you're thinking, is there one mid? Is there one locked all the way up through nest? Like, if you, all Drog needs to do is get one pick, and then, like, the whole retake is either sent forward into a position they don't want to be on, or it's even tougher.
Yeah.
Yeah, and one thing that I'll say, like, it's totally out of everybody's hands, but you can't help but feel for the players here with it being stop start, and that's not even including things like timeouts.
Yeah, I mean, I think like on this round as well, nice no scope from Waken. You know, rewind it as much as you like, it didn't change the outcome. The combination utility wasn't quite ideal there. Honestly, if we're sending in Autumn with his ult, do we really want him coming out of it with an operator? Probably not. I mean, the guy has shown that he can use it. And Waken his blades already creeping up behind the B play. Drog through middle again, but A already expanding as this one carries on. I may just catch the timing here, I'm not sure.
Waken's got a lot of information by sending it down elbow. But if he goes any further through mid, like there is players waiting, but more notably Drog.
Yeah. It's like, how much further is he going to drift? Do you know what I mean? He's actually going to be here to greet the players as they come back towards B. At this time in the round, though, elbow is a clear that you're going to be making. It doesn't have the same effect as if he was under window, for example. And they've already crossed to that point now, so they'll be in the sight by the time he turns around.
Here.
I mean, they don't also want to give the cue that they've dropped. They're going back to A again.
Yeah,
30
but
seconds
the
left.
thing is, though, is Drog's actually shown himself in mid as well. Metasport slowly backing off. His pistols, though, and Aussies has been working so well. You've mentioned it before. It's looking good for Metasport so far. Well, these rifle off. But it's the rifles that need to win out here. If you're a Pino Orchestra fan, yep, the spike's still not down. They're still trying to force the issue. And when you force it into pistols, sometimes, Hazza, it can be an unmovable object.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've forced 4 players on the site there, and Apina walked straight into it. Like, they didn't really clear anywhere else on the map. The Blades isn't made to much. Viti checked the flank, Waken went down, and then you just not got anywhere near enough time left to make anything happen. And like I said before, the utility which looked so good for Apina is missing on that round, and we come into this one here, which is going to be absolutely huge in making sure that they can restore order and keep themselves going. It's an op duel in mid that starts.
And it's Autumn that wins it out. There you go, the entry pick, no jet. That's massive now. Not only that, because Apino Orchestra have been good at just converting these advantages once they get them.
I talked of it earlier as well. There's going to be the odd round where Waken makes a move like that and just has a look about. And he did it on the previous. Apina just failed to note it. It's what allowed for such a heavy lean towards A instead.
Not only that though, right? Like, if you want to talk about look about, look at Dema and the position that he holds in mid.
Well, Autumn has burnt through that first gate crash, so no Euro TP to get across these snake bites, which were coming out early from Aussie. The only one here, Dema with an early backstab, already walking on up. Aussie needs to get more than one. Rotation already called. Metasport with numbers available to them, but they're starting to fall. And now twice as many up and available for Apina. Dema has the ult, but he's broken the trip for the fight, which he loses.
Yeah, this is so nice, and then it's now Brady. They know that the late play could be coming in, expecting it perhaps to be Drog, but it's Brady this time, and they make no mistakes about it. It's a conversion of an advantage once again. And it comes from Waken, and I hate to see it. Like, not only just the entry pick, but just the advantage that they use.
Yeah. Viti.
There you go.
I was going to say it's the furthest away from his cam I've ever seen him.
Yeah. But yeah, no. It's just like, I think as well, they're offering Metasport individual duels, and this is the other aspect, right? The flip of the coin to, like, Apino offering them duels. Like, yeah, there's a chance Metasport can win them out, but there's also a chance that Metasport can lose them, and that's what we've been seeing, the current trend. And there's the op.
Thinking about the peak from Waken there, how much more support was he going to get? Dema by his side, looking for a re-peek through the smoke. It was expected, but Autumn second guesses the angle, allows that one to slip through. for Metasport to hold on to the advantage. A lost in the process. Another open one, which they can set up shop in. A big vacuum on the right-hand side. They're playing for the retake here, Metasport. You can already see it. They've got the pit. They have got the Euro ult as well. There's not much missing for them here.
Yeah, but the thing is though as well, like because of Drogs flank up through mid and up through tube, Brady might not be in the best position here because you can see them that they want to try and clear this out.
Trying to make it an issue. Brady feasting off the back of his teammate's utility. His own wall goes up in the face. Mello trying to get out, but he's locked behind the wall, and taking one brings it back in a 3-on-2. Back within one, a solo man advantage for Apina.
Trying to get in through the site. Vitty's going to win that one out. Now it's up to Mello. 1v2, Op's not hit. He's jumped up and took his knife out. He's noted the time's low. This will be an Apina Orchesterry round, and it's all come through the hands of Brady. A massive play in the end through tube. And the thing about it, Hazza, Metasport had an idea. They just didn't win out the duels.
Yeah. Again, you can't help but feel that Apina are the biggest benefactor off of these breaks in play, that they've been able to just keep calm and, you know, keep on going through these rounds as well, where, you know, it somewhat feels like they're in control somehow on this attack side, that Metasport are playing into the game plan. It's a timeout of their own here again on the defense. I'm curious to see what they're locked for.
Yeah, like how do you change it up? How do you talk about it?
Apina, 2 big ults in the previous. They have 3 of their own to come back in with, but you've got to talk about spacing here as well, because they trail by a couple of rounds and that economy is well established.
Exactly. I think that's the biggest point. Like, you're going to be able to keep going, and even if you do lose out a round, majority of the time here, right? You think to the last couple of rounds, how many rounds have Apina Orchesterry been able to get that spike down? Majority of them, right? Like, you look towards the majority, like you think about the post plans, etc. The retakes haven't been really working out for Metasport. In fact, the only round that they did win out was the early duels through the pistols.
Yeah, and honestly, one of the big changes to that previous round that has worked a couple of times for Apina is balancing having a good post plant with players on the site to trade and a little bit of aggression, just a hint thrown in somewhere. As Brady there, we've seen Otom do it a couple of times before as well. It has worked out for them more often than not, because Metasport, in these retakes, when they don't have space left for them, have struggled to contain it. 3 sheriffs, but 3 ultimates. Could they pull off the unthinkable here and bring us to double digits?
They're going to need to. If they lose out this, you're starting to realise that things are getting dangerous. Demo's had to burn the TP out because of the gravity well. Look at the double stack of trips as well. Even if you get by the first, still a second.
Yeah.
There's nothing to take those trips offline apart from maybe shocks if they're placed in the right position.
I think you've got to be thinking about waiting to get that gravity well back as well, because there was lots of good utility at the start, couldn't capitalise. Aussie again with this Sheriff. Dema alongside him. Sure, Drog will get one and get out, but it's a 4-on-2, and those rifles have recirculated back into the hands of the Metasport players. First trap gone, more where that came from. Nonetheless, Shinnok goes down and Brady finds him. He's having a game now, the captain. He'll hold the torch and lead the rest of his team forward. How much further can they take this round?
Yeah, Drog knows there's a player there, and it's easy. It's easy, Hazard. This spike can go down now. This is becoming worse and worse. Dimensional drift is big, and it's actually played in the Hunter's Fury. Drog's getting caught, and he's managed to escape it.
But there's no TP though. There's no way back out for Dema. Drog disengaging does allow him a little moment's notice to set up. It's a 2v1 for Brady, and he can't do it. A triple kill from Dema that takes them to double digits. Everything goes their way, and they win it.
I mean, Drog's trying to dance away from the Hunter's Fury, but it takes him in towards CT. Surely a better position is to head towards main. There's so many different decision making there, like in terms of like they're basing that off of the earlier neural theft where there was players in mid. Worried about it.
Sure. The fact that Apina bring that back to a 2-on-2 from a 4 versus 2 was huge. And again, just being able to play off the back of one another has been the biggest merit that I can say so far. And this time around, Aussie brings the pit out early, and Apina want to fight through this, it seems.
Yeah, they're using the out drone to try and find them, and they're in the right position.
Aussie's already passed it.
Yeah. Oh, that's a great spam. They must have noticed where he was, and that's the pit down. That's 3 ultimates invested in 2 rounds.
Shinnok towards the back of sight. Needs to hold on a little longer. Save face at the very least. The pit is up. Waken in behind. First kill goes his way, but immediately Apina putting their foot down, as do Metasport. The final flood comes through, but Viti, with the green fumes still down on site, his position is revealed at the first time. The information does go cold. He's isolated the first and was on for the second. Shinnok takes him down. Tied up again at 11 each way.
It's just so scrappy in the end. Metasport get the value out of the ultimates that they were looking for, and now Apina Orchesteri, where have they left themselves? Metasport, if they get the value out of the ultimates, that's what they were saying. That was their only way to find their way back into the game. And now, back even. No teams with any real ultimates apart from the dimensional drift.
Cairo, you know where we've arrived though. We're at a crossroads. It is Metasport time. It was Hookah's o'clock before. We're back within the final 2 rounds, the ones which will decide this as the 24 are on the cards. They've started off well. Waken's found the openers. Job may just go down here as well, but he'll win against Aussie this time.
Yeah, but look where Brady is. They're all distracted by the position of switch, and if you can play on Brady here to get at least one, he's missed out! The timing's insane!
He just did not know. And now Metasport finally might be showing up to the fight when it needed of the most. They have done. Map point on the pick of their own selection to send us to a decider. Some big opening kills from Waken. Finally things start to go his way.
One more round,
the rest of Metasport with it.
One more round. We are guaranteed maximum regulation between these two. While the map hasn't been the most extraordinary Valorant, what you have to say though is both teams have had real good shining moments. I think this is the correct time for Apina Orchesteri to time out. Talk about it perhaps even a round earlier after the 2 rounds of Metasport. But Autumn going down early, I think is, I don't want to call it a disaster, but essentially it sets up the round because you lose out on the dimensional drift. The only ultimate that you had in play.
And it would have been big information. Now. That's the silver lining, right?
Yeah.
You have one more round to attack. In terms of taking account of both teams, that is just the one ultimate. Ready, a single point away from the Cosmic Divide, which could prove useful. Shinnok topping things right now. It's really been decided by these anchor players at times to deliver for their squads. Come into another round where Apina look like they want in on the A play with nobody there except for Dema.
This is going to be massive.
This is
if he TP's out, Hazard is towards the B site and he's going to be late in terms of supporting his teammates back in.
I mean, big win condition for Apina, always just taking that extra space towards backside. They cleared it out, but they did not sit on it. The spike plant comes through, like you say, Cosmic Divide there with it, allowing Metasport to funnel both back in through mid and towards orange from bridge.
Yeah, that's true. It gets them into these better positions, but on top of that, it allows it for Apina Orchesteri to hold this easier. Right, there's the first pick. Dema sends himself through. Waken though, locks his way in without even being noted. We're back even.
Blades are back up, already updrafted other side of the screen. Does get taken down by Viti, and numbers now an issue. Brady with the pull available, already used it up. Kills back for Metasport. A 2-on-2 situation. Cage going down, it's just like no, as it activates. There is no chance left. Play will be extended. Whether Apina are left alive to survive the round or not, 24 will not be enough.
24 rounds and still even has all the way to overtime. We will have to have a round difference of 2 to decide it between these two. 8-4, 8-4. We know what is the better side. It is the attacking side. Now it's all about who can win on the defence and then combo it with an attacking round.
And as we come into this, Cairo, there's only one thing that I'm thinking about on the back of my mind. It's that if Apina take this, it's going to be exactly the same as it was for last week for Metasport. A 13-11 loss map 1 into an overtime loss on the second. 2 very fine margins where they fail to close unless they can get that monkey off their back, quite literally. And Tom's gone down first, so a good start for them here.
He's taken that glass cannon up and risked it all. That's an awkward trap. It's placed very, very low, easily jump overable.
I mean, you look at the trap that you have here from Apina as well, right? We've not too often seen Viti and Drog both stack up the site together, but they're layering that utility. You've got the trap to stop a player coming through tunnel and mid, but instead the pathing is different. Wecken getting ready for a backstab. The door will close, but he's headed bridge.
Oh, and Chuckle has no idea. He's right behind him. The pantomime villain, he'll introduce himself, but that's big exactly. Viti getting it and still keeping the numbers somewhat close. The issue is now is straight away they're pressing the goal button on towards B. Drog's at the back side and he can't quite get the kill.
Second flank coming in as well. Shinnok remains in tube. Drog creeping around the side. One player in the rat spot, one on the default. Takes out the first, wins the duel on the second. In towards his own cage. Breddy's gone on the flank, but they know one of these players is far removed from the situation. It's a 2-on-2 and they have information on half of it.
Oh, they're going to combine themselves in towards main. This is even better now because you can put up the orb and it makes it even harder for Metasport. Now, a tap of the spike. They only hear one rifle going off. The second now being seen. They have to get on towards the spike, but time is ticking down. In fact, so are the players. This is looking good. Shot it out, jump out, and there you have it. Drog will win the first defensive round for Apina Orchesteri. And that's massive. Because not only that though, Hazza, and the reason why I'm getting so excited for it, they were only able to win 4 on their first half. They struggled on this side.
Oh man. And now they head on to the attack, where things did look good, where they could stoke the embers of a comeback. And again, look, Ultima's even saying, oh my god, like, what? How close is that? And it's a technical pause, okay, yeah, no, I get why he was annoyed now. That makes plenty more sense. This is the last thing you want if you're Metasport too, because Apina have got so much time to formulate a plan. I think probably they just want to carry that momentum through, so it will work against them as well. But, you know, for me, if you're Metasport, it's like, can this day get any worse? We're going to, you know, potentially lose the series 2-0 in as close a fashion as we've seen on any of the maps that they've played so far. Just missing the finishing touches week after week.
It's incredible. It truly is. Like, the fact that you put yourselves in such good positions. I still think if it went to Lotus, Apina Orchesteri with a deadlock comp, that is deadly. It's just about how you bounce back, right? From the frustrations, losing what was your attacking round, the round that you're most likely to win, just going off of how this map has played out so far. Trog's just looking about, looking out the seas. This might play so good.
Across the ocean.
He's so tranquil. He gets himself into the mindset. I've actually got a question for you, Hazard. Do you think Demer's still looking down the side of his desk?
Well, we won't know. He'll be staring into our soul if given the chance. Drog looking out across the ocean. Oh, okay. Cheers. Yeah, good. Thanks for the confirmation. Yeah, Drog. If we beat all our enemies out there,
Does that mean we're finally free?
I'm just
Attack on
thinking.
Titan. Yeah, he's still looking. He is still looking.
He's still looking. Jesus, man.
Oh.
Like, I think when we actually got rid of it, that's when Metasport started to win, if I'm right in saying. So maybe when he stops looking like Metasport are more locked in.
Yeah.
What do you think he's looking for?
Well, you said Metasport rounds. They did actually find a few of those.
Yeah, that's true.
But again, it's like that map point round that they can't convert, you know? When the pressure is up, when the chips are down. They're not there for it. I mean, I already
Is this what the technical pauses are being called for? Like, Demo's just like consistently, he's just like, mate, give me a minute, I need to try and find it.
Yeah. Well,
Is
I
he
know
still-
that, like, for the online games, I guess you can have, like, notes on your desk or whatever, right? Because I know that in different esport, at the top level, like, you can have a little notepad.
Yeah. I mean,
Maybe it just keeps falling off the desk.
I think in Epic Land they had I've seen a few teams with a couple of, like, strat books.
Yeah. Shout
That's
out to
real.
Epic Land.
Yeah.
This is the last LAN that we've got left at this point, man.
Yeah.
It's,
It will always be there. It will always be there.
well, yeah, you'd hope so. They were going to knock down the conference centre, for goodness sake.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, man. I don't know. Win bar on, like, the picket line, stopping the first shovel from breaking ground.
Yeah.
But no, shout out to everyone on the Epic Land team if they're watching. I know there's always peeps around.
Yeah. Mate, like, always great to work with them. Obviously, we got to work with them on the, not directly, but it was the Red Bull Instalock.
Yeah, I was just about to say, do we have any Epic Land goers in the server right now? Because
think so.
to me, we're talking about a new generation of teams that have come through. Because I would say these guys are a little bit behind the era of, like, I know they didn't turn up, but your Vamanos, your Lupetti Buffon, your old Beacon teams, your current NXT core of the roster, some of those players.
Yeah, I mean, like, I think that they've missed that because that, like, I think, like, we spoke about it previously with with one of the people, Kim, the VCT writer. That hopefully he's writing an article that will hopefully come out soon. We were talking about all the Epic LAN going on, like you think back to all the old splits with, like, the LPB, Vamanos. Well, I don't think Vamanos played
like
in
the
it.
LAN Beacon events, right? That's what I'm talking about. Vamanos, as I said, weren't there. And we've just been told Drog will be going to the upcoming Epic.
Yeah.
Not too sure where we've plucked that one from. Maybe if, performances keep going this way, it'll be like a signing booth, right? Meet and greet with Drog.
I think that should be the case.
Are you the kind of guy who, like, gets assigned mouse pads? If you, like,
No.
met an esports...
I've signed a mouse pad before, though.
Have you?
Yeah, I did.
Who on earth asked for that?
I really don't know, man. It was at the Berlin R6 Major.
Okay.
So it was. And one of the like, this is even before, like, I was able to reach tier 2 in any esport. He was like, this guy I used to cast in Yuri came up to me and he's like, yo, can you sign my mouse pad? And I was like,
that's actually really nice.
I
was just about to say, I feel like we need to bring back the hashtag Cairo for Yukin. I feel like
don't.
we need to bring that one back, honestly.
No, we don't.
We skipped the whole, like, Cairo for Polaris era.
Yeah. Thank God, man. Because if it got to the same stage, that would be a worrying sign.
It was a funny
lose
one.
my job. Yeah, that was funny.
Tough to lose a job you didn't have. But yeah, I mean, look, maybe Kaisugo's lost his job as coach, because if Kalkuna sees this one through, look, it's 2-0 from coach slot. Maybe a change in career path. Again, these guys are young, plenty of time to decide what you want to do.
Yeah. Surely you don't get rid of Kaisugo, man. The guy, like, if you want to speak about aura, that guy has aura. I remember when we did the interview with him, and he was just, like, sitting there, like stirring his tea, and I was like,
with his huge Manchester United poster or sticker or something on the wall. I mean, look, I'm no better with how often I'm flaunting the yellow and green colours around the around.
Did I get to see it? Did I get to see it?
Of course. You're allowed your one Celtic reference, Cairo. I've teed you up for it.
Yeah.
It's all yours.
I don't even know what I would say. Just
You've actually run out, because usually it's like the synapses fire in your head and you're like, oh, actually, you know,
this is
there was a guy who used to play for Celtic who was here.
Yeah.
I don't think this tech pause is going to be long enough for you to tell the story about the coconut dog. But
well, I don't think that's applicable for broadcast.
Yeah.
Now I'm trying to think like any Finnish players from that played for Celtic.
It's right there. It is right there.
What?
Norwich legend.
Oh yeah.
Timo Pukki.
What about Antti Niemi? He didn't play for Celtic.
Well, yeah. I mean, usually Celtic.
He's Finnish.
Wow. Sure. Whatever.
Yeah.
Whatever. Okay.
No, he's not Finnish. He's 28.
Yes. That's a cult classic again as well. We're stretching to the limits of the material here. For everyone still in chat, bear with us. Oh my god, we've got a game. 10 seconds, Cairo. This could be the last that we see between these two. And the last chance that Metasport get at a look in of, you know, a map that was theirs to be taken.
Straight in. Demo's been flashed, but he's still holding strong. Oh, he's giving himself away and he TP's out. But is it enough to beat for weak? And it's not. And a lot of pressure being put on this site. Autumn's already cleared the space. And there's 3 players from Metasport happily looking to try and contest. Mid's been left open, a chance to walk through double doors. There's some real open gaps here for Metasport. It's whether they capitalise on it or not. Spike's still not planted, Hazard.
Yeah, I mean, look, they had the footsteps thundering in and now the fights start to take place. Dema gets his one but goes down. Brady there again, flash round the side. Autumn, he's landed on towards backside. And Apina, they're sticking that landing.
Planted.
They chose to make the execute happen and now it's a 4-on-2. Metasport, again, not like this. Not another time where they end up going down. Autumn no TP, he'll be left on an island on site and maybe that's the kill which opens things back up, but the post-plant utility will still be strong. Shinnok collect, but Aussie is left out of this one without a chance. Shinnok! 3 kills! 2 of them through the side of the wall, and all of a sudden the plant is looking good for him. He gets on it early, but the fight cannot be won. The war is lost, and again, Metasport, a sinking ship.
Was that? What is it, gritty? But at the same time, Hazard, Metasport make it tough. It's the same storyline that we see every single week. They get towards max regulation, they get to make their opponents sweat, but they do not get to take 3 points home. This is now starting to become real worrying signs for them. And I say this because they're a talented roster who deserve their chance in Polaris. I do not want to see them drop out, but we have to hold them to a high standard, to the Polaris standard, and they're not reaching it.
No, they're not. No, they're not. And again, look, as I said before, it's one thing to be competitive, but you need results to back that up. And I think a big thing for Apina here as well is the fact that they've got one after playing the 2 toughest teams. It's always going to be a little bit shaky with the sub coming in, but they look to have made it work. And I just got to remind you, what was the first thing that I said when we went to overtime? It's the exact same set of results of which Metasport concede another Series 2-0. 13-11, 14-12. Same as it was last week. And once more, they were in positions where they could have closed. They were up with the 11 rounds over the heads of Apina on the previous map. They were, you know, with the chance to close entirely. They reached 12 on Breeze, but they couldn't make either of them work out. And again, it's just so frustrating when you're sat here from just having to watch, because they're doing so many of the right things, but it's just that one step short, Cairo.
Yeah, that's it. One step away. It's not a bad position to be in though, Hazard. Being one step away. Like, you just have to try and find that final 10%. But sometimes that final 10% can be hard to find. The other 10% though, Hazard, is going to be found in a break. So if you guys don't go far, we'll get the next matchup and an interview as well post-match just coming up.
to tell me you were wrong. Swear my mind erased you the moment we were done. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. I'll be fine, and you keep on breaking hearts for fun. 1, 2, 3. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. Shame on me for trusting a liar with my heart. Shame on you for mindlessly tearing it apart. All out of me, you're all out of me. I'm finally free, it's all good. Make believe it's all that it was right from the start. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. I wanna say it, I wanna say it, yeah. I wanna say it. Thank you for nothing. I don't wanna see your face again, and I'll never let you near my friends. It's a shame that this is how it ends, but I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing, 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 nothing. I wanna say thank you for nothing. You will never understand what I went through. You never were a good listener, a good listener. You will never understand what you put me through, and you never be a good lover, a good lover. At first I believed I was the lucky one, but I was just fooling myself, fooling myself. You think you can...
Welcome back to Polaris. Hopefully you can hear me now. Quick check, I don't know. Okay, cool. We can hear me now. Some audio issues from me. Anyway, you just got a little look at the logos. That's fine. That's awesome.
It's anticipation.
Yeah, exactly. We were really just building it up. A little bit of timing there, but yes. One of these teams had to end up on the bottom of the standings, and in the end it was Metisport. A 0-2 scoreline there in the series as well. Not something we were expecting after the first half of Breeze there, but Apino Orchestra with a brilliant comeback. It seemed like I kind of joked at the start of the second half that no, they're an attacking team, they'll get it done. And you know, Breeze is kind of that kind of map where you can have very different sides to a team, but we really didn't expect them to stage that much of a comeback, taking it to overtime once again. That's 3 12-14s that they've played over 3 games this season.
Yeah, like this is a big adjustment for this squad as well, coming into their first game of the split on this map against a team who picked it, who looked to have some good ideas, who had an 8-2 start as well. I mean, an 8-2 down, it's tough to go out. Now, the reality is you lose the pistol in the second half, and sure, that lead can start to slip, the gap can close, and your opponents can be a lot closer than you expected, you know, 10 minutes before that. But the reality is, you shouldn't be letting go of leads like that on your pick. And for me, this further cements what we're considering Apina to be, which is a roster that can kind of at least dish out some damage to those top tier teams. If you're able to, you know, come in, debut a map, look this good on it, recover as well. We've seen this a couple of times now, that those defensive sides are just a slow start for Apina, for both teams, in fact. But Apina in particular, once it comes to these overtimes or these very late games down to crunch time, they're able to show up and pull it across the line again and again. Biggest surprise for me was the fact that Drog was having so much success. First half, Jinnik was drawing our eyes with those lurks. He was getting a lot of space. Drog came in, said, anything you can do, I can do better.
Yeah, I do think that is a part of Breeze as well. That's why, I didn't know we were going to be playing Breeze today, but that was why I wanted to kind of bring up the Sentinels kind of thing, and especially Breeze is one of those maps where now that Tube is back, you know, a little while now, that's old news, but still, now that Tube is back, those Sentinels are a massive part of just making sure you have map control. Either way, we brought up Drog. We're going to have an interview with Drog right now, so hopefully, here we are. Hi, Drog, how are you doing?
Hello, I'm good, how are you?
I'm good. Those were some pretty close games from you. Obviously, you guys haven't had a break from overtime so far whatsoever. You've had 3 overtimes in 3 games this season. Do you think you're better at those kind of high-pressure moments than most teams?
I think towards the end of the game, we always tend to play a bit better than the start, so I think the overtime suits as well.
Yeah, warming up into things as it goes, Drog. Good to see an Irishman out there doing damage. What a series from you as well on map 2. I wanted to say, though, because I was kind of hoping we'd get to a map 3, because I wanted to see firsthand how crazy this Lotus can get. You guys shift compositions a lot. You change around. You're not afraid to push the boat out, especially with Deadlock. Y'all seem to be an enjoyer of that agent. I wanted to know, though, because obviously there's been some changes behind the scenes with your roster. Are the agent compositions that we're seeing coming out of you guys and how frequently they're changing, is that a sign of the sort of chaos that's going on behind the scenes? Or is this the idea that you guys want to stay ahead of the curve and always innovate coming into these games?
I don't think it has anything to do with players. We're changing stuff always and getting used to it fast.
Okay, I like it. I had a follow-up as well then. I was going to ask, with you bringing in Autumn as well, how much time have you had to prepare with that 5-man as well? I'm assuming that's the plan going forward, is to keep the roster we saw fielded today as the starting roster?
No, Calcona will be back for our next game. But we had 2 weeks to prepare. Yeah.
Got you. All right, okay.
All right, well, speaking of your next game, obviously you guys have, you know, dispatched of. You guys are past your 2, I would say, most difficult kind of opponents. You know, first thing in the season, you got that out the way, and now you're kind of on that side where the grass is looking a little bit greener. Do you think it's harder or easier to start the season with games like Apex, like Sweet and Sour?
I think it was good for us to let us get a feel of the next split. But yeah. I think we could have done more damage if they were towards the end of the split.
Okay, yeah. I mean, it did seem like you really were kind of in a position to take those ones. But thank you so much for talking to us. Best of luck with your next games in the season. It looks like you guys are very much warming up into things. I hope to see some more of you guys getting those, hopefully a few less overtimes, but definitely some more wins.
All right, thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Cheers, man.
Less tech pauses too, hopefully.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that like we went the full distance there. That was a 3-mapper length 2-mapper. That was it's you. It's your fault. It's your fault. You and Tom just somehow, I don't know what it is.
Like I said, my biggest surprise was Drog coming in. That was the thing I didn't expect, it delivering that level of impact on the last map. But my biggest letdown was Hazza and Cairo, because I learned that they're dirty liars. They told me that there's been no tech pauses. Yeah. Tech pauses won't be an issue. It's going to be plain sailing. And, well, you guys got what's coming to you with those lies. I hope we have even more in the next few maps.
Oh, great. Oh, do you? You hope we have more? Look, here's the thing, right? That was what? That was 48. Oh, no, wait. 40. No, 50. That was 50 rounds over 2 maps. I don't think we're going to have that many on our next series, so there's going to be less time for
controversial.
Oh, is that controversial? Is that controversial? Is that really? I think that's probably the least controversial thing that anybody has said on Polaris ever. But, you know, either way, I mean, that was a great series. There's not much more you can say about it than it was two teams fighting, you know, to the skin of their teeth, right? Apino Orchestra needed to bring that one back. I'm sure they rated themselves on Lotus, but, you know, it's a good thing to get these games out of the way as soon as possible. They're no stranger to a tiebreaker. They know that map difference and head-to-heads are super important, so getting rid of Metasport in 2 maps, really important for them in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, I think looking at Metasport as well, it is just a bit tragic. Like we talked about this team, the time they've been together, and so far this season is off to a pretty shaky start. They've got 1 map under their belt. Up next is NXT, who both today they're up next, but also Metasport's next matchup next week will be them, Formulation Gaming. Those are 2 that they could have a shot at winning, especially with how close every game's been along the way. But then Sweet and Sour and Apex to close it out. And like we heard from Drog, he thinks that they could have done a lot of damage to these teams, possibly even taking the series later on if they had that time to work with, that time to warm up, that time to not be playing with substitutes as well, and the chaos that's occurring there. But the reality is, you know, for Metasport, it's the inverse. They've got the hard games at the end. They've got the easier ones out of the way. And the success isn't there. So it sucks because this is, if you look at the overall results, you'll just think that they're a bottom team, you know, destined for relegation. It is what it is. But this is a squad that, like we've seen with how close the maps have been, that they could have been up there in contention for later on.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the amount of times they've been in an 11-13, close to an overtime now, is pretty ridiculous. Compared to most other teams, this is, you know, a level of close maps that we haven't really seen. There was a 13-15 against Requiem, an 11-13 against Requiem, and now another two round difference maps from them. And it counts for nothing from them apart from round differential. That's it, and that is what the 4th tiebreaker, you know, that really doesn't make an impact in the grand scheme of things for them. And they've been playing up against some of their easier opponents as it stands. You know, as you say, NXT, Formulation Gaming, they're their final 2 kind of, you know, realistically very beatable kind of opponents. They have yet to pay their Apex tax like other teams have so far, and that's not a good position to be in. We saw a lot of teams, I think Apino Orchestra specifically was one of the teams that had a difficult end run last season and didn't really make the most of it that time around. They think they could have this time, and I kind of agree with the way they've been playing so far. But yeah, for Metasport, I don't think there's a realistic way that they're going to be able to take a game against Apex. So effectively they are on 4 losses.
Yeah, they're on that thin ice right now. Even Sweet and Sour, you know, some closer games, but still an unblemished record in series so far. So it's going to be a tough road for them, I think. And one final thought on the last map as well. We came in talking a little bit about the agent compositions, and I said I was a big fan of what Apina brought. I think Astra brings you a ton of value. We saw the advanced cosmic divides to get a lot of space after the plant, which was pretty interesting, just to disrupt the retakes from their opponents. Even though it gives them a bit of space, they still have to fight through that wall, and that's where the problems come from. But even Astra herself got them into the overtime. It was the Gravwell that bought them just enough time to bring it all the way to an OT, to then take it in the end. So I think this is a team that, like we said, it's their first time playing this map, this split, also running this composition, and well, there's a lot of promise there for Apina to be a team that does damage, like Drog said, later on in the split.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what they've got coming up next. But coming up next here on Polaris is NXT versus Apex. It's going to be it's going to be a banger. We always know that we can look forward to something with an Apex game, and NXT have been warming up into things, so I'm excited to see what we get out of that one. But we're going to throw to a quick break before we get started with that game. Don't go anywhere.
When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters. I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up your sloppy heel talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now. Even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. When you feel like you're stranded at the edge of the world, I know you've been taken for granted. Give some love to yourself and you better start walk, girl. Open up your step and be your talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now. Even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know. You will never be alone. Girl, go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. I know that you will find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. I know that love will save the day. So go make your move. There's nothing left to prove. Find your love again. Don't be ashamed to cry. Hold your head up high. 'Cause love is gonna save the day. Love's gonna save the day.
Welcome back to Polaris, everybody, and we've got another great game for you to round off today. NXT versus Apex. And I think this is going to be a really good game. Obviously, Apex games, we're thinking Apex are going to win, and it's just kind of how much the other team can catch up to them. Apina Orchestra made the Titan bleed last week, and I think NXT can probably do something similar. If I'm being completely honest, this team started off the season with a 2-1 victory against Formulation Gaming. Once they got to that map 3, they kind of ran out of... Oh, sorry, what... Yeah, no, they lost map 1. Never mind. Once they got to map 3 in the next series against Sweet and Sour, they kind of ran out of steam. And I think, you know, they took Sweet and Sour to 13-10. They took them to another 11-13 after that. This is a team that can do damage to the top teams in the league. Whether or not they can win those games, yeah, it remains to be seen. But again, this is another team getting these hard teams out of the way relatively early in the season. So I do hope that they do manage to get something here.
Well, this is the thing, you know, I'm excited for NXT. My buddy Dave's a massive fan of them, and I have to agree with him that this is a team that could definitely take down some of the best. Like you said, Sweet and Sour, top of the league right now, looking fantastic. Might not be the case after the Apex game, but we'll lay that. Split Lotus, it could have been 2-0. NXT could have dropped Sweet and Sour. It could have taken them down, and realistically, like you said, that is a huge promise early on. That alone can put you across the line. They have a map pool that I think can challenge what's on the other side on Apex, as in they can avoid giving them the best ground. They can potentially force a ban out of Apex. Like, I think Apex would be wise to possibly remove Split, the map that we saw NXT do so well on. There's a couple of things going their way. In general, though, of course, the vote is going to go to Apex. Of course, the series, in most people's eyes, is going to go to Apex. The reality is, there is a slim chance here for NXT to at least pick a map. Maybe from there, they can launch themselves into a real competitive series.
Yeah, and I do think for NXT, something that I kind of, while I was looking at these games, I noticed a very interesting kind of fact. They've played 3 free mappers over the course of the last 2 seasons, only 3. So really, generally, their games finish very quickly, but 2 of those times, both the times that they have lost those 3 mappers, it's because they floated Icebox and they got stuck with Icebox against a team that likes it and lost it 13-3. That happened against Sweet and Sour this season last week, and it happened against Metasport in the first season. So I do think that the map veto is very important for this team, especially when you're playing against a team that is good on every map. Apex, you know, they've shown that they're good on every map. Last season, I recall very specifically, they chose Bind against Metasport because they knew that Bind was going to be Metasport's insta-pick, and they went, we haven't played it yet, we're going to practice it. So this is a team that can do anything. You know, you need to play to your strengths. There are no weaknesses for you to exploit.
Yeah, there really aren't, and that's the thing. A team like Apex is just going to come in. They're going to play bread and butter Valorant. It'll be hard to find advantages. It's going to be hard to leverage them into making a mistake. They're just not the squad that's going to be doing that. And then you look further, like most recently, Kayak, the guy we see popping off. I mean, he wasn't looking all too bad. Lotus was the first map in the series they played up against Pina, who we just saw played pretty well. 40 kills for Kayak to win it in overtime. 40 kills, not even 20 deaths. He was more than a 2 KD, 12 and 2 in opening duels. I mean, again, just looking at what we just saw from Pina, they were good. They weren't playing horrendous. They weren't giving away massive gaps. And yes, there's some mid-rounding issues, as there will be with any team at this level. Any team except Apex. This is a well-drilled unit that, like we say, it's not just a fan favorite that we're coming in talking about them as a team that should win this, that it's, oh yeah, you know, with the other squads we were talking about earlier, that it's basically a guaranteed loss. It's the Apex tax. It's just the fact of where we are right now. Nobody can even take a map off them, but for me, that's the goal for NXT. Listen, if they come in thinking we need to take a map off them, they shouldn't be competing, right? You got to think you're going to win. For me on the outside, I can say they're probably not going to win, but a map off them here would be an accolade they can at least be proud of.
Yeah, I want to take a quick look at 2 of the players. One of them did not have a very strong day last time out, and that was Avova, who had pretty difficult time on map 1 going into this one. And I think these are 2 very different play styles of the controller character, right? In that Avova is very back, sits back, lets teammates do a lot of the work for most of the early round at the very least. Gets involved in the middle of the round, because when you have players like Kayak on your team, when you have players like Solcas on your team, when you have players like Hype on your team, they're the ones doing all of that work for you, and you can just play pure controller.
Yeah, this is also, you're seeing down the bottom, right? The Omen is where we're drawing these stats from. Avova, for me, just one of the most solid Omens that we've had at the top level. Like, he has been one of my favorite players for a long time. You're going all the way back to G2. You're going back probably to Actually, definitely you're going to Heretics before them. I preferred the
Bully is
old
watching
Heretics roster.
I can see you on Bully's monitor.
What's up, Bully? How you doing, man?
Bully, hey.
Good luck. Have fun. Hope you enjoy the game today, brother.
Just saw your face on the monitor.
That's crazy.
Oh, that's funny. But kind of something that you know you were touching on there, and you've touched on a little bit before as well. Obviously, Avova, a great Omen player. I think the thing with Apex is that no matter what happens, I remember a game last season. I'm very much a wistful person. I like bringing back old memories, right? Where Kayak was, I think he was ill or something like that. He was having an off day, and we kind of thought, oh, Kayak might have an off day today. That's a big loss for the team. Everyone else stepped up and filled in that gap almost for Kayak, and Kayak did end up at the bottom of the leaderboard for both of those games. But his teammates were there for him. The opposite happened last time out on Lotus. So I think the thing is that this team is so liquid that they can. Oh, that's almost. Interesting. A nice choice of words from me there. It's so liquid almost that they just do fill in for each other whenever they need to. And that's what's scary, I think, for NXT, is that, you know, you can theorize as much as you want about, oh, if this player is having a bad day, we can isolate this player and try and get rid of them, and therefore they're not having an impact on this map, but the teammates are always there for them with Apex. So taking a map off them is going to be your own skill.
There's the split. Okay, these are pretty standard bans coming out. Breeze, somewhere that NXT doesn't like to play. Split, obviously a decent map for NXT. They beat Sweet and Sour there, so an understandable move from Apex to remove that. That's what I was saying. Where like, I feel like NXT have that possibility to force Apex into saying, hey, we're not playing that map because you're good at it. If you're already getting them to think about you, that's already a little bit of a win. Ascent, not the strongest map for NXT, I'll be honest. I would have loved to see a Lotus in here. It was a very close game against Sweet and Sour. Apex have also struggled on it recently as well, but that's being left floated through in favor of Ascent, where they beat Formulation. Icebox is in for Apex. Maybe a little bit of a surprise, but it's been a good map for them. Find out. I mean, at this point, Apex, they like Lotus, but will they be scared away by the close Sweet and Sour score? Maybe they are. They leave it down to Sunset. Okay.
Yeah, I think Apex, from what I can tell now, and they weren't like this in Split 1, I think what they're doing now is they're literally just starting to go, what are they bad at? Let's pick it.
Yeah.
Every single time now. They don't play to their own strengths anymore because they know that they're equally good, I feel like, on every map. They just need to go, okay, what have these guys been bad at recently? They saw a 3-13 from Sweet and Sour against NXT. They've gone, okay, Icebox, there you go.
Yeah.
Simple. And just the same thing. NXT versus Apino Orchestre, week 7 of Split 1, 5-13. So I do think that it is one of those things where they're just like, you know what? We don't have to make any decisions for ourselves. Let's just go with what they're bad at, or maybe not bad at, let's not use that word. What they are less confident on. We'll go with that. All good. But either way, we're yet to see what will happen on that one. We're going to throw to a quick break once again before we get into our Agent Select. We'll see you on the other side of it. Don't go anywhere.
Can please me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover who never leaves me. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I want somebody who sees me. I want somebody who cares. I need a lover to hold me through the seasons. I need somebody who cares. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it. The special someone to give me my heart. I've been searching my life, but then I found it. Now I won't let you out of my sight. I wanna keep this feeling forever and ever. I'm there when you need me, whenever, whenever. Keep this feeling forever and evermore. I wanna keep this feeling. I'm there when you need me. Keep this feeling forever and I need a lover. I've been searching my life, I just couldn't find it.
Welcome back to Polaris, everybody. We are on the cusp now of Apex versus NXT. A game which I'm sure NXT are looking to with a little trepidation, at the very least. You know, the players look ready for it. They're laughing, they're having some fun, but I do think, you know, they're up against a team which they don't have an expectation to win against, at the very least. They're going to be looking for as much as they can get out of this game, as much water as they can squeeze from the stone of Apex, and based off of, you know, some of the data that we have from the past couple of seasons, there's not a lot of water that you can squeeze from Apex at all. The closest we have gotten was 1 week ago, I think, when Apina Orchestra managed to get a 14-12 loss out of Apex, and just barely. They did look like they were on the cusp of winning before overtime.
Yeah, it definitely felt like it, and you know, like we said earlier, give them a week or two more, maybe it's a different result as they heat up into the tournament, also stabilize a little bit in terms of the rosters. But like I said, they adapt quickly, they adapted to that map, but not quite well enough. 14-12 now, a chance though for NXT to be the first to take a map off Apex. And look, it's hard to imagine. The only person I would have had any sort of doubt about would be Kayak coming in, because I've seen Solkas Avova. I used to be on a team with Hype, for God's sake. I know Malzy, he was almost on that team too. You know, this squad is experienced at the top level. Kayak's been delivering as well, and he's locked in the Jet yet again. Look, Rex can bring his A game. He can bring his A++ game, but a passing grade for Kayak seems to still be able to do better. The guy's unbelievable at the worst of times.
Yeah, exactly. We've seen so many highlight clips all over the place. Every single series, it seems like Kayak comes up with something new, some 3K, 4K, operator, collateral, something from Kayak, and I think Ascent is definitely one of the maps where that is most possible as well. With Soulcast in your back pocket as that, well, I mean, you've got two initiators, first of all, that's the big thing, but with Soulcast as your KO flanking behind you, it's going to be difficult for Kayak not to get something out of this game, and I do think that is what we're expecting in this one, but we do hope that NXT can get something a little more exciting out of this one. Either way, we're going to head over to Hazard and Cairo to take this map away. Enjoy, guys.
Remap.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, a 25 map statistic standing between the two of these teams right now. NXT staring up against it. Can they take themselves to a place that no one has been since Superdome?
Yeah, Hazza, this is the real question that we've all been asking, and a question that we have yet to find the answer to. I can't help but feel, looking at this veto, it's going to be Apex favoured. In fact, probably most vetoes feel like that. Ascent as your first map. I mean, it's a map where you put your fundamentals, everything under a microscope, right? You're looking at the finer details in Apex. They're so good at punishing the littlest of mistakes, never mind bigger ones. And on Ascent, I feel as if that's going to be the case here. I don't feel as if NXT have what it's got to take, but only to see.
Yeah, you can even see there Avova. Hasbulla's got the jersey now as well. He's fist bumping people that don't even exist. But Apex, they are ready to go. They're locked in for this one. For NXT, they made the great escape before, but now they need to complete the ultimate heist of Polaris' most prized possession, a map from Apex. They'll be looking to leave a dent at the very least, otherwise they join at the back of a very long line of losses leading up to Ascension.
Looking at NXT, we always talk about the fabled best of three where they nearly beat them in a map that didn't matter at all.
That's the thing as well. You look at the Apex from last year and this year, it feels like the one we had before was a bit of a Rolls Royce. Wheels stuck in the mud, they may slow down. This one, they are absolutely relentless, right? They're like an anti-hero, right? You're never going to get them beat. Avova the first line though, and he goes down in this round. Under siege, and they fall one by one. NXT with all the entries.
They do, Hazard, and it leaves Hype and Soulcast to combine, already caught in a trap and an easy pickup from Transformer. Soulcast with 2 measly points of HP to try and clutch this one up. I think it's going to be a tough ask. Already Transformer awaits in mid, and I think this might be pretty easy to pick up since the cam can't see him. He gets a nice welcome.
Oh, there we go. Round still in play. Soulcast alive on 2 HP. We get a quick status update on the NXT side. They'll be feeling good about this one. It's a nice start.
Yeah.
And immediately, I want to make a historical callback. I think it's important when we look at previous results. Where are the gaps in Apex game? How are you going to punish them? And getting a pistol round will be a good start. In fact, we saw Pina take that plus the anti-eco against them on Ascent last time they played on this map in the first split. Any ideas how that one finished, Cairo, after the first 2 rounds?
13-3, if I remember correctly.
13-2. It was literally just that. So, again, priority has to be put on making this attack count for something and carry on the momentum that they'll be looking to build early on.
Yeah, and I mean, I think NXT caught Apex off guard with the pace in which they hit that site. At the same time, though, you still can't discount Apex even though they have got Sheriffs. One thing that I will note as well, Soulcast, well as good as he is, hasn't really been hitting the heights of Split 1. He was our MVP, if you remember correctly.
Yeah, that is true.
So it's hard to...
You know, you naturally find all 5 players of Apex in the top 5 for KD when all is said and done. Incredibly good at what they do. Mossy trying to create a bit of spam damage. I think it's the first time we've actually seen him playing a game with glasses. I don't know if an optical refinement could help him be any more accurate than he already has proven to be. Kayak certainly doesn't need a buff. The guy is a walking boost to the rest of his team. It's only a classic in his hands, for goodness sake, and he nearly gets out with a Spectre as well.
At least we got the trades back in NXT's favour, but Soulcast still looking to keep that advantage in his. Transformer gone. The remaining 2 look to head elsewhere. It's Bully and Devo. And one thing you've got to say is Bully last week had some game even though he lost.
It's crazy. It feels like on these rounds especially as well, you just type in the Kayak cheat code and it'll give you 2 kills. Round was looking worrying. Bully finds a huge kill onto Soulcast. Avova does still have the paranoia to come back through, but he's also the player holding onto the rifle. So between their pieces here, the 2 most experienced players on the Apex side, they need to combine to find some kind of a clutch.
Already pinged out, Devil is losing health. In fact, he's actually gone to the wayward side. A Phantom in Avova's hands isn't enough. Now Bully brings out the Guardian. Mosey already low with only a Sheriff in his hand. The spam not quite connecting, but the time is ticking away. I thought Mosey's trying to find something, a piece in which that he can use to win this one out. We've seen Bully clutch from here before. Can he do it once more? A fake TP, trying to bait out Mosey from going off the spike. He won't do it, which allows Bully to have easy pickings.
Yeah, it's not the best of rounds. Quick fist pump from him there. I think he was able to get the Vandal back as well, which is going to be, you know, even more useful to them because they came in with 3 rifles.
Yeah.
Silver lining for Apex. NXT lose a lot of weapons. Do reinvest 3 of their own, though, back here. The one that they kept and the 2 ghosts that they had.
Yeah, I was going to say, ever so slight a gamble, and you can see that they're actually going for the light shields just so that they can have a buy for the next round, but there might be some stuff missing. As for this, Apex respecting the pressure being put on main already, looking to collect the orbs, and we'll get plenty of information off the back of that knife.
The NXT weren't ready for the fight back through last time. They look a little more prepared, but already 2 players pushed to the corner. Anti on their own. Apex clean up in A main. The rest of this push is coming in through short, but Avova can do so much to stagger this, and with possession of the spike, shouldn't be getting out of their reach anytime soon.
You can already see Apex have an idea that the players are in towards tree, especially the dash from Jet that gave that away. Transformer elsewhere looks to scale up through mid and wins the fight against Avova. Doors open now. And now it's all about getting this spike down and creating the post plant, right? Not allowing Apex a chance to get back into the site.
I think the positions in the 2v2 last time looked a little bit worrying. Devo was getting caught out on dice by the reveal. I have to be aware of what Mulsey's trying to do because effectively he'll be the one setting up hype here.
Both players enter together. No pings off the dart. Rex gets hype. Not even looking in the right direction. A big pick up and Mosey's not even got a chance to get in. A trip to get through as well as a Cypher cam. The 2 players look to swing off together. There's Rex, and it's easy enough. That's 3 in a row. And I think that's the first time in a while that we've seen Apex not actually get value from the rifle round.
Yeah, I know, right? The last time we saw Apex playing, Ryan left me with some homework. He said, how you know, how many rounds on average do Apex lose? And over the 25 maps that they have played in that unbeaten streak, it's only 130 in total, which averages out at 5 per map. Now, my question to Ryan is, how many times have we seen Apex lose the first 3 rounds? Because that doesn't seem often at all.
Yeah, I would argue it probably is only one. Again, using the knives to gain that early information. But no rotates off the back of it. And again, the priority from NXT on this ultimate orb, just to build up their ults, get closer to them, it's been pretty good.
And like, it's this type of round that you've got to make sure comes through. You know, your 90-10s where Apex have brought up Sheriffs and they can cause problems. Because, as I said before, right, 5 rounds on average over 25 is an insane stat. It's ridiculous. You can't even begin to sort of comprehend how dominant these guys have been. And it comes through conversions of like little rounds where they get a pick with the Sheriffs, you start to sweat, you're like, oh, I'm playing Apex, what am I going to do? And they just punish you every single time. But NXT grouped up as 5 here, starting to pick up orbs across the map, work towards some of these ultimates when the gun round does come through. In terms of this V execute, well, Mulsi has the information on them now. It's quite a few that end up getting revealed, and there's not too much time left.
Yeah, they're still sending it in. The KJ doesn't really have much in terms of stopping power. In fact, it is only going to be 1 molly. Turret has been smoked off, stopping the information ever so slightly, but there's still the rotate to come through. The Sheriffs, they need to get work done, but not quite hitting as hard as what they want to.
Time, Cairo. We're down to 15 seconds and there are still 2 players backside here. The flash is sublime. Hype is gone, but Mulsi still stands and he could be all that's required to remove this round from NXT. Spike does go down. That will be enough. Soulcast already dealing damage onto a few players, but losing a lot of his own in the process. 3 HP, 3 in front of him. NXT should be moving up to another.
Should be. Just waiting for the confirmation, because you can never know. It's crazy that you're still in this situation where you can see Soulcast on 3 HP and think this is actually doable. In the end, though, it is a conversion. And on top of that, like, it's not even that bad a round to lose those 2, because you've got so much money on the back pockets for NXT. Remember, Hazza, if you think all your way back to that best of 3, which the X, well, human tripwires, whatever you want to call them, were able to push Apex. They did actually take Ascent off them.
Keep up.
That was 13-3 in their favour as well against the roster, which I said we would not see replicated at this tier of play, but Apex already going above and beyond so far this split. Competition has been different, that's fair to say. This round is huge because NXT could already be pushed up to, you know, effectively a 6th round if they can win this one and they're favoured in the next. Again, nothing given against these guys, but that's already so much work done for your attack side.
Hype trying to spam off the back of his alarm bot. Doesn't quite get the value that he's looking for straight away. Devil's getting an ult command in amongst it. Hype doesn't have his utility to play off anymore. You're seeing the Odin just hanging in the wings, but Hype is holding down the site by himself. Soulcast waiting to be introduced, and there you have it. Everyone gets wiped off. A big round for NXT, but an even bigger round for Apex to win.
Again, you can't look too far into the future. It's always about the next round. And something that Apex have been very good at doing on their defender side is working in this Odin from Mulsi and having players peek out from spawn at the right time to catch those coming through stairs. They did it effectively on so many occasions when they were up against Sweet and Sour in a similar spot. Now another huge round, because as far as ultimates are concerned, there's plenty to play for both teams.
Yeah, and it's whoever comes out on top, whoever gets the value out of it. Alarm bot's still in mid, this time Hype won't be playing off of it, his utility's more towards 8.
And again, NXT are playing into this, but that also leaves space for Kayak's Op to now get involved. He's already through B main, and off the back of Mulsi's dart, maybe the Polish duo can have him set up for success early on.
Hype has notification and the players are up mid. Doesn't want to hang around for too long, will just be jump spotting it. There's the old drone for extra info. And the players just going to get ready to spam. Here we go, the ultimate's invested. Bully and Transformer, the first ones to get fixed. Now back to site. You've got a Bova just hanging there. hoping to get more than just one, but can't even get any. It's up to Soulcast once again, and sure players are low, but a 1v5 is hard to ask, and there's so much time in the site, they can prioritise who gets the ultimate on.
Yeah, it actually goes towards the first for Maximin here instead of Devo, who's already getting towards having the null command available. You see the position of Soulcast maybe hoping to stop the operator on the way back through. Transformer tosses that one over the ledge, no chance. And I think the big thing for me in this round, NXT go back to the B play. They split twice in a row. Apex not really used to seeing that kind of confidence, I think it's fair to say. After losing a round, the utility was airtight. That paranoia towards Avova in backside. I mean, you've got to talk as well about the Hunter's Fury, which catches two players on, you know, two big angles, which we've seen them play a lot towards stairs, as I was saying before. And then also that hold just like right underneath lane in the opening that you have towards main.
The one thing that I'll say though, Hazza, is like when we do get to it, which I imagine it'll be coming soon, is that it's the timeout for Apex, right? And I can already see it on the screen of Bully that we are heading into one. This is where Danito does his work, right? Like prepping the team, getting them all ready, and then the value which Apex find coming out the back of a timeout. Oh, it's Desmo today actually, it's not even Danito. Okay. Player who knows what it's like to compete in the region, in the server, not just from the coach slot. Who's been taking upon, you know, more and more responsibilities as he's involved with this team, came in with the old roster to help them prepare for Ascension, and was kept on with the departure of Itapata, promoted to assistant coach. And yeah, to just speak about the calls that were being made from the coaching staff last time against Apina, I think that was one of the big difference makers, because, you know, you looked at Apina, just being so strong on the retake, Apex started taking extra space off the back of it. Like, they were making these small little adjustments to make sure they were more well prepared. The call for me this time is sit deeper in sight, because NXT are burning a lot of utility to fish out these early engagements, and Apex got themselves caught blindsided by that last round, I think. You know, Mulsi's playing pretty high up. You want to be oppressive with the setup that you have. Yeah. You can't always afford to do that. And I think as well, like when you look at NXT and the ultimates that they have, the two biggest ones being the Null Command and the Hunter's Fury, they're gone. Now it's in Apex's favour to fight back with them, and they need to win this next round because they are in a bit of a economic state that things could be worrying for them.
Look, it's a B play again. It's from a different angle of approach this time. Rex in the sight, and while he goes down, Mulsi is lost to the storm which is brewing. NXT, the architects of chaos, as they move towards this B site. It's pushed to the corner where Hype will stand and fall. He's down. Kayak swiftly on the scene to recover with the blades. Flank coming in from Avova as well. Lots to be worried about if you're NXT.
Plenty. Spike finally going down though, and it's all the players on site. It's completely flipped. It's back to a retake, and Transformer standing on his own. Needs to stand tall and won't be able to do it. The adaptations were perfect, Hazza. Kayak so quick on getting back to site. You see Hype already dropped all the way back, and then even Avova on the flank. The combination playing off one another is just the Apex way.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think NXT got themselves a little bit isolated there as well. Naturally, if you're setting up your jet to roll out over the top, there's not going to be a safety net. It lives and dies on that fight. Hype wins it. He drops back into deep sight. He allows the rotation to come through, and Apex can flood as a team. So, while Mulsi does go down again, it matters not. They're able to set up effectively, which opens up another conversation I want to have. I think, you know, Rex coming into the duelist role, the biggest criticism you could have had of him in the opening weeks was his opening picks. That improved from the first week to the second. He was on a .15 first blood. Success to a .22 first death, to breaking even by week 2, and well, now you can sort of see he is finding more life.
Just the confidence, the rollout in towards B main was perfect. The one thing for me though this round is Apex in their middle control, right? Transformer's trying to lurk, and the fact that he's been found, everybody just points the POV towards A, right? That should be easy enough for the retake.
Come in a player down to this situation. Smoke replenish. Hype wasn't even looking the right way, but Rex is there, and so too is Bully. Not quite got this one out of harm's way just yet. It's a 3-on-2. They're going to be playing double under most likely, and there are a couple of players coming back in from main. They have no idea.
Yeah, I just saw Maxim walk back a step, Dice being able to be seen, and Bully can't win out house duel against Kayak. All in all, again, has Apex's retakes. You just see the adaptations and the way that they're moving. We never saw them retake mid before. They do it again here.
Yeah, I mean, look, timeout and then immediately 2 rounds from Apex. If you look at the money still, NXT, opportunities to purchase and make this one difficult. But now there's money in the bank for Apex, right? They've got something to fall back on here. You're seeing the Odin and the Operator come out every round. In terms of ultimates that we were, you know, hanging on and their effectiveness, well, we got the Hunter's Fury come back through and that slowed down the post plant coming in.
For me, Raymond's going to have to do big work if we see NXT lose another. I'm looking at timeouts. What can Raymond do to counter what Desmo's done in his?
Cam doesn't even have full clearance there either, so not quite spotting if there's an op on the angle. Wondering whether they'll be calling Maxim in here to potentially just use that owl drone to make absolutely certain of it. It's a cage instead, a cheeky lineup from Chanformer. Next at the front of the push again, and push comes to shove, NXT are filing in.
Yeah, but they've still not got rid of Mosin. He can just hang on here. The spam's easy. The players all peek out into it, and it's complete annihilation. Leaves just 2 players on NXT's side. It's Bully and Rex once again. Paranoia still in Bully's pocket though, Hazza. And Spike is down.
There is a null command here, and if you're Apex, well, do you need it? They have the numbers again, and every time they've tried to hold the site, always managing to find an extra player that they can levy over NXT's head. So they want to fight this, and Rex is already lane ready to do so.
Playing off the Paranoia. At least 1 pick would be amazing, but can't even get it. Still discipline from Apex, and that's just the aim of the game for them. That's just something that you associate with how they play. The Paranoia is perfect, and now it's all up to Rex. It's been good, sorry, Bully, to do it before, and it's just not going to happen. It's another Apex round, and that gap is closing and closing.
It ends up being fairly close, but NXT can't put up a fight of their own when it comes to the post plant. And again, 3rd round in a row now for Apex. They will continue to add to their tally. Well, NXT coming out of the half, I think it's fair to say, would be happy with 5 rounds. When you look at it contextually, the start that they had, 4 in a row uncontested, and then to find that 5th so soon after losing the first, there is definitely a big conversation to be had here, and I think it comes in the form of a timeout, especially if this one won't land.
Need to. Slowly you're seeing that defensive side becoming better and better. There's the op. So you know exactly where that is, but no smoke comes off the back of it.
And the question for NXT here will be, is that op floating around the map? Does it stay in the same position? How exactly do we want to approach this? Because it's a little bit of early info. Again, this pairing of Hype and Mulsi in terms of dealing with B and creating space for themselves and then dropping back between the lines. Have a nice off angle held here by the Odin again. And the turret which takes first contact. Still alarm bot towards middle, and A with the bulk of the players. It's difficult to digest, but they're wasting their own time in this situation, I think, more than anything else.
Yeah, the impotence is on NXT to go and find their way across the map and put pressure on. Try and pull Apex across the map. They're going to go back to splitting B once again. And with that, the players can just easily rotate because they've been holding angles, which allows them to do this. Now they have to get towards backside quickly. In fact, no, the pivot's towards CT. Kayak's sitting in wait. Soulcast is down, and he's able to get 2. This is ridiculous. No way! This man, it's ridiculous. It's meant to be just an 18-year-old prospect, but he is a man in this server, one who is 100% worth the investment from Apex.
That is unbelievable. Everything this guy touches turns to gold. Mythological, the best way to describe him. You just don't see this happen. He finds the first kill in on the shorty, dashes away for the next, and if you're Bully here, you're wondering how on earth did that just happen? Yeah, that's exactly it. in losing that round as well. We're tied up 5-5. They want to buy back in. How many more chances do you get to stretch an advantage in the second half here?
Ah, man. Your chances are getting lower and lower. And then the question you're starting to ask yourself is there actually going to be a timeout for NXT? Fair enough, like they're just rolling with the punches. Sure. I respect it.
Shock Dart's going to come in. Won't catch the alarm bot. And the op is still there. I think a big thing from NXT in the previous round is they just took their time to try and do anything. No ults for Apex on this occasion, but 4 players towards A. And they're happy to do that because the util sets up Kayak and all the rest is filled in.
Yeah, the players are just trying to fling themselves out through the smokes. The paranoia doesn't hit, and Devil's already down. It's the fact that can't you even get him back up with that smoke about to disappear? Does Bully put another smoke on top of it? You're not even going to get the chance.
Wow, but you see here, Chanformer has managed to slip in behind Kayak, find a tiny bit of space in towards Logs, see what he can do. Nice tap to his head. What goes around comes around, then a taste of Kayak's own medicine may just be enough here for NXT. They will continue to trail. Chanformer needs more, but it's Bully who gets it done first.
Yeah, spam through sight. Still, you're playing through Maxime, who's coming in late and wins out against the Vova on how much HP was on. 22. Bully now has to dance between 2 angles, or Soulcast on one and Hype on the other. In fact, he's won out against the split 1 MVP. Now dancing around the box. But it's Hype that does the tango. So low in HP. This is a common plant spot, and they know exactly the lineups that they need to use. Just trying to use the time in his favour. All the Hunter's Fury bullets used up, and so is the time. This is an NXT round, and this is something we've seen from them all the way back to Ever So Wavy Gang.
I mean, look, it's simple enough in the end to close, but all of that comes down to the slight gap that we saw in the defensive line there for Chanformer to get through. I'm pretty sure it's Devo's null command is what it circles back to. Brought the alarm bot offline in mid, gave Chanformer a gap to walk in behind. The turret comes up, but it's too late.
Yeah.
Such a huge win for them though, because it just about keeps their nose in front. A 7th would be heaven for them here.
What an upset it would be, and moving on to your defence half as well. The alarm bot isn't towards mid this time.
Well, I mean, the operator will be, but not in the area that you'd like. You can see Bully really taking his time in moving towards A main. Leaving it late. A flash in for the drone to start moving. Clearing this one out. 3 players towards tree. Kayak gets his first, but Rex has found the site player. There's only Soulcast standing between them and a plant.
Kayak's just so good, man. Rex is trying to swing out, and it's up to Soulcast from Hell, the demon, which continuously plagues teams. It's so good. Soulcast and Kayak, that's all you need in this team.
Switching sides.
The 2 sharpest shooters that we've seen in Polaris, and I'm happy to say that full stop. Your boy Lewis may be the headshot king, but in his absence, there's a different authority that will stand. I mean, it's just ridiculous how much work 2 players can get done. But at the same time, not much utility to really threaten either of those positions. You know, you get in towards tree and then, well, oh my God, Soulcast? What is that? Dude, it reminds me of that Doctor Who character. You know, like the head in the jar, the huge one?
Yeah. I can't even remember what his name is. I'm sure like Carol will probably correct me, but yeah,
Jeez.
Switch your sides. Switch your sides.
Nightmare fuel for NXT. Well, they would have been having thoughts about this one. Already coming in, it's an attack side A play. Suppression won't catch Chanformer, has his trap, and already 4 players walking up Cat to support. I'm not sure if Hype hears this or not. It'll matter not, because they're already on the site.
Oh, Rex has just missed out. You can see the outlines just lining up with his crosshair. Doesn't work out in his favour. Spike's still not down. This is still looking doable. Paranoia's been sent either way. It's a brawl in sight, and NXT are coming out on top. It's players still in Hell, players still in main, and it's still Apex in this round. both sides of the server are low on health. It's whoever strikes first realistically here has a turret to help with contact. It's still NXT though that went out in the end. Bully is absolutely buzzing and a massive result for the defensive team.
Bully can't believe himself, and we're beginning to enter Bedlam now. I mean, oh man, 20 HP across 2 players is what it is. 12 and 8 across each of them. Devo and Maxim, they'll get it done with a defuse coming in. And a 7th round on the board, it's an early advantage. Both pistols against Apex. That's exactly what you need if you want to try and slip one away from them.
Yeah, and at the same time, like it's almost like getting 4 rounds, right? Because you've got the anti-eco off the back of it.
Sure. We have seen people fail to convert those before, but Rex has already got off to a good start. Proceedings opened up, Mulsi gone, and a lot of that clearance now missing. Solcas already using the knife, but that's the only regenerative utility you can really speak of here.
I have the spike.
Traps are low, you can jump over the top of them, which Kayak will probably note in a second. We are still heading into a Cypher setup, and all the information has been gained.
Yeah, I mean, Devo doesn't really want to overfight this at all, allow the potential for a Sheriff to come into play. There's only one in the hands of Kayak, though. That is a scary prospect alone. He is able to take down Devo. He has given up control of the site, and NXT aren't really in a position where they can force an early retake here either. They have to wait for Bully to arrive, and there's 2 pistols between 4 players.
Rova hiding in the smoke. NXT can hear the rifles being dropped, the guns being dropped, which will allow for players to peek out, but it's not enough. And it's up to Soulcast once again. A drone will find his position as he tries to escape. There's so many closing down. It's a simple right click that will end a round, and while it was nice efforts in the end, it was NXT on top for the full.
Yeah, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. 3 rifles survive. NXT get the better of the 2nd round for the 2nd time with that 2nd pistol, proving to just be so useful.
And the fact that you've got 3 into the next round, stuff to work with on your bonus. I mean, we saw it last
it's like
time.
this Outlaw even. You know, you're not up against light shields, but every little bit of extra damage is going to count for so much more. And when you look at the bank accounts, oh, they're ready to go come round 16. This one's a free hit. And if you go up 9-6 here, with both bonuses in your back pocket, we might just be seeing this one go somewhere other than Apex.
Big damage onto Bully, he's lost almost half his HP. And that ultimate orb tap, you know the Sova's there. And you've heard the Jet updraft as well.
Hype. First man forward here. I'm worried for Transformer. Sure, he's in the cam. You see this one quite late. Trap is broken by Hype. Watch him backpedal as well. Hype has to recommit to this if he wants to break it. It's Rex re-clearing mid instead with Kayak collecting. Transformer chasing. Back to a 4v4.
Still keeping it close. Transformer already looking to rotate as they know that Hype usually is the lurker. They're being stalled out on main and even been losing bodies for Apex. This is going to be a bit tough to fight through. That smoke priding to be an issue, and so are Apex. It's all up to the rotate player on the B site. Now on A, Transformer. He's been good for it before. Already, Soulcast has done early damage and Mosey will finish it off. But again, they're starting to drain Apex's economy and starting to provide that they have to reinvest into this.
Yeah, I mean, still a real chance for NXT in that previous round. You have the smoke down on site. They get caught by the swing around the corner of Jen instead. But everything looked to be good. Kayak was first down in the execute. There is no standout performer for Apex in this map. The same can be said for NXT, but if you can go even Stevens all across the board, I think that is a fight that you want to take. Biggest round that we've seen in the series so far, and it starts with Kayak taking down Rex.
Yeah, just The movement error, right, that is the issue. It's a big entry into the round, and I believe they've also destroyed it. Tripwire that was in mid. Starting to head towards B. Only one trap there to play off of. Maxim has the Odin, and that's exactly why you see the Hunter's Fury used the way that it is. No traps now on site. The players can have a clean run at this.
Yeah, again, NXT have called it correct. It's going to be 3 bodies waiting for the B play, but it's one which will never arrive. Only Kayak left to sell the fake. They're crossing in through the mouth of middle. Bully the one hearing all of this. Devo adding extra damage from the corner. He cannot claim. And that might have just been enough to ruin the round. Not unless Chanformer gets any more, but just the 1 kill will not be enough.
Yeah, but has this a 1v2 on site? Devo has the chance to make an issue of himself.
2 flashes to go with it, but still biding his time, thinking he's got more available to him than he does in fact. The former duelist selflessly gave up the mantle, but he has to be the star here, and it's not going to happen. Not when Soulcast is on the other side. 8 apiece, and we're straight back into deadlock.
Yeah, Bully, I think, is just caught so off guard on shot. You can see that he's trying to play to get 1 or 2, and in the end, he gets absolutely none. I think that's the biggest point in the round, Hazza. It's like Rex sure gives away his position, Devil fights it back, but if Bully gets 1, even 2, you're played right into the round there for NXT.
Out of charges.
I think a big thing to say as well, with this only being Maxim's 3rd official as IGL, is how much better is the defensive calling than what we saw from Chanformer, because that was usually his duty. In terms of the setup here, I mean, there's not really anything too radical that they're looking to achieve. Any kind of a quick pick on the Sheriff would make all of the difference. Apex are not allowing for anything of the sort.
It's just not a lot happening in terms of NXT and what they're doing. Now Rex pushes it forward. Mid completely evacuated and straight on towards B. You know Sova's in market. Do you know anything about the kill trips that are just lying in wait? Utility being sent, Kayak being caught, and there you go. There's the free pick. Second one nearly there. Soulcast is bailed out by his teammates. In fact, it's Molesy that doubles down.
And the double peek from Spawn didn't work out. Soulcast with a chance to flash. Here's the reload just before the smoke pops. Actually stopped him going any further. He's been held on a leash up towards market. Not exactly isolated here. There are players in close proximity. Got to be looking at height. There towards the walkway as well. NXT with a couple of orbs close to coming up here for Apex. You don't want to give them too much. But Soulcast will get his chance to fill his boots. Expects Bully to take the peek off of Maxim. Knows this game too well. He's just trying to lure him in. Carrot on a stick. Soulcast taking another one. Maxim gone, and they will allow him to go down here because that means the null command is up into the next.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest part about it. You can see that Soulcast is prioritising getting more kills just so he can get closer to the ulti orb, or the ultimate in general. And on top of that, now you're starting to see Apex get those extra 1%, right? Like your ultimates where you can just send it in to where the Cypher's set up. On top of that, like that's meant to be your weaker side of the map as well because you can play off the utility. Kill trips were a nice idea. It's just a better weaponry in the end.
4 ultimates available for NXT coming into the second gun round of the second half. Rex taken offline early. His operator yet to be involved, and Avova happy. Flying a banner for Apex over A main.
I think this could mean that they're going for the split, right? Like, fair enough, they're going to smoke it off, but you're leaving one player to hold down A so that they can, or NXT can, hold on towards that part of the map.
I don't think Apex have had too much trouble in depositing a player towards either B main, A main, whether that's Avova hype, either of them. Creating the possibility for a late lurk or something else, a drone. Not sure if it cleared hype there on the left-hand side, but it's 4 players on the right preparing for the A play after this movement into market that could be what is required.
Placing swarm grenade.
Where is this one going? Yeah, it will be A.
Yeah, it's just nice. They're just putting pressure on towards market just to fake out the B side. And they've obviously had KG there. Rex though getting the entry, doesn't know where Abova's went.
30 seconds left.
Yeah,
Still
I mean,
though.
a third
advantage.
time that Kayak goes down first, but Rex is not aware of the space that's been lost in tree. It was one man to hold everything because NXT bit down on that initial pressure towards market and fully over-rotated.
Yeah, now there's some ultimates of their own coming in. You're seeing that players are taking up the space, which is already being cleared by the Hunter's Fury. The Devil goes down, the players try and get in towards site. It's looking easy for them. Maxim's the only one left, and he's left Devil for dead. It's going to be 10 for Apex, that's double digits, and 3 off the map ended.
Oh, Maxim wants to get out with his life here. Decent angle to remove Hype. Whilst he's going to follow it up, they want this gone. They're going to have to give their lives over for it though. Avova won't be revealed. And he's the next to be shown the door by Maxim. Quad kill from him, ultimately one which won't bring any impact. You can see that from the pings on the map even as well. NXT are like, guys, there was a hole towards tree. We just made our move way too early there.
Yeah. And the timeout comes through off the back of it as well. Yeah, and I think like that's the big thing, right, is they left that space. They didn't account for it. Like the ultimates and stuff and everything that they used was great. I was a little bit worried, like after they cleared hell with the Hunter's Fury, that there was a player moving into it. But all in all, it's Soulcast that is the deciding factor in the end. Because if Rex is allowed to stay heaven, he's raining down fire, and you've got absolutely no chance.
I was just about to say, it's such a smart reposition under hell, and Apex on their micro, it's second to none in this league.
Yeah.
That was one of the big issues that NXT had with the first split. And look, while you look at the game they played against Sweet and Sour last week as showing improvements, 3 maps, 3 9-3 halves, struggle in the first, failure to complete the second, and then falling flat by the time you get to the decider. It's not the kind of breathing room I think you're going to have against Apex. And as decent of a map as Icebox has been, decent doesn't do it. And as I said before, you know, you get one you get one good result, you go into the next. We've not seen a single team find repeat success, if you even want to call it that, for a map loss.
I think as well, like for me, a deciding factor is whether teams are as good as Apex is after the timeouts, right? The value in which they find, like every time Apex timeout, NXT now need to start finding value. Pushing Apex, forcing them to use their own and their last remaining timeout.
I think as well, like Devo's role change, coming in to be a much more assistive figure. I think it's like, you know, the necessary move for them to raise their ceiling a little bit here, because, you know, it was always considered his project, the human tripwires. He'd been there since not long after it was created. He held the spot for a long time. He chopped and changed the players coming in, but now the team with the longest standing core of 4 players. How much more of an asset can he be to someone like Rex on the Blades? Has to be the difference in this round, because A is open for the taking. Only bullies judge.
Still seeing Rex just looking out towards mid, and Puli needs to be aware of this. If he's gone, then the whole round could be gone.
30 seconds left.
Well, gets the smoke back again. Reveal coming in. Bully may just be dead here. Kayak clears him. An opening fight which he wins this time. Rex wanting some of his own and getting some of Kayak instead.
Yeah. And then the spike's going to go down with little to no issue as well, has it?
10 seconds left.
3 remaining players. You've even got Hype being invested for a late flank. So how about NXT get back into this round with the 4 remaining round about the site?
Hype in through middle. The one which makes all the difference is spotted walking away by Chanformer, but this isn't an issue because by the time he's caught up, the round may well be lost. Hype sliding into market. NXT are chasing shadows in this round. Please, please kill him. Oh my god. Well, it was bound to happen. Maxim is playing the game of chase with his Odin again. This will be an 11th for Apex though. And with everything that NXT did, you can't help but feel this one is escaping them now.
Yeah, it's always the late game, right, where Apex start to look better. It was the same against Apino Orchestere. It was the same against OnlyFins, and it's the same here now. It's always a solemn factor. This was NXT's map pick. Still rounds to play, still ultimates to be used. The ultimates, the better ones, are on Apex's side. You've got a lockdown and a Hunter's Fury.
Yeah. NXT finding 5 rounds of their own from the attack side at the start of this map. Since then, Apex have proven why they are so good. 5 rounds each on their own attacking half, and with ultimates invested, the Hunter's Fury sets up Kayak. Not like he needed it. The guy is on a tear once again.
Oh, nice. Rex is just getting burned alive though. All the molly's being sent towards him. Transformer looking to open up short for them. There's still plenty of utility being sent forward.
Yeah, I think Hype's going to go for his ultimate here as well. So with that one invested to try and take the 12, Apex in such a strong position. Rex one on the fadeaway. Kayak not allowed to take the extra heaven space. Burning down to the bottom of the wick here though, Cairo. It is a 3 versus 3, but Apex have the health, the positions, and the 6th man.
Yeah, I mean, if you can get this neural theft activated from Transformer, but that's a big if. Body's nowhere close for him to get onto it, and the time getting low. You want to prioritise getting these rifles and ops, Odins into the next round, the last round that they're going to have to win. Yeah, and it's exactly that, it's a save call. They can understand it, right? Because if you lose this one, you lose all those investments. You're going to be left pretty barren in the last, or what is potentially the last for Apex.
I think this is the thing as well, like NXT a few times you've seen them trying to go for like a fast flood back in on a retake, something of the sort. But the thing is, they've not had the numbers a lot of the time. The identity's a little bit lost. Are we fighting aggressively for main control? Are we dropping a little bit deeper? They got caught between 2 mines. And now here, it looks like main is the name of the game. Kayak peeking in and winning out. Rex can't follow up with the op either. A missed shot means that Apex have all the control, and a smoke in front stops him taking another peek.
It's just how easy as that. Peek in, peek out, see you later, shake of the hand. And it's just the pause, right? Now Apex are making NXT sweat, doubt themselves. They don't really need to push themselves through the rest of the map. Just taking it nice and slow. You can already see, like, Bully, he's so unsettled in what's going on.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I was speaking about before. Little smoke backside, setting up Bully. Fights around the side of it instead. Kayak allowed another kill. Apex getting everything done. Down to the final 2 players before they make it a 26th map.
It's just Transformer under hell. He's managed to get 2, okay. And they're already pushing Maxime and CT. It's as easy as that. It's another Apex performance. They can be pushed, they can be shoved, but they cannot be beaten. That's the thing. That's it at the end of the day for map 1. It's all about map 2 now for NXT and how they bounce back.
I mean, well, it felt like Apex had their heads under the waterline for a while. It's NXT, the ones that get drowned in the end. Cheers, Soulcast, to another fantastic Apex performance. Not one expected to be celebrated by too many. People do still want to see the gods bleed, but we may have to wait for another map for that to happen. And as I said, the story goes, you can take them to the limits of that first map, but by the time it gets to the second, do you have the mental to stay in the game, especially when it's their own pick?
Yeah, and I think as well it's about the coaches' introductions. That was the difference for me, Hazza. You see the momentum at 5-1, then it just gets completely flipped on their head. Raymond doesn't time out, and that first half he times out late in the second, and they don't get the value that they're looking for. Apex are just that much better.
Apex, well, it wasn't exactly flawless. The record does continue to be another clean sheet as they're heading into what could be the final map that we have this evening. First off, though, we're going to be heading to the analysts after the break.
wish I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. So you need a little break, huh, boy? Say you need a little space, yeah, boy. Is it 'cause you can't be faithful, boy? Hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no, 'cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no, so you make up shitty reasons for, want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met ya, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. bad, boy. Think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I just feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad, boy. Think you're bad. Think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad. I'm not even mad. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I just feel bad for you. For you. When you feel like it's over and nothing else matters, I know you feel so divided. Pick yourself up again and you better start walk, girl. Open up, just let me hear you talk, girl. You have come too far to give it up now, even though it seems there's no way out. Take a look in the mirror now, what do you see? You can be anything you want to be, you know.
Welcome back to Polaris. It's an impressive showing from NXT to start things off in their series against Apex, but it is not enough to take down the Titans. Things started off really, really well for them. A 5-1 scoreline at the start of the game, it just isn't enough. Apex have just the je ne sais quoi to bring that one back. I don't know, man. It's insane. It seemed like NXT were playing to a level that genuinely was on par with Apex there, and it just still resulted in 13-8.
Yeah, I think there were a couple of key moments that we'll look at some of them later, but Malsey had a big part to play in, I'd say, the majority. And indeed, he is highlighted here as the MVP, and I'd say that there's a good reason for that. His 3K with the Odin early on gave them that little spark, that little foundation to play from. 3K a generator towards the end of the game as well, where he just managed, it was 8-6, managed to thread the needle behind them, grab that 3K from the side and derail a very important swing round that could have gotten NXT off of 8 rounds and towards the finish line. So look, a big game from Apex. At the end of the day, though, this was the first time that we saw them lose an attacking round on Ascent, I believe, since Split 1 began. So you know, we got to see, you know, they lost the pistol, they lost the follow-up, and we finally got to see a couple extra rounds of Apex's attack, and it was just as flawless as it had been before.
Yeah, and I think teams are just starting to, at the very least teams that have played against Apex before in Polaris, are starting to kind of get used to them in a way, right? Even when they are being beaten by them and it doesn't really seem like they're going to win, they're being able to win the rounds which you would expect a team who is on equal terms with another team to be able to win. You know, we started things off 13-2 every game, 13-3 every game. Now we're at a point where teams are genuinely starting to look like they're actually playing against Apex now. And while, yes, nobody has been able to win a map against them, NXT did have some great rounds, like rounds where it wasn't just a 4K that was winning them. It was trades, it was knowing what Apex are going to do next that managed to get them the round. Yes, Apex do have that extra level of just being able to take the fights better. They have better aim. There's no way of getting around that. It's players that have had tier 1 experience, plus, you know, iPad baby kayak Zuma energy, just doing kayak things there. And yeah, no, it's Apex, but that was good from NXT. Genuinely really impressive stuff from NXT, a team that, you know, really have the Polaris experience so far.
Yeah, and I think that's something that will stand to them as time goes on. I think the reality is, though, right, you look at the scoreline there, it was 5-1 in the lead for NXT. They got a great start to the first half, pistol under their belt, follow-up 5 round under their belt. Second half, they win the pistol, they win the follow-up. So early on, you can even give 6 of those 8 rounds come off the back of 3, you know, 2 pistols and 1 buy round that they won. There were signs of life, and then, you know, it's the odd flash in the pan later on. But I think once Apex really applied that pressure, they're just able to, I mean, this is what we discussed at the start of the game as well, right? Like for NXT, if they come in playing the best possible game and applying pressure to Apex, they might win rounds because they win the rounds, but it won't be because Apex make a mistake necessarily. It won't be because they fall apart and just snowball it. Whereas when Apex won rounds, it was because they were able to force NXT into making those mistakes. They were able to put them in a box and just close the lid. And I think nothing showed that more than the attack side. You know, once they got to set the pace of how these rounds were going to play out, it was next to flawless. That's just what sets them above the rest. But yeah, those score lines are starting to creep in on them. It's only a matter of time till they lose a map.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, look.
Oh, this.
I mean, this is just ridiculous. The way I look at this personally is we had a conversation when Apex picked Bind against Metasport. I think Metasport won the first few rounds. I think the scoreline after 8 rounds was like 6-2, and we were like, this is the biggest deficit that Apex have ever had. 4 rounds. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no, they were 4 rounds ahead. Ridiculous. And we just saw the same thing there, right? And this time it wasn't that Apex were picking a map that they'd never played before in an official. This was more just, this is a team that was able to just get 4 rounds up on Apex at the start of a game, and that is once again equal with the biggest deficit that they've had at the start of a game, as far as I'm aware. It's impressive stuff. I think Apino Orchestra also did the same thing on Lotus, but now teams are starting to get that done. And while Apex definitely are still head and shoulders above the rest of the league so far from what we can tell, they're starting to show signs of weakness from these other teams specifically, who they've been playing against several times for the past year. So it's good stuff. We're seeing good Valorant now, and I think that's what I enjoy the most out of this one, is while NXT might not actually get anything quantifiable out of this series, we're getting good Valorant out of it.
Oh, absolutely. And some of the best Valorant, like we said, played by someone like Malzy. We saw a comparison there between him and Kayak, funnily. And although Kayak, he's delivering, I think he might have gotten like 1 more kill than him or something like that. ADR out of Malzy, 184. I mean, he's taking players out of the game every single round with his utility, with his spams on the Odin, which I love to see. And look, this was a map that we expected Apex to win. They look great on it. It is what it is. As I said coming into it as well, it's not really like you look at a veto of any nature between these two teams and say, oh, NXT are definitely winning that map, because as we said, Apex don't lose. Coming into Icebox, NXT recently did lose. I mean, they got trashed by Sweet and Sour, like you said in the veto. This isn't somewhere that maybe Apex are looking at themselves and going, hey, we beat Requiem 13-9. We should lock in that Icebox. It's their specialty. It's probably more so, hey, look, NXT suck at this map. And we're better than Sweet and Sour, at least in their heads. Sweet and Sour have 2 Irish players. Maybe they're better. Who knows? I think so. But let's move on.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Icebox for this team, and they've had ups and downs. Last season, they did win it a couple times. One of those was against OnlyFins, 13-5. The other one against Hookahs, 13-9. And, the fact that we're talking about teams like OnlyFins and Hookahs, OnlyFins are much more, put that on the board, 13-5 against a team that made playoffs last season is actually very impressive. The 13-9 scoreline against Hookahs did like Icebox, but again, they didn't win a single game in last season, so whether that really enters the kind of mindset when we talk about this is neither here nor there. They have had bad experiences on Icebox. 13-3 against Metasport, 13-3 against Sweet and Sour literally just last week. So there's probably a sour taste in the mouth for NXT from this one, but they have completely changed their composition. Completely. We're going back to 2021. This is Sentinels 2021 here, pretty much personified. We're playing double duelist.
I'm not a fan of a Reyna pick, I'm going to be honest. And against a team like Apex as well, maybe it's going to be the thing that offers you the ability to deny trades. But it's going to be tough, man. If Rex doesn't come in swinging and having a good game off rip, I'd already put that in the favor of the opposition. Doesn't matter that it's Apex, of anyone. Reyna just doesn't bring that much to the field. Now, listen, I've said that before, and then I've ended up being wrong. Reyna's come in and absolutely dominated. Thing is, looking at the side of Apex as well, they've obviously changed things up too. Coming in this time with a Gecko, pardon me, I believe no Yoru. It's going to be a very different look for them, but one that I think is much more grounded in reality. And how I'm always going to praise Arbor being taken out of a composition, because in this day and age, I maybe prefer Reyna the harbor, at least in the ways I've seen the agent used. That's a controversial take, and it's not one for your matchmaking. That's not a reason to lock Reyna in matchmaking. You're not these guys. Maybe someone like Rex can get the damage done today.
Well, NXT have had 7 days to cook up this composition. Let's see what they've got in store for us this time around. Hazard and Cairo, take it away, guys.
Yeah, thanks guys. This isn't actually the first time we've seen NXT play this composition. It was the short-term solution to a long-term problem that they had with their Icebox. Devo back on the duel list. We said that we were enjoying the change so far of Rex coming in and being that guy. But hey, if you want to break away from convention, tradition, Apex winning maps, this might be what you need to rock the boat.
Yeah, but one thing that I'll say is I used to actually love the Apex comp. Hi, Maxime. We used to love the Apex comp on Icebox. Just the way that it used Kayak and the harbour as well. Like, I thought it was a great composition and one of the few teams that implemented it to a high regard. This time they've changed it up. They went with something new, as Mitch says, one that's grounded much more in the meta rather than reality. And we'll need to see if Apex can do the business here.
Yeah, Devo back in on the Jet. He had a stinker on Icebox last time, 0 kills. Lowest ever tally recorded on an official map. Sorry, mate. Haven't seen him drop as few as that since the VALORANT UK and Ireland skirmish, which was exactly 3 years ago yesterday. That was 4 kills. And after throwing him under the bus, I think we're expecting a decent performance here on their attack side.
Yeah, Apex already with a raid after leaving Kayak all the way down mid. Hype, feeling the contact of the players that send their way through, and that Nano Swarm has already done plenty of damage. Kayak, it's just a glimpse, but it's all that's needed. Has got a load back though, and only on 13. A stall out. There's a player still in mid, and Transformer waiting to be played in.
Of course, a strong map from Apex last time out against NXT could prove to start in such a fashion here. NXT winning both pistols on the previous, quickly collapse in the first. Bully 1 versus 3 gets around the side. Kayak will be low, but bearing above his head. A difficult one to try and take. You want a over clean, they'll line up, but not go his way. The ace narrowly missed. Apex nailing in the first.
Yeah, Avova I think is the biggest player there. Doesn't allow Transformer to get the value that they were looking for, and then just the fights on site. It's just as good as it possibly can be. Nice from both teams, but again, it's just Apex on top.
They waited for the retake, making sure that they had the players there, and NXT actually forcing the issue. And I think a big thing here for me is, you know, not to lose your cool, lose your head nice and early. This is the road that they want to walk, then fair enough to them. But we did see them run out of steam in 3 maps against Sweet and Sour. It could very much be the case with Apex in 2. This one could end a lot quicker than we thought.
Just already after contact to the knife, they're just dropping back. Like Apex are just so good on their reactions, their protocols. Knowing that there's so many here, they don't want to risk being caught off guard.
And you also heard the Guardian already, so they know that this is an investment. What utility have we got left for the post plant here, NXT? Because in the pistol, it was a little bit more even, you'd think.
Yeah, this wall's a little bit different as well, Hazza. Not often do you see a wall being planted like with so much space for the defenders to get out from. It's back up again, trying to stop people getting through the site, and it's Maxime's shot dart that do the business. Apex, though, with their guns, will help out. It's just left with a Sheriff, a Guardian, and a Stinger to do the work. There's Bully all the way deep, trying to play for lineups and get on towards Bell. He's been able to delay, but Apex are allowed, therefore, to go forward, get closer. Bully's good on the Guardian, can't quite get the guns to hit, but there's a player on the right side, not the left, Bully. You need to check it. Spike's hard, and time's getting low. We need to get this converted, and finally, it will be time finally going in Apex favour.
That one was incredibly close, yet Apex win it all the same. Bully can't muster up what would have been a huge 1 versus 3. 1 versus 4 even, I think it might have been. Fact of the matter is, Apex looking good in these retakes. You got that Viper wall up as well, something which NXT need to be aware of. You're either fighting in front of it or you've got the utility to fight behind it, and they didn't. Into another low buy, and I'll take this moment to introduce an interesting stat. Shout out to Schneefur from DAC. A useful thing coming out of DAC. This is brilliant. He actually has the statistics about the bonus rounds, right? And, you know, it's a bit of an arbitrary term, but in Split 1, 30 out of 42 pistols for Apex, 18 bonus rounds converted. They only lost 2. That's 10 out of the 12 bonuses that they found themselves up against. So, ridiculous stats. And in the start of one here for themselves, I mean, you're up against Sheriffs and the first is already gone.
Players are just getting funneled into a meat grinder, has it? And already dropping out, and it's allowed for the Gecko of Molesy to just collect everything that he's sent forward, right? Transformer again has been lurking around this mid space, so it will be known that this could be potential. The turret will notify Apex to that.
The question being, how much extra value can you find from a position such as this? He's not been allowed to move any further. Solcas is making sure of that. Hype doesn't have any nanos left and Avova just the one snake bite, so they may be in a struggled position here to deny the plant. But as soon as Transformer is gone, it is a weight lifted from their backs. And look at the icons on the minimap, on the radar. The rotation's coming through. They've got 4 towards B now, and the game has given up.
Yeah, and with time so low, you've not got time to go back. You have to send it forward. And it's just as easy as that. Flawless round in the end. Yeah, I don't think there's much more to be said, has there?
Yeah, I mean, look, Apex planting trees, NXT buried underneath it, ults into the next round, and an incredibly early timeout. Okay, yeah, we didn't see much of this at all in the previous map. I can't remember whether they had one left over or not, but I think the big talking point was we didn't see too much impact from it, right, Cairo? Like, we were calling for Raymond to just put a stop to things before they got battered and bruised in that second half, because the game got away from them ultimately. They were in a really strong position, having won both pistols. But now, a timeout 3 rounds in, the thing for me here is, can you actually make, you know, a half-winning call? Or are Apex just going to call their own if they lose a couple of rounds and make the killer adaptation as they've been known to do every single time up until this point?
I think that's the great point to be made here, but like at the same time, like it's been a disaster, and I don't think there's anything short of that, right? Like Apex have just had the raid every single time. NXT just. I hate to use it and use such strong language, but it's been feeble at the greatest. So
yeah, I don't think feeble's the worst word I've ever heard you say, Cairo, but I do agree. On a round like this too, when you've got the ults available, if Raymond's thinking, okay, there's actually not a clear game plan here, I need to step in and make sure that we are ready to go, that we don't lose this one too early, because they already made the big call to force in the second round.
Just again, a clear notification. The owl drone's here. There's not much pressure towards the other side, which Kayak has already got so far up on, allows Apex to gamble this side of the map.
Yeah.
Comes down to gun duels.
And this is something I wanted to say. Apex still playing with 2 Guardians. They are so crisp aim-wise. You still fancy them to cause some issues, but not enough to stop the plant, or at least you think so. Solcas, with the correct line of fire, removes Maxim, and now all hell has broken loose if you're NXT, because there's not really a way to retrieve that without taking a fight, or waiting for Transformers Toxins to come back up, which they will. Can't claim hype in the process, though, and that would have been a brilliant opportunity had it gone their way.
You're just sitting in the eye of the storm. There's players walking by left, right, and centre. Devil, though, on the other half. Already Soulcast. That's 2 players low on Apex's side, though, Hazard. And you're even going to get the lockdown invested. It's actually the gun duels that end up favouring NXT, but Kayak is still alive, and I can't believe I'm saying this. There's still a chance.
You always hope to believe when Kayak is there. In terms of the round so far, it was that pick onto Hype which opened up a bit more space for them to push into the site. get the spike planted, and now the utility sits on top of it, with Kayak trying to reclaim the throne. The heir to the Apex legacy, which has continued. Nice shot to start things off, but that's all to be said of that one. So NXT, first round on the board, off the back of the timeout, things looking good. Can they carry this on?
Yeah, they're going to need to. But again, like Hazu, if you want to talk about the ultimate game, that's your lockdown already gone. You're still thinking about Apex and how they're building their ultimates up. Malsey already on the thrash. And I think that's the biggest thing. That's going to be coming up so often for Apex because of the fact that the Gecko is the least amount of orbs in the server to get his ultimate online. Well, apart from the Reyna, but we won't count that because it's the Empress.
Early knife. You know, with having the KO in the comp now, Soulcast playing this role instead of the Sova, it's important that you gain that early information. Avova's playing off the back of it. I don't know if he's seen Bully rerouting towards Garage. Maybe a rough idea, but he's unsupported in this endeavor. It's a 1 versus 1, which could set up NXT nicely. No chance when a Rover brings you into his house. Devo will trade it out. 4-on-4 with the Viper missing.
Remember, that thrash is still in the back pocket for Apex should they need it for the retake. We've still got Kayak's op, but the op is finally gone. Mosey's not got the information he needs off the back of it, and he's even gone himself. That's big, that's the ultimate offline, and it's up to Hype, who has a player close by, noted by the drone, and Devil will finish it out.
Yeah, I think NXT playing this a little bit more scrappy and dragging Apex down to their level on the attack side. And look, I don't want to get too overexcited, not to say that there's any bias against Apex. Remember, we were the ones in the crowd back during Ascension a long time ago. But to sort of feed into the story here, I think, yeah, look, you can find success. Does that then translate, you know, to more rounds in this first half and then the second half? Because remember, you're playing with a Reyna. You can make it effective on these attacking rounds when you're just playing off of one another.
What's this?
When it comes to the defense, are you going to look as good? I don't know. Lots of questions still on my mind here, but it's a good start.
Yeah, and it's just it's the flashing capability as well, right? Hype already being forced to retreat and with a shot in the back for it. On the other hand though, Apex have picked up a rifle, been able to force their way through B main, and again I still have to prove the question. Thrash is well and available for Apex here.
Yeah, I don't know if they'll choose to invest it. 4-on-3, ults of NXT zone. Devo starts to fight the front lines towards the CT spawn area, and now he's the one on a deep angle. Flash coming in. Oh, Avova will clear him, but Rex all the while towards Rafters is making sure that he chimes in at just the right time. Both of these duelists have been doing brilliant work so far. Avova's gone. Malsey close by, but not even enough time left to bury the body, let alone defuse the spike. So this one's done. NXT tying up the scoreline.
As easy as that. And as it's the gunfights that they're winning out. It's just not getting a chance to actually use the ultimates that is in back pocket, and again they keep continuing on. And if NXT can keep finding these picks and taking them offline in rounds that are important, it's going to be massive.
Like, you know, as well, just, yeah, they are finding the gaps. And it's through, like, the 1v1s, is what I was just about to say. Like, Rex catching a player disengaging, shot in the back of the head, stuff like that. Little mistakes, if you can find a way to punish. There's an op in play now, though, and we all know what happened last time Kayak had one of those in his hands.
Get out of my way.
Exactly. Just so good, but the thing is though is he's missed his first shot and the second, and NXT have managed to dodge this. Malsey doesn't know where the players are around him. Finally will if he throws out the Dizzy. Devil's missed the knives. The shots aren't connecting from either side. It's almost like they're playing a dance.
They are, right? And I mean, Malsey's lost his Dizzy here as well. He's not going to be able to pick that one back up. Gets shot out as he was hoping to bounce it back towards pipes. NXT disengaging, doing a bit of clearing himself here, Malsey. And with that, we'll be calling to the rest of his team, okay, we can call a rotation. We can get Soulcast in play towards B before any problems arise. Oh, down to just 1 point of health though, and he may want that second life that his ultimate provides.
Exactly. Avova though, and Transformer close by. Reinforcements coming soon. If Avova can get himself into prime position without Transformer knowing, this could be magic. Unknown to anybody, the Empress propped, and Rex gone. There goes a Vova as well, so there'll be no more Viper utility for the rest of this round. Hunter's Fury not
Spike
quite
planted.
connecting or even getting any information off the back of it. The spike ticks away in the background. Will Apex try to make their way towards a decent position? Thrash once again available to get them back in. There's Bully playing late through mid as well, and Hype's got an eye on it. The players haven't even looked under the middle where the spike's planted, but Hype certainly will, and so will Soulcast. Been able to survive on 1 point of HP and been able to get the round win.
It's an expensive retake for Apex, sure, but it's one which they are happy to have won regardless. You already had that prior investment, the upfront of the Thrash. I don't know if you saw the pathing from Mulsi, but he uses it to clear mid, goes back up tube, and then jumps it back out the window onto himself so he can pick it back up scot-free. Really well played by Apex into that retake, and for NXT, it didn't feel like they had any second prong, any setup. They looked a little bit toothless once that spike was down.
I totally agree, and not only that, it's like you invest all those ultimates as well from NXT's side, Hazard, and not to get you the value off the back of it. Well, Apex do. It's just allows them to cycle them much better, right? Lockdown available, Viper's Pit as well. Sure, Transformers one away, but it's still favouring Apex in 2 rounds' time.
I think they sort of know how Evova's playing this as well, right? He can often find himself isolated towards B, but you've got to look at Kayak on the map already, up in the crow's nest on A. Operator in his hands, which has afforded such a heavy rotation of players. You've got a pit to stop this, a lockdown if you want to go so far. There are options for Apex here. NXT with a couple of their own. A pit also available, and the first semblance of utility coming out as the cloud goes straight back up in their face.
Stalled out, and in the meantime, Bully is trying to scale up through the side. Mosey getting caught by the turret. So they know they need to be careful of mid, and Kayak knows his players close by, but as for Bully, it's this duel right here that's most important. Kayak dips out, Bully will hear that. And on the other hand, Evova's actually found Rex, who was lurking on B.
Yeah, I don't know if this is going to call the attention of Kayak over just yet. There's 30 seconds left, and it is his sole duty to be stopping the A push from coming in. Support of Mulsi arriving, but Devo, the first one on the scene, tries to dash away, gets caught by his counterpart. We're in a 4-on-4, and this is where the pits come into play.
Yeah, and even the lockdowns as well. The pit's down, but they're going to be forced out. They're not even looking up towards the next position, and Apex have cleaned them out. Transformer forced all the way back. That pit will be dropping. In fact, so will Transformer, surely enough. The players are sending it forward. There's one already on the spike, and there you have it. Apex with a successful retake and another point towards that Thrash.
I'm out.
Yeah, I mean, the plant spot as well is completely condemning any chance Transformer has there. And just as Mitch was highlighting on the desk, Mulsi creeping through in these sneaky little positions where he can find multi-kills. It's towards top site that time. There's nobody accounting for it, but when you drop the pit, that's one of the main spots you've got to be looking towards for someone to find something over the top. Guns up and available again. NXT. Another round which they lose with a spike plant.
At least they're getting themselves into the positions, right? They're forcing the issue. Same updraft up towards top tube. Usually is used to break the turret in kitchen. This time, Devil's just sent it. Found himself in a little pocket. Should be known about. You can see Hype trying to investigate it.
Let this one marinate, right? Make Apex take some kind of a move. I think we just saw the Dizzy go over there from Mulsi, and it was in fact that Apex finding the kills to clear out Devo. From the belly of the beast, he dissolves, digested, gone. Only Transformer left here. And I have to say he's been finding good value, but again, it's these defensive protocols. Kayak's already made the whole way up A. They have numbers here. Transformer, though, has completely flipped the script and managed to get out of dodge, so Kayak can't even catch him either.
Yeah, but Hype's still lurking about. I think that's the worrying sign here. It's allowed for the walls to go up, but when does Hype activate? The players aren't watching towards Snowman.
Transformer's rounded the corner again. Kayak's still chasing the coattails.
Spike planted.
And he'll be out on the site before he likely gets a chance. Not sure if he's tucked behind the box here. Yeah, he will be. A difficult clear, op in play. Apex may choose to throw the towel in here, as confident as they are.
Last player standing.
And Chanformer will force that resignation. So with Hype getting one on the way back out, NXT bring themselves within touching distance again.
Yeah, and that's the thing. They are just keeping themselves in issue. The one thing I will admit, though, is it is Icebox, right? And you're like, yeah, I can't really admit it's Icebox, but it's the attacking bias. That's the one thing you have to know.
Yeah. And it's what I was talking about earlier, right? Like, you've got a Reyna, you've got a Jet. It's not 2021. Chamber doesn't even exist at this point. Like, it's not the position we find ourselves in.
No prisoners.
Back
Here
to
we
it.
are.
Through mid has a pit in towards B main will prove difficult if you want to split B, but could provide that opportunity though for forcing your way through to A, especially with Bully just hanging on the outskirts of it, and the spike close by in mid.
I mean, NXT don't really have anything to go off here ultimate-wise. They've got to bend and beckon to the will of what Apex are trying to do on the map, and that does come in the form of this pit. You've got the drone to maybe try and open it up. And Chanformer risking against the alarm bot, which will spot him. Already decayed down to that single point of health. As you like to say, it'll take a sneeze from Avova to finish him off.
Could do it.
And with the weather that we're having, it's flu season.
Yeah, Kayak is under threat. The Lear will push him back even further. He's stuck in nest. Could dash out, will choose to do so. And wasted a lot of utility just by being in that position. A Lear, a flash.
You still have Chanformer in through mid. I was wondering if they'd maybe head elsewhere after forcing Kayak off the angle, but they smell blood in the water, NXT. But it's their own wounds which they failed to seal. The hemorrhaging does continue. Chanformer, nice adjustment. 4 on 3 still. And as the dust settles, NXT are the ones laying on the ground. Kill from Chanformer. He's managed to make his way onto the site. It's got to be an ace. And there's just no time or anything else left to speak of. So we have to be a worldie from him. And look, Avova can run away in time. So NXT will in fact miss out. And Chanformer even an ace after time. It was a decent showing from him.
Yeah,
I don't think the rest of the team are on the same page.
No, but I think like the key point from there is like while it's not a round win, it's a win in terms of the ultimate game, because that's 5 ultimate points that gets Chanformer 1 off. And we're starting to get to the latter stage of the half, right? And it's all NXT. Look at that. Look at the ultimate economy for them, Hazza. Very, very deciding when we start to get to these final 2 rounds.
Yeah, I mean, they've been given the B orb very often. They've had to fight for the A1, and they will do here as well. Apex have numbers. Early drone coming through, Lear as well, both broken. Soulcast helping out his teammates on the front lines. And with the flash as well, it's just beautiful. Mossy only the one. But a shot from Kayak, which brings Devo low.
Oh, it's Chan. And he's missed out on the chance with Avova. Kayak introduced. And tips away. It's almost like chasing ghosts.
Toxin screen down.
It's a ghost that you've got to give up at some point, but NXT are continuing to fight A, leaving Chanformer alone again to try and ace out. He has a little bit more time available to him on this occasion, but still, I don't think this one is going to be happening anytime soon.
No.
Gets the orb though, that's the pit up. And now actually, to be honest, he can just full save instead of, you know, looking for a kill or going down instead. He doesn't have to give away his life because Apex are building into ults of their own. Hype getting close and Kayak closer.
That's going to be a chaotic last round if that's the case, has it? Who knows what's going to go on. But at the same time, like, it's just that word that comes back into mind, like,
10 seconds
feeble,
left.
like, NXT don't get close, Apex destroy them, and again, like, I get that Apex are better, right, but at some point, it's all about the opportunities that you give to your opponents, and the opportunities that NXT give are just so easy for Apex to capitalize upon.
Yeah, I think he comes from like the early utility as well.
Yeah.
And like one of the reasons we saw Devo move to Initiator rather than being on the duelist role we're seeing here is because, you know, you want that supportive factor. And the reason why we had the Reyna in this comp in the first place is he felt like the Jet was just too detached from what they were trying to play. He currently sits joint 7th in terms of assists in the league. And he's got a 0.38 APR, so, you know, he's been adding value. But Soulcast there, Apex, they had such a clear game plan as to how they were going to fight, and, well, they get it again here.
And I think as well, like the other aspect to it, like between Apex and NXT, is Apex are always set up to play through Kayak with an Initiator close by. In fact, look at A. Soulcast and Mosey are there to set up Kayak to fight when they want to fight.
Poison's off.
Lambot here this time. Transformer still clinging onto that pit. A little fake of the reload queue perhaps, trying to tempt fate. Apex wanting a duel, heading their way, they're going to get one. Avova has to take up arms against 4 players here. He's got Hype by his side, but nobody watching middle for now. All coming through, and a Lear behind it to try and capture a little bit more of this space for NXT.
Spike's going down without any issue. There's still players towards the other side of the map, and it's actually Soulcast that strikes first. Pit up, providing an issue, but the issues is coming through. Apex's rifles has it. And you're seeing NXT, they're not getting the fights that they want because of the pit, but it's still providing a good post plan for them. Apex still not on the spike, still looking to push forward. You're seeing the turret going off on the side, a thrash invested. It's just not happening. Pit finally dropped, Bully getting a couple of kills, but in the end, it's absolutely not. It's going to be an Apex 8th and a perfect round in the end.
Yeah, I don't know if you heard that, but Bully just misses the key shot to take Soulcast off the defuse. Mulsey was clambering back to use the wingman.
Did I hear the Gecko voice line for the ult? Was it cancelled straight away?
I don't know, man. I mean, look, you had the early null command come through from Apex. I mean, they were swift on the scene. You lost Rex early. There wasn't too much that could be done with that one. 8-4 is how the half will end. And to go back and talk about, you know, a weak map here and there from Apex, you do not ever see that be a repeat occurrence. The most rounds they've lost in a series was 18. That was against Sweet and Sour. 11 in the first and 7 in the second. NXT not even getting close to that tally at this point in time. A whole lot more required for them here.
And how is the Reyna going to be introduced to this this defensive side, right? That's the big question we had coming into this. It's just going to be Ascent towards A.
And you look, while I like the idea of 3 players walking down B, you've lost out on your recon, your early A info. You can't call a quick rotation. They're going to have to wait for this flank to come in.
They are giving up the site, and like Apex have had time to set up the post plan. Right enough, it is only Hype to fight against 3 players.
Oh, but can he win? First one comes through. Devo doesn't know where to look. Hype collects. Now how do Apex react? Kayak already starting to take steps forward. Maybe looking for a cue to take a fight. And as he hears the players in front of him, that will be enough for them to lock horns. Transformer going down. Time of the essence. Not much long left here for NXT. And that might just be the case for the series at large. Because Apex have found the second pistol here.
Yeah, and it pushes them closer and closer towards those double digits. When you're starting to reach the final 100 meters of the race, it's been a marathon. These 2 maps has it. Apex have been made to sweat at some occasion, but all in all, what does it matter when you're the one that finishes first?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing too. Like I said before, NXT are just not having the legs, the steam. You think of a team like Sweet and Sour competing against Apex, they had the opportunity to play a best of 5, stuff like that. I mean, we saw it in the 3 maps reflected last week. Hunting to try and lock in a second victory here, moved themselves closer towards playoffs, which they missed out on last time. Play-ins is the realistic route if you can't make it top 2.
Oh, Transformer's just been caught trying to spam through it. It's just an easy return from Kayak. And again, you can just use the Gecko Wingman to get yourself the spike down without any harm.
It feels so cruel. It's like watching someone take candy from a baby. Like, you know, Bodork's birthday balloon floating off into the distance, the atmosphere with no way left to recollect it. Apex will take what is rightly theirs in the form of a second round, and NXT may not even get a sniff of this one. Maxim, sure, you take down Hype and the headshot for the second would have hoped for anything more. Nossi makes sure it won't. Double digits, locked in.
That's now like becoming in towards rifle rounds, and there's still money for Apex to reinvest and make this bonus an issue for their opponents. It's going to be rifles against rifles for the most part here, has it?
And I mean, look, this is it, right? The round of utmost importance. If anyone is to believe, let yourself be known in chat right now. We need a word, but into this one, Apex with a little bit better in terms of the buy as well. I mean, okay, sure, missing guns, but it's the momentum at their backs.
Oh yeah, monster on the loose.
And the thrash coming through. Finding the kill, there's a fish at his feet. Bye-bye, Chanformer.
It's the fact that it's a round 3 thrash as well, has it? Like, that's insane.
It literally there, the freeze frame of him getting caught looks like a bloody comic strip. Like,
yeah,
you know, it is. It's comical. And for NXT here into the retake, you still got 3 rifles left to work with, but Hype is on the flank, and you're living on borrowed time as long as that reigns to be true.
The molly doesn't allow them to get any closer. Okay, Rex, something of an issue, but it quietly quelled by Kayak. That's ridiculous. At the end though, it's still 11, has it? And we are still 2 rounds away.
Yeah, Hype will try his luck with the knife. Solkas enjoying the failed attempt, as Hype is as well. We were, you know, speaking, who's the vibes guy on Apex? But honestly, I couldn't tell. My point was, I think it might be Mulsey, you know? Like, it's a well-kept secret, but he's a funny guy, you know?
Yes,
but
yes.
as the IGL as well, you need to balance that. And something else to mention, a debut split under his belt on IGL. This is only the 2nd time he's ever done it.
Yeah, but it's absolutely insane. But like again, it's the coaching staff who have like been able to help. I guess like tutor. I don't want to call it teach him because he would probably have his own ideas of how he wants to do it. As for this round, he's not going to be checked in. Mosey's out. So is Devil though. So we're still equal.
Something to think about. Kayak another. The beast from the east, the Polish wonder kid. He's just so good. Avova looking to make magic of his own here. Bully with a sheriff shot back, and Rex as well. So NXT demanding our attention. It's down to the top 2 players for ACS last split. The MVP, but he's gone. Rex has taken him down in a thrifty fashion. NXT, they demand that respect.
Yeah, they keep themselves alive that little bit further, but it's whether they can turn that pulse into a real heartbeat. It's going to be a big, tough ask to come back into this, especially on the defensive side, Hazza.
I think it's just the flood in the retake there as well, playing together. The shots are landing, they're getting timings. Avova's lost in the source back site, they make the most of the situation. How many more of those can they pick up? Rex is on an Empress. Not holding on to a Phantom though, so fire rate a little less than you would think, but Devo's op could be what gets them in here. It won't. Flashed off the angle and a poison cloud to reinforce.
It's just that stall momentarily as they get the ultimate orbs onto the flank. That's ridiculous. And it's Chanformer again for the first kill.
Ooh.
Devil though takes a step too far.
Gets caught peering through the looking glass. Kayak on the punish, and from the 4v4 now with the advantage lost, how much further does this go? Rex again, Avova gone. Well, there were orange and blue shirts starting to flood the B site. They are being seen out one by one by the team that shares the same colors, NXT. players on spot. Transformer is here. Only one snake bite that he's got this time, but it's more than enough, and the rest of the team included mean that they can lock in a 6th round. NXT showing some good stuff, a steely performance, but still, you feel that Apex only need a couple and it's over again.
Yeah, and they're starting to like get the ice back out. They're chipping away. It's just
On Icebox?
On Icebox, yeah, that's the comparison.
Well, you know, tools for the job.
Yeah, exactly. But the thing is, though, is as well as they're starting to chip away at Apex's economy, most importantly, because you're starting to get closer and closer to that big swing round. I imagine there might still be some left in the tank for the next.
Yeah. I think the big thing to highlight here as well is when NXT have been winning rounds, Apex haven't even got that spike down. They've been winning on elimination. Everyone that we've seen so far second half has been exactly that. They need bodies on the line early. They need to guess correctly, all of which they seem to have been doing well so far. Again, just the Empress available on this one. Hype a couple away from his lockdown. Like, there's not much to speak of here. It comes down to the guns, but it's such a big round if NXT can take it.
Poison's off.
So the planting of Ova is like a little seed to sprout in mid. Still got hype holding on towards 8. I think they're just creating little pressure pockets and seeing how they react and where they want to go for to finally plant the spike. And already as NXT react through the map, you can see that the final plan could be A.
Oh, Mulsey. That was the spike carrier. He shows his shoulder blades to Devo, but he'll be calling to the rest of his team. They are making an escape route here towards the A site. There will be 4 players left, and it was that read I was talking about, having bodies to back it up and stop the spike from going down. You live and die by the A play here.
Oh, and it's Kayak is the first to go down, has it? Backside, Apex, they're brawling with them. They can go toe-to-toe, and we know that. The spike will go down with 2 players remaining, but it's up to Devil to retake with his operator. 2 players ever so slightly disconnected. In fact, this first pick could be good enough, and it is. It's up to a 1v1 now. Devil's put Molesy on a platter, but it's whether he can eat it, whether he can finish his dinner. Stop Apex from reaching 12. He jumps round the corner, he gives his position away and allows Apex to hit 12 and mapping series point.
Oh man, you just feel like Devo's op here as well. Had they ran into the site, you fancy his chances to find a couple. The read is spot on. NXT have been making good decisions on their defender's side, but the scoreline wasn't best suited to them coming out the half. 8-4, both pistols going against them. Apex just knowing it's another day in the office. No intruder alerts this time. They defend this house once more and sat right on the threshold of a 13.
I've seen this pit so often, I don't know how many times. This is like the iconic A pit for anybody. Gets all the way up. We'll be chipping away at Molesey's health, even though it's just his feet in it.
Yeah. I think we saw NXT use this pit as well the first time. We've seen it now against Sweet and Sour. Players were just jumping around the side. This time they go straight through it. Soulcast over the top. Transformer has him dead to rights.
This pip's about to drop though because Transformer has dipped out of it. An alarm bot still identifies that there's players here. Ooh. Just a pause. Waiting to see where the players are. In fact, there's one on top of floor 10, which NXT now know about.
I mean, cagey positions backside, both Bully and Transformer watching each other's backs, but at the same time, they do have this space for themselves. The Thrasher's going to get shut down. You've got the support of Maxim coming in from the heavens as well, and NXT's prayers may just have been answered on this round because they're looking to finish it flawlessly, up over in a 1v5.
He's been good for it before. He's been good for these clutches. They're not looking in his position. The spray's not good enough either though. He's only good for 1 and Devil finishes it out. Finally NXT get the 7th. But again, Hazza, it has to be perfect until the end.
Oh, the voice that you just done there as well makes me so sad. I feel like you know, you're getting to the end of the summer holiday and you've just told me I've got to go back to school or something.
Yeah.
Like, just as soon as you get excited, Apex rip out from underneath you. And as I said before, that's why they're the anti-heroes. Whatever it was they were planting in mid has thorns attached.
Yeah, it's the reality of it, right? It's the reality of the situation which NXT find themselves in. Like, the thing that bails them out or gives them like a good chance is the fact that they do have the lockdown of Bully, but then again, the counterpoint to it is that Soulcast has a null command.
Vova sneaking out around his own wall, standing right at the bottom of it, means that no matter how high the recon is, it's not going to catch him. Straight into Rex. Phantom this time. And the perfect pair to find the opening kill.
It's just how far up Hype is. Spike can easily be collected by Mose and taken back. They've left Kayak in position, hopefully to catch someone off in rotation.
And like, this is the thing as well, with how open A is, you're playing for a retake. Soulcast has his ult to stop the early utility coming in. Soulcast had his ult to stop the early utility coming in. And Hype has his too. So look, there was an argument to be made for them staggering this one out. But NXT and finding those picks, I think, may just have done enough. Not unless the Hype show starts.
2v4, I was going to say 1v4, but I guess it is technically with Hype so deep in the site, maybe playing for Moses' utility to set him up. The layers are proven to be a real issue. Hype though tries to be one and isn't in the end. The gap closing round by round and getting closer and closer. It's starting to make Apex sweat. The question I ask you, Hazza, is when does Desmo come in?
Does Desmo need to come in? Is the counterpoint? I guess we'll find out if Apex feel that way in a moment or not. It's 2 rounds in a row where NXT have had to defuse the spike. You know, the first 2 times we've seen them win out in that fashion.
Here.
Because a lot of the time they've not been happy to play for the retakes, but they're starting to build up ult economy. That has been lost. Apex now have a monopoly on it. They edge them out by 1 to 2 in that department. And again, it's this difference of having the KO in the comp for the null command, which is most worrying to me.
The scale up. Slow though on the B side. This is almost a repeat of the pistol round, Hazza.
NXT 3 players up towards Garage on B though. This lockdown, if they can at least stop the plant, slow things down, it is a brilliant opportunity for them to flank back in, but not if Kayak takes liberties towards Spawn as he has done many times before.
Not even defended the lockdown, they've let it go, and now it's the null command back in response. Now the players don't have any utility to get back in, allow the spike plant to get down fairly easily, and then you reinforce it with a Viper's Pit. This is really difficult for NXT to get back in, especially with a player deficit.
Hype so far back, lockdown available, NXT jailed. Apex have them caught exactly where they want them, and now they will wait for their chance to strike, and as they do, the clock strikes 12, and we'll head to a 13th here as well. It's Apex time as usual. The Taxman collects. The map is done. It is 2-0 to make it 27 maps in a row.
Yeah, it doesn't even surprise me. Look, we've even seen Soulcast get the reps in. That's what it feels like for Apex week in, week out. They're just getting the reps in and the maps that they need to get towards what is their destiny at this point. Is going to be Ascension.
Look, Ascension, everyone feels it. Everyone feels it. Bully's even pulling up the stream to see what we have to say. Hope you enjoyed that one, mate. But yeah, I think the big thing here is, you know, Apex win another series flawlessly. Water is wet, Ryan is bald, and it's also his birthday, not just Bodox. So, you know, happy days, right? I think the world is very much the same before and both after this series concluding. Apex carrying on. The big thing, right, is like, look, if they get up to the big leagues, are they going to do it or are they going to get tested? Everyone's thinking about it.
It's always going to be the question at the back of your head because we only get one inter-regional split. Or inter-regional competition every year, and I think that's always going to be, are Apex going to evolve? Is the competition high enough? Are they too good? I mean, I don't know, but one thing I do know is I do want to wish Ryan Central a very happy birthday.
he's going to hate you for that. He's going to absolutely hate you. From, you know, co-commentators sharing a desk with one another to, you know, this kind of disrespect when he's not here. And to Mitch, no tech timeouts, mate. So, we win out this time. And you know what? That's it. We're done as well. So all is left on his and Twiggy's shoulders to see this one out. That's been all from us, myself and Cairo. And we'll head to the break and leave it in good hands.
I could be strong, survive all on my own, but now I'm running out of hope. I need somebody else to save me from myself, a love too precious to let go. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows, nobody knows. When I was a child, I thought I'll be alright, but futures can be full of lies. Yeah, it's never easy to find what you want, and if you should find it, don't dare to let go. If you hold on tight, promise you'll be alright. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. I've been waiting for someone to come around, but I keep on wondering where you hide. Nobody knows. Nobody knows. Should I give it up and hope for better days ahead, or should I keep on searching for the one I haven't met? Should I keep on waiting for you, baby? Tell me when. Yeah, baby, tell me when. I've been searching for someone for all my life. I keep on wondering where you hide.
Welcome back once again to Polaris. I mean, it ended in the same way that we expected it to. I think Hazard put it quite aptly. The world is exactly the same right now as it was before the start of the series. Apex got their win. It's one of the kind of best performances we've seen against Apex from a team for a little while, honestly. NXT looked good on both maps, just not enough.
Yeah, I completely agree. Funnily enough, I think they look better here on Icebox, despite it being the same score. You have to take into account that Apex won both pistols here and got a 3-0 start in each half. I really do think that those early half leads, they tell you a lot about a game. And when it's a 13-8 scoreline, i.e. that 6-round gap they built up by basically winning coin flips, doesn't end up transpiring, right? We had some close force buy rounds as well from NXT, some opportunities to swing the pendulum the other way, and most importantly, Reyna did show up. Rex to some extent was able to deal some damage to Apex. Again though, this is what happens in the best case scenario, really, and what we see in the worst case is a much quicker second map. It's nothing to be ashamed of for NXT. I'm personally a little heartbroken. I was believing in them pushing us, not maybe to a third map, but at least coming up close to those OTs. I think this is a roster that deserved that, and a couple clutches swinging the other way took that away from them. But a player like Malsey as well, showing up in so many early rounds. I think his Gecko suited him perfectly as well for breaching through a lot of the setups that you had in play for NXT. Just an all-round Apex game, same old.
Yeah, I did like what I saw from NXT in terms of, comfort pick, like we talked about earlier on today in the picking, the kind of Ascent comp on Sunset from Apino Orchestra. This is something similar. I feel like picking that Reyna in there, you can see that it worked for Rex, and I think that's all that matters in the end. But either way, we've got a familiar face for you coming up in an interview here with Hype. How you doing, Hype?
I'm doing good. How are you?
I'm good, thanks. I feel like it's been a little while since we've seen you in an interview. Do you guys like draw straws, or do you have a rotation for interviews?
We have a rotation.
There you go. That's my question answered. That's all I really wanted to know.
I thought you're gonna make me feel special. Say, nah, we heard Mitch was on. I was like,
I was about to say that, but I couldn't lie to you.
I appreciate that, Hype. We got that trust, and it's good to see you. It's great to see you out there fragging as well. I had a question for you about Icebox. We'll keep it formal to start with, because obviously you guys didn't lose the last Icebox. You played decently, like a little bit closer than this one. We see some big comp shift from you guys. And I wanted to ask, like, to what extent do you think it's important for you as a leader, as a team that is dominating towards the top? You're not dropping maps for a long time now, so as the kings of this region, essentially, how important do you feel it is to be innovating, to be changing those compositions, to be keeping your opponents on your toes, versus not fixing what isn't broken, kind of thing?
I mean, going from our last game, it was kind of close, and after the game we were like, oh, that comp looks expired, so we need to like buy something new. So we just put Kayak on Jet and stuff, and it works. He's having fun. So yeah, just expired comp. You just need to renew it,
Yeah, you guys have learned lessons from Fnatic. I like to see it. The other question I had, speaking about VCT, is what kind of food should we eat when you eventually get here to Berlin? What are we going out for, Yumi and Enzo?
I'm thinking like a kebab, because last time I've been to Hamburg, a kebab, it's great.
That's the play. We're gonna have a good night, brother. I look forward to it.
I feel like that's the best country to going. Well, maybe not the best. It's up there. Okay, you know what? I'm not actually going to make that claim. I don't want the Turks coming after me. This is a bad idea. Either way, one last question for you. Obviously, I feel like it's a bit ridiculous that we need to have a little chat about somebody taking 16 rounds over you over 2 maps. That's the level we're at right now. But did you feel challenged today against NXT? They looked good. They got 8 rounds in both maps. That's been kind of the most that anyone's taken against you since Sweet and Sour in week 6 of last season.
I mean, the first map was Ascent, and you know how Ascent is. It's like a mirage in CS, and it's just whatever happens. We both lost both pistols on Ascent, so that got close, but we took a pause, we stopped the momentum, and just went through it. But I don't know. I feel like these players are getting better and better each time.
Yeah.
Because they have to try something really different to win against us, so they're just going whatever, just rolling a dice.
Right. All right then.
Sometimes
well, I mean, you guys are still looking. Sorry.
sometimes it helps them, sometimes it doesn't. You know, you're just rolling a dice.
Yeah. All right. Well, you guys are looking great once again. You have more games ahead of you, which I'm sure you'll do just as good in. Excited to see you play once again. Well done once again on the victory. I'm sure I'll be saying that every single interview so far. So get used to hearing me say that. But well done, mate. I hope you enjoy your evening.
Thank you. You too, guys. Good night.
All right.
Well, standard procedure. Once again, Apex Tax comes in clutch, equalizing the league out in the same way that we see every single time. And yeah, I think they put it well there, is that once again, last time I asked Apex in an interview a question, I think they were basically just like, we don't care what the other team runs, we're just doing our own thing, and we don't really think about if they're challenging us, think about if they're doing anything interesting. We just kind of, if we're losing, we'll go into a tech pause and we'll win the game. And I think that's exactly what Hype goes on there, saying the same thing, just, yeah, I guess NXT did do quite well. We didn't really notice.
Well, that's it. There's a very important aspect to that I think most top teams have mastered. Especially looking like, even way back in the days, you had your G2s, you had your like FPXs with Angel and Boaster when they started coming up. These teams, and Boaster nowadays, my goodness, obviously Shanghai withstanding, basically every event since then, before that, you see that they go down by these massive margins and then they come back into the game. And that doesn't happen in your ranked games. When you're 11-1 down, the game's over. But the reality is, if you have that it ain't over till it's over kind of attitude, you can come back from it, and you don't let your opponent's scoreline get in your head. And I think that's a dangerous thing. Like we say, there's very few ways you can break this Apex roster.
Yeah, and I think today even, they didn't even have Tanito in the coach role. They had a different coach, so those timeouts could have been any, amount different. So it shows that it is within the team as well, that ability to come back and be able to do well off the back of a tough start to a game, because usually when you have your coach there, the big kind of voice going in those timeouts saying, okay, we can bring this one back. They didn't have that this time. A little bit different, still managed to make it happen. So once again, Apex or Apex. And another good series from them. There's not much more to say on the back of that one. I actually, on my notes today, I always make a little tiny Google Doc with it. Recap last week, no notes. And that's pretty much been what I have on Apex every single week so far. It's really not much that you can say other than they do well. Yeah, this is a roster that, as we said, is going to be challenging at the top. They're expected to. They deliver every single time. I think what's going to be interesting is week 5. Apex against Sweet and Sour. Not towards the end of it, it's kind of smack bang in the middle, and that's what's really going to decide how the top of this bracket sits, because it looks like nobody can take either of them down, so I'll let them do it to each other. Yeah, Apex seem to think that teams are getting better against them. We will see how that pans out over the rest of the season, but here is what we saw this time around. Still yet to see what will happen with that Only Fins versus Requiem game. Keep up to date on that one on the Twitter. That's probably the best place that you're going to find out when that will happen, if you'll be able to watch it. Whatever happens with it, I'm sure it'll be a great finish to the series. Formulation Gaming losing out 2-0 to Sweet and Sour, and then the games that we saw today to close it on out. And this is what you will be seeing next week, Tuesday and Wednesday, and then Thursday is going to be the final day of that one, and it's Only Fins versus Sweet and Sour, Formulation Gaming versus Apex, Requiem versus Apina Orchestre, and closing things out with Metasport versus NXT. These are going to be some really good games, I'm sure, because Only Fins versus Sweet and Sour, a grudge match from playoffs, everything else, are going to be really good ones to watch. But yeah, I mean that's kind of just Polaris now. Is every game is good. There was a time when it was, I think, 2 splits ago, when it was just like everything was either a blowout or you had 3 teams at the bottom, 3 teams at the top. That was it. Now you actually do have that kind of contest to get towards that top 4 spots. Yeah, and even the team that's at the bottom, Metasport, like we've said all day long when we talked about them in the last series, their results are 2-1, 2-0, 2-0. So yeah, at a glance, they're not good. They're bottom team, easy peasy. And you look at the results, in every single game, the last 4 maps have either been an overtime or a 13-11 loss. And then they obviously took a map off Only Fins, and oddly enough, the other 2 weren't close. That was a rough first week for them. Rough first week for someone out there as well. My goodness, a lot of. Yeah, I was going to say, was that out my window? It was yours. No, okay, that's me. That's me. Don't worry. Main Street. It's
hot spot. But yeah, like even Metasport are doing well. They're managing to pull in some decent numbers even in the games they're losing. So a hyper competitive bracket overall. I have to say, like even seeing some punches landing on Apex today. Sweet and Sour dropped a map or two here, or two, I think, along the way. Yeah, this is going to be a good split for sure.
Yeah, well, you're not going to want to miss any of the games that are coming up in this season. And even if you do, you can keep up to date with them on our social media. You've got Twitter there, you've got the YouTube. So make sure that you keep up to date with everything, even if you're not able to watch every game. But that's about it for myself and Mitch for today. Thank you guys so much for watching. It's been a lovely time, and we have more great games for you in the coming weeks. Goodbye.
So you need a little break, huh? Boy, say you need a little space, yeah. Boy, is it 'cause you can't be faithful? Boy, hope she's cool, unlike you. You ain't ready for a girlfriend, no. 'Cause you think I'll steal your weekends, no. So you make up shitty reasons for want it out. See, I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, boy, think you're bad, but I feel bad for you. I'm not even mad, I'm not even mad, I'm not mad, I'm not mad, I just feel bad for you. I was pretty when I met you, now I'm prettier than ever, took a second to forget you, boy, only one. If you wanted to hurt me, well, you failed big time, 'cause I knew you would panic and run. I won't chase you, baby, I'm too good without. If you think that I'm crying, you're wrong. I'm not even mad, boy, but I'm confused. Shouldn't you be keeping me at 10 when you're 2? I can't help but feel sympathetic, I do. You think you're bad, boy, but I feel bad for you. Think you're bad,